the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we're live. Thank you so much. The Good Time Gang settling in, and we're here for another day. Hope all of you had a great Labor Day weekend. If you're listening live, it is September the 5th, and we're off and running. We have a lot of recaps. The Burgess family heads to New York City. Blake is married. I understand it went great. Cannot wait for that recap. Bubba's Labor Day weekend, see how that went. And then we'll sit here and dissect the past weekend with the Good Time Gang, Adler as well. So all that's happening today, plus your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And, hey, that sports world is full of news, and so we'll break it down, as well as the entertainment world. You know, they say celebrity deaths happen in threes, and we had that over the weekend, unfortunately. We'll break it all down. Let's bring them in now. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up?
Hey.
What's up? What's up, guys?
Gentlemen. How are y'all?
Oh, good. I know I've been you teased a little story for us, but I know just sitting around pre-show talking to Greg, you had a big moving project this past weekend, but your son seems to be moved in.
Got him moved. That was, moving's always fun. But he hired movers, so that helped.
That helped.
We just had to do a little
Were they
stuff.
motivated or two men in a truck?
Whoever they were, they really did a good job.
Yeah.
I'll give them. There were two of them, but I don't remember what the company.
You know,
was.
it's funny because that's the best money spent is to hire them, but you
truly
still have stuff, and I'm cleaning it up everywhere. You know what I mean? Just miscellaneous, just little things that you got to get. And we ended up having to rent a really small U-Haul just to get stuff like out of the garage.
Yeah.
Shovels and weed eaters and stuff like that. And so you're still moving and directing, but man, that's the big stuff. At least they can get.
Well, there was a sectional couch. They had this at the house they were leaving. They had this upstairs, bonus room with the kids, and they had this. Well, he bought it from somebody years ago, and me and his father-in-law, we helped him bring it, and we couldn't fit it in the house. It wouldn't make the turn. So, they're in three pieces anyway. But then we had to get creative and unscrew parts that you're not supposed to take it apart even further to get it up the stairs. Well, I forgot how we did it.
Oh, goodness.
And I told him when we put that one upstairs, I said, if you ever sell this house, throw this in.
Leave it.
Yeah.
So
here,
part of the house.
here we go. And now I've drawn a blank. I said, I don't know. I don't remember what we did, but we finally figured it out. But
how was your
So
attitude?
it went. It left.
it did. It actually did.
Did you show yourself any?
No. I thought I got close a couple times, but I couldn't remember. I said, "Ma, I don't remember what we took off here because you know what I'm saying. It was a part that you were not, that once this was put together, it was supposed to stay together. Mm-hmm. It wasn't, but I figured it out. Got it done.
So you missed a lot of college football Saturday.
Oh yeah. We got the TV on at the new house and watched some of Colorado, and coming in and out.
Yeah.
And then some of Auburn, some of Alabama.
Okay.
Not a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot that's happened since we've last seen each other. Thursday night, let's go way back to that. UAB opened their football season. I was there for that. And Helmsy says he started getting text messages from friends. My sons did too. Hey, Dad, they would just send me things of friends of theirs that go to UAB that are at the game. But it was a lot of fun. The UAB staff that I'm working with now did a great job, and they started a new era with Trent Dilfer, I should say, and they did well. Everything seemed to look pretty good. So their season has started. So you forget that happened Thursday. It just seems forever ago. And then had games all the way up to last night. Some upsets like Clemson last night versus Duke. They didn't just get beat; they got beat all over the place.
They got dominated.
They got dominated.
I watched
it's crazy.
The first half mostly, and how about this? Duke's got players.
They do.
Why?
They got some defensive guys that I didn't think they had.
Why? And Dabo, I heard Dabo's press conference on the way in, and he was talking about how he's never been a part of a game like that, meaning all the numbers lined up for them to win.
They're top 10, and Duke wasn't even ranked, were they?
Well, I'm talking about in the game. Yeah. They had over 200 yards rushing, and this passing. The stat, if you looked at the stat line, they were, and it came down to, I think there were two times where there's the 1 yard line and didn't get in.
Yeah.
They missed two field goals. They had 3 turnovers. So the way he talked, he didn't say this, but everything pointed to they should have won the game.
Yeah, he did say it was a crazy loss for sure. But watching the game,
not just the loss, pretty
28-7.
Yeah. Watching the game, I mean,
that's just
you sit there and you go, well, the 7 points that Duke gave up was because they fumbled and Clemson got the ball deep in their territory. But it was a strange game, I'll give you that. But Duke was giving it right back every time Clemson would drive down and miss a field goal or something.
Odd.
Duke would take it right back down. And I didn't know that quarterback was from Foley, Alabama.
Guys, this is what the transfer portal does. It allows you to be good year one with, I guess, a new coach. He knew.
It's his second year.
Yeah.
Second year. I didn't know.
They won 9 games last year.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Of course, the announcer said it about 50 times.
Sure.
But, yeah, Elko or whatever his name is. His second year.
Yeah,
of course, somehow come snatch him up.
Sure.
Yeah. Right.
And
that quarterback was returning quarterback, though.
Talking about the portal, I heard a take on this, and I didn't realize it. That Clemson hasn't used the portal at all.
Well, maybe they should start.
That's what they were saying. They were saying that Dabo's mindset, was like, I'm not going to replace somebody that's here.
Yeah.
Unless they were wrong with this stat, they've only had 2, and both of them were quarterbacks, and one of them was the Tyson kid from here that left Alabama, went to Arizona, and came. Mm-hmm. That's the only 2 they've even had, and they haven't even contributed. Mm-hmm. So he's old school, and I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that freshman from
they still got talent. They ain't like
they
Clemson.
do.
They got players.
Yeah, of
they
course
got
they
a lot of players.
Yeah, the freshman from Thompson, the D line.
He played. He got to
What's
play
his last name?
Peter Woods.
Boy, he's a big boy.
Yeah,
he can push some linemen
around. He
plays
all 3 positions across the front. They'll put him at nose and they'll put him on the edge.
They're putting a lot of pressure on him though.
Yeah.
Did I hear in pregame this could be the best ever?
Yeah, that's a lot to put on somebody. The guy said that they think he may be the best ever play there, but that's a little early. Yeah, but he is really good.
Yeah,
I know.
He's a freak of nature.
Right.
He's fast and he's huge and he's smart.
Yeah.
He's got it all.
He's got it all.
I know everybody, and rightly so. Okay, is jumping on the Colorado bandwagon. I get it, but I would just tell everybody tap the brakes.
Yes.
And I will. If I had to go with one bandwagon team after this week, it'd be the Seminoles from Florida State.
They did look good.
Goodness
they did look good. Is that not one of the best?
They're good. And I'd heard preseason people saying that, hey guys, this should be a good team.
Yeah.
See, it isn't like, is it Norvell who's the coach?
Yeah.
Guys, he did a great job at Memphis.
Yes, he did.
He inherited a bad situation, and they had a rough couple of years. And there are even some people who are not patient.
Right.
Were wanting his head, but he'd proven he could coach football.
Yeah.
They looked really good.
They sure did.
And y'all know how I am about the tomahawk chop. And the Seminole chant. Oh, goodness gracious.
Hey, how about that entrance? Is that not one of the best entrances in football?
Yeah. Chief Osceola.
With the flaming
you kidding
spear.
me? Huh? And that horse just wanting to go. He's sitting there. He wanting to go so badly to the 50-yard line.
I know. He loves it.
Oh. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Pile.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and it's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy, Greg Burgess to my left, and Helmsy to my right. We are looking back at a busy weekend, just kind of jumping all over the place from some college games we saw to what was going on in our personal lives. They say, and I teased this earlier, and we'll talk more about it during the main show, that in the celebrity world, the deaths happen in threes. Sad news out of Florida, where they say Jimmy Buffett died on Friday. Of course, we haven't been here since this at 76. And was it a rare skin cancer?
Skin cancer.
Of
They've been
some
battling
kind?
it for a few years.
Yeah. Gary Wright, Dreamweaver, he's dead at 80 after battling Parkinson's and suffered from dementia as well. And then Smash Mouth's frontman Steve Harwell, known for the All-Star,
I never liked them.
And he's dead.
I mean, probably the worst time for me to say that.
Yeah, probably
Well,
is. Let's let that.
But I love that you said it and then you acknowledged it.
Yeah, but I just want to throw it out there. I hated that song.
Yeah,
I hated their music. But I hate he died. I don't want him to die. Yeah. I mean, I didn't hate his music so bad I wanted him to die.
Right.
But just for the record, that song got on my nerves.
He did have family and friends with him when he passed away, as he died from acute liver failure at 56, I believe. Very young. Ooh. Very young. And we'll hit all that a little bit more. Looking back at a busy past weekend, I know what you did, Greg, and that you helped your
that was Saturday.
Had Taylor move over the weekend. And JC came home from UAH, so we got to see him for a little bit. And it's funny, but I did the same thing. They bring so many clothes home. So many clothes home, so many baskets. It's just to see a basket.
I remember me doing that 1 year I went to college.
Yeah.
Of course, we're in the middle of this remodeling thing.
Yeah, how's that going?
Down, so now all the fixtures are being changed out. And I will say this.
You get the carpet in?
No, that's later.
Okay.
So
you ain't got to wave at me.
Lisa had, look, everything's got to go because it's out of date according to her. So you got your ceiling fans. So, but anyway,
even that?
Oh yeah. So she replaced it, and I was skeptical. She showed me the picture, and it's a ceiling fan and a light, but it's about this big.
Yeah.
It's tiny.
Yeah.
And I said, that ain't going to cool nobody.
Did you say it like that?
He did, too. You know he did.
Yeah.
Listen,
was your left eye red?
That thing's up now, and it's got a remote.
Throwing air everywhere.
It's got a remote control with it. You hit that son of a gun, it'll blow you out of the room. And it ain't this big.
Rick.
Really?
Look,
it's in
Greg
a cage.
loves it.
Oh, I do. I got
you
a
just
little
call
remote.
me Rick?
No. Well, yeah. I guess
I got
that
one
remote.
seat.
I don't know what it is.
There it is. But I was skeptical. I was wrong. I mean, now it doesn't have the big long blades to get all the. And these will get dusty too, but not how the big blades are.
Yeah.
But seriously, y'all, I know people on the radio can't see it, but it's very small.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I thought
so. It's not a big
light too.
fan.
It's
a light.
Not
one of those big.
No,
ones.
it's not. And then, but I tell you what, that hit the gear.
You like that remote, don't
you? Yeah, you can go.
Yeah.
Slow,
and is that in the
medium.
bedroom? Where is it?
Oh, it's in the den. With
in the
TV
den.
is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
So if you get a little warm,
we got the whole new look.
What happens if you lose that remote?
I know. That's what I told. I said the only bad thing that's another remote for us. We already got like 3.
Surely an app comes with that.
You don't have kids in the house though that take the covers off the remotes and hide them.
True. No.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
Well,
but
it's a little game they play. But anyway, yeah. So I need some front doors. Anybody in the front door business? But anyway.
Oh wow. I mean, you've done everything.
They're odd size, so it's anyway. But
you've done everything but like. Tear sheetrock and put a new frame on the house.
Yeah, it's been
but it's time. How many times? How long y'all been in the house?
15 years.
Yeah.
So,
I'm glad.
But that little fan I like. Put one in here.
Did you play with it a lot? Turn it off and on.
I was having. She finally told me to quit.
You know what you need to do with the grandkids when they come over? Act like you have the ability to turn it off and on. They don't know you have a remote. Go ahead, tell it, turn it on. Go ahead.
I'm gonna do that. That'll be
You've
fun.
got to.
I am.
You've got to. All right, so Helmsy, you said last night you were out a little late and you saw something.
No, Greg. We so
and what?
Well,
our
weekend was full of tennis practices and those type things, but yesterday we did a little team building.
Okay.
Got everybody together. We went to Big Time Entertainment.
Oh yeah.
We did a little bowling.
Oh.
We rode some go-karts.
There were some awesome go-karts.
We did some team building. Maddie and Amanda joined us, which was fun. So had a good time. Then we went to dinner. And after did a little team dinner deal.
Okay.
And
did I do any axe throwing?
Got late, by the way. We didn't do the axe throwing.
They have it there.
We spent a little more money than we needed to last night, and so we'll go back and do some other things. But the bowling, they all like to bowl, but the go karts was definitely their favorite thing.
Oh yeah.
Who doesn't love that?
It's a cool track. It isn't just like a oval. It goes up and around.
Yeah.
And
That's a cool space. That whole place is pretty nice.
Top notch.
Nice putt play. You know, putt play.
It is.
Got a good putt play.
Yeah. So we did that, but then we went to dinner, and I had never seen this before. And again, I say this a lot because I don't get out much, but maybe this falls under the category of Helms, you just don't get out much. This is one of those things that everybody knows about.
Okay.
So we're sitting at our table, and we kept hearing this music, and it would get loud, and then it would shut off. And at first, I thought it was somebody's like ringtone, and I thought their phone was just way too loud, like sitting at another booth or something. And it was starting to get on my nerves a little bit because I was like, "Can y'all not control that?" Because it was loud.
Sorry.
You all right?
And so all of a sudden, we look up, and the music starts playing, and there's a robot behind me going behind me to this table to deliver their food.
How big a robot we talking?
Oh, I'm talking like 4 foot, 5 foot tall.
You've got a lot of robot interaction lately.
I know, Greg. I know, and none of the girls had seen it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Where were you at?
A Japanese steakhouse.
Okay.
Oh.
Over,
now, are we
over in Oxford.
Is this robot walking or is it still legs?
It's got wheels. Okay. It's wheels, but it's different. It's not like the ones that I showed y'all last week. This is like, it looks like a robot. Like it's got, it's got the whole deal. It's just not walking. It's on wheels. And it's so neat when, it would go to the table.
Wants to work
it would pull up at the table and they would grab their food. And
does it have like straight arms? Like
no, it has like trays.
Yeah.
And so, and that's what it was. That's what it was saying. No, that's what it was. It's what it did. That's exactly what it did.
Did it have a Japanese accent?
I don't think so, Craig.
Coach Bullethead, did you order this?
But
here's some raw fish.
So then on the way out,
also known as bait.
Is that a widow's peak?
Getting that cut today, by the way. It's getting.
Look at all these chicks. Are you the only dude in the party?
So when I left, or when we were leaving, it was sitting there, and I was, of course, intrigued. You see the table numbers, and so you like D12 and C whatever section. So all you do is put it there, and then you hit that and hit start, and it takes it to the table. I started to hit it and hit start when we were leaving just to see if it would take off, and I didn't. I didn't get in trouble.
Yeah.
But it goes to the. It's amazing.
I haven't seen that. You asked if we had seen it.
Y'all have not seen it.
It never calls in sick. It shows up and works hard every day.
It was working hard,
hours.
and it plays music while it's going to your table.
How about that?
You feel the beat?
All right,
then. I like.
We need one of those here.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. No, I got it.
Rick and Bubba.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com MyStore.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Protect your home with the latest innovation from Simply Safe Home Security 24/7 Live Guard Protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, warning them that police are on the way. The new Smart Alarm indoor camera is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. 24/7 Live Guard protection and the Smart Alarm indoor camera work seamlessly as part of the entire Simply Safe security system to keep your whole home safe from break-ins, fires, floodings, and more. Our listeners get a special 20% off when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day with
25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here. Good time, gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. We'll get you to the top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show. A lot to recap as Labor Day weekend had a lot going on, so be looking for that. We're kind of skimming the surface of some stories, especially the sports world, and some internal stories as well. I've got a headline for Greg that I know he saw pre-show, but could be the story of the day. And I thought
of the worst stories I've ever heard. Is that what you're talking about?
I thought of so many things when I saw this headline, and I'll just read it to you, and we can discuss. Delta flight diverted.
Oh boy!
I mean, you hate to hear that.
You do,
right.
And that's happened for many reasons.
Right. You think about all the lives that are on that plane and all the different places that people are going, what they got. I'm sure some's wedding, some is, hey, I saved my money, I'm going on a trip. Some is, work related. Delta flight diverted after passenger reportedly, oh boy, has diarrhea all the way through the airplane.
Wait a minute.
That's the headline.
All right, let's say this. We've all heard your story about your struggle.
Hey,
no.
Bringing you into
follow
it.
me. Follow
Interesting.
me.
All right.
And that's an interesting story. And you feel, man, I feel bad for Speedy.
Well, everybody's had stomach attack in traffic.
But let me tell you something.
It's a
when
terrible
we're talking
feeling,
stomach attacks, from this point forward, the me monster of all stomach attack stories is this person here. I diverted a plane. I had it so bad that they had to turn the plane around and go land.
Golly.
Because I blew the place up.
So there were 2 hours into an 8-hour flight and had to turn around over Virginia and head back to Atlanta where they departed from.
Not for a heart attack. Not for that kind of medical emergency, but uncontrollable diarrhea. Is that? I mean, that's in the headline.
It is, and I hate to. That's a disgusting word.
Even
I
though
got
they
it.
did that commercial, diarrhea. Pepto-Bismol.
Right. We had Delta spokespeople had to get involved.
When you say it, you got to sing it, so then it's not as offensive.
The flight was 194 from Atlanta
to like Barcelona.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a long one.
It was.
So they look, and we're 2 hours in, and we got about a good 6 to go, and they're like, "We're going to have to go back."
Oh,
I mean,
y'all.
I mean, just.
How about this? The headline didn't say had this medical issue, and I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah,
so we don't have to keep saying that word. They had to really bring it home and say all the way through the airplane.
Yeah, they explained.
Which means then we had somebody that got up and couldn't get there, and
all the way down the aisle, they left a trail of breadcrumbs, to say the least.
You have breadcrumbs. Unbelievable.
Well, you know how they leave a trail.
Sure, Greg, got it. Don't have to explain it.
You know this. I'm not saying I would be.
What about when that person comes by? You're in your seat and you don't know what's happening. All of a sudden, you're like, "Whoa, whoa!"
Oh yeah.
And wow, I feel horrible for that person. I mean,
well, that's finally there.
Yeah,
a couple minutes into it.
But my,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I feel sorry for that person. I also feel sorry for everybody that was on the plane
too.
that might have got hit by shrapnel.
Hey. 2-hour flight back. They had to fly back 2 hours, or did they drop somewhere? They didn't go back to the original airport because they said they were 2 hours in the flight.
Yeah, they said they went back to where they started.
So you had to ride with that.
Yeah.
Hey, what about if you're the attendants and they go, God, I'm trying to clean that up or something?
Well, you think too.
And then sitting there sitting there. Look, there's. I
think,
guess they stuck her in the back. Guy, girl, I don't know who it was.
Yeah, it says here
in the bathroom.
Oh wow!
Stay in there.
I don't know if they said that.
Yeah, they probably didn't say it like that.
I would have.
How about it's so bad that, if you had an accident, you might have a carry on. Might have a carry on and go, hey, I got to change clothes. I'm going into.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario.
But it has to be. It's so bad that we had this.
We turned the plane around.
This one, I don't understand this one. Air Canada. Some passengers were kicked off the flight for refusing to sit on vomit-covered seats.
Is this so? Let me ask airplane segment.
I was going to say, why don't we?
I mean, these are the two airplanes.
My goodness,
we had a lot of travel over Labor Day weekend, but
no, wait a minute.
So
you're
I'm not
going
to
throw me off because I won't sit in a seat that's got that on it.
Yeah, got thrown off.
Nah, that can't be right.
Yeah, they apparently had been cleaned. They thought, but the passengers were like, no, they ain't been clean. There's
we
stuff
had
all in
disagreement
here.
over how clean it was. Good.
But the first story, I thought of you.
But then that attendant actually told him, so you ought to heard about this other flight. Y'all think y'all got it bad.
Yeah. Good night.
You ought to hear what happened to them. They'd turn around and go back. Somebody went from front of the plane to the back and left a trail. Golly.
Oh, my goodness. And your story of the day. We just kind of flying through this.
Is this gross too?
It's sad. Gender reveal turns deadly.
Oh, goodness.
As stunt plane crashes in Mexico.
I saw the video of this.
So we have a reveal, and the pilot died from...
Yeah, because the plane was dropping the colored smoke as it flew over very low.
It's going to be a girl
over the
too,
couple,
right?
And the couple are
like
hugging and celebrating as the plane explodes behind them.
Oh, I'm not laughing. I'm sorry.
But they were hugging and celebrating. At what point did they realize, hey, this ain't good?
The plane was flying low, dumped pink smoke, revealing the couple was having a baby girl, when the small aircraft suddenly pulls up and begins to spiral.
The wing came off. I saw the video.
Yeah.
One of the wings just fell off.
It's like the left wing bent upward.
Yeah.
It was really strange. Partygoers can be heard screaming as the small aircraft spirals out of control and crashes.
Meanwhile,
most of them unaware that the plane is crashing, and a lot of that's getting reaction on social media because they're celebrating.
Well,
they're having a baby girl, but they didn't know.
It's on video, though.
Mighty.
It's on video, a big explosion behind you, and you're hugging each other all excited. Dang. Come on. These gender reveals are getting out of hand.
Yeah. Paramedics responded.
I mean, that makes burning the woods down look like nothing.
Yeah.
We had a story on that.
Yeah. They found the pilot in the wreckage. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. That's sad.
Mm-hmm. Craig, why are you smiling?
Damn the luck.
I know.
I'm having a gender reveal, and the plane falls apart.
And I by the way, I don't know about it, and so I'm
that
celebrating.
Kid's whole life. That's that kid that they revealed their gender.
Right, yeah.
And the pilot crashed after he revealed it. That's going to follow her from here on. Because it was a girl, in case anybody's keeping up with it.
Right, it was a girl.
Good night. I mean, that's just, you got to admit, that's bizarre. We got a lot of weird plane stories.
But that person is the meme monster of gender reveals. You know?
I had mine go bad, really. Yeah,
I mean,
we blew up and caught the woods on fire. Oh, really? Yeah. My plane crashed. It was dropping the smoke. So that's kind of bad.
Creative, though, as far as that business offering a flyover and throwing out whatever colored smoke.
And if you're into gender reveals, that's wonderful, I guess. But what we can't.
We just keep having
anything normal. Why don't you just pop a balloon or something? And you don't have to.
Well, the bar's right. Everybody wants to set the bar a little higher.
Come on.
And look at me. But hey, kudos to the guy that owned the business that offered the prop plane to go over and throw some smoke
he
out.
delivered. He did a great job. You know, it wasn't his fault the wing fell off.
What's next?
I don't know.
I mean, to raise the bar's been raised. Now, what is the next thing that we do?
Maybe a parachute. Somebody jumping out of a plane and having smoke come out of their heels.
I'm gonna tell you my favorite one. Did y'all see the one? Somebody sent us the video of it where two wrestlers came out and started wrestling. One was in pink and one was in blue. And it went on. They were slamming each other through tables. They did a whole wrestling match in the backyard, slamming all the. I'm talking, and they were actually knew what they were
getting
doing.
after.
They were and then finally, the one with the color on, whatever color wins, that reveals the.
Oh, no, that is creative.
But it went on and on and on. They were, like I said, they were slamming him through tables and hitting him over the head with chairs, and they just had a brawl. And I don't remember which color won, but then one color they counted out, and the winner was revealing if it was a boy or girl. So that was pretty creative.
Some of the favorite fails for me is when like the wife is like soft tossing to the husband, and he's supposed to hit like a balloon or something, and it's either a bad throw or he misses it and it lands on the ground.
Oh yeah, or it hits her in the face. You know,
so many.
Yeah.
But back to this story.
And I still, you know me, I love the ones when the dad's mad when it's a girl and he's got like three girls. Dadgummit. And I mean, they're really mad. Yeah. That's my favorite one.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Those are some stories out there today for you. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Rick, Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly, all at the top of the hour for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
Don't miss our Labor Day special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day.
At Boot Barn, we're driven by everything the cowboy boot stands for. The reliable communities of the West, the hardened values of the cowboy, and the unshakable spirit of all who lead a tenacious lifestyle. Justin Boots capture these Western ideals in every pair. Their handcrafted boots are an invitation into the continuing story of the West, open to all who dream of untamed lands and endless Western skies. Justin Boots at Boot Barn.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune in to your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we got us a big weekend coming up. College game day announced they'll be in Tuscaloosa this coming weekend for Alabama, Texas.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. A couple of DBs for them are banged up. They're day to
They got
day.
about 50 more.
I know. You're right.
Let's
But
go
these
out to
two,
the stable, grab a few more.
these two, some pretty big ones. So we'll see how they respond. But big weekend coming up for them, and college game day in Tuscaloosa. And so I know there'll be lots of Rick and Bubba fans there for that game, and we'll talk more about that this week.
Nick Saban's press conference when
That's
when he grabs the Coke and says it's not a crystal ball, owned me.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have that
it.
today if we
When
want.
he's in that
watch it.
mode, that's when he's at his best.
It is very best.
He's coloring his hair a little bit, but that's fine.
Greg,
huh?
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
So I don't notice things like that.
Good night.
Greg, I don't notice things like that, and now I'm going to.
What's the big deal?
I mean, just the way you said it, and you looked off to the left.
I mean,
I don't
ain't
know
no
what that's
big deal.
about.
Miss Terry might like that.
That's right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Do what you got to do.
Oh boy,
that's something I've never done. Noticeably, I mean, I know that didn't hard for y'all to figure out.
I'm the same boat here. Maybe I need to.
Yeah, I saw my brother last.
I'm going jet black.
I saw my brother last week, and I hadn't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
And he went, and my hair's a little longer. When it gets long, it's really gray. And he goes, wow, you've gotten gray. And I said, well, you can't have it all. Can you imagine if I had just brown hair? I'd own the world.
Yeah,
own the world.
I mean, you can't have it all, boys. You can't. You got to give up a few things.
It's not fair.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Wow. All right. So anyway,
you got any more gross stories?
Yeah, let's stay away from those the rest of the day.
See, we've had diarrhea.
Well,
we've
look,
had throwing up.
Those are two pretty big headlines, and I just wanted you to know.
Had a guy died doing a gender reveal.
Right. I don't get it. And you know who else I don't get? I don't get, well, because I'm looking at the story here about First Lady Jill Biden having COVID. But Fauci was in the news this past weekend. And he's just concerned that people won't listen to mask mandates if they come back. And I'm thinking,
I got news for him.
I'm like, Fauci,
you should be, because nobody's going to.
You're not getting us again, buddy. And Terry asked the question. I thought he stepped down and retired or something, and somebody else has got it. What's he still doing
I know.
news?
Is he still
doing interviews and stuff? What's up with that?
Go throw a pitch or something.
But hey, hey, look at me. You ain't getting us again.
Not again, there, Fauci fool.
Not doing it. Sorry.
Not gonna do it.
So anything else happened this past weekend? I know we talked about the robot, which Helmsy, that's kind of cool. I got to tell you at that restaurant, especially the fact it was like 4 feet tall.
I mean, it really, honestly,
that's a
yeah. It was tall and it moved really well. It had a good speaker system and it talked to you and it had eyes and it was all weird and it would tell you what it was when it brought it to the table. And I noticed too, some people we had such a big group, it didn't bring our food. And so it's I guess it's for these one-off things that, this person's sushi roll's ready. Let's just hit the robot and send it on. But seeing people that weren't aware of it either and it show up at their table.
Did it shock you?
And they were like, am I supposed to grab this? What do I do now?
Yeah.
It is awkward.
And I saw one guy ask the robot if he could bring him some more soy sauce. And I don't think it understood what he was saying, and I don't think he ever got his soy, but interesting. I loved everything about it.
Soy
and I would like to see one just roaming around in here.
Yeah, just to hang out. Go get me a
This was a
sure
enough deal.
Jeeves.
Yeah, a way to keep it busy.
Yeah. I could picture it playing the Rick and Bubba theme versus the
But it would only play music. So in other words, maybe but it couldn't talk.
Well, I think I heard it say some things.
What if it screened phones?
I'm pretty sure I heard it say like
that'd be good.
Enjoy your meal or something, that they had programmed in there.
Right.
It's strange.
Very.
We were all caught off guard by it. Look, I wish I could have seen everybody, including me, our faces when it come rolling by the table. We were like, we just kind of looking at each other like, what's about to happen next?
What's up with this? I'm picturing the robot in the Rocky movie when Paulie had a robot. It wasn't that big.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, walking around. I guess it's something we got to get used to.
Everything goes back to Rocky around here.
It does.
Speaking of boxing, I started the George Foreman movie, and I'm mad at myself that I started because I knew it was a long movie. It's like 2 hours and 9 minutes. I knew there was no way I was going to be able to finish it. I watched 40 minutes of it. I enjoyed what I watched, so I'll jump back into that.
I mean, yeah. It's good.
I like movies like that about real people.
Yeah, I do too. I do.
Well, if you like that, this one here's a little wacky. It's more of a documentary, but it's not different episodes. It's 1 hour and some change documentary about BS High or whatever.
Oh yeah,
where that crazy dude
Bishop Sycamore
faked the high school. And
he acted like he was like an IMG Academy. A, he didn't even have a school.
No.
B, some of the players were like 23.
Guys,
I mean, it was just,
and the way he would,
and he would charge stuff, knowing he wasn't going to pay for it.
They would say, "So are you a liar?" Yeah, I am.
No,
so you'll lie.
And
he goes,
laugh.
"Well, actually, I'll lie if I know you can't prove what I'm saying, but if I know that you know the truth, then I won't lie."
Oh yes,
I mean, he's like
bizarre.
he's crazy, and he's got crazy eyes,
Psychopath
and
kind of guy.
this weird crazy laugh. But what he did is
He put him up. He
It's
flew
pretty
him out.
remarkable, actually, that he pulled this off.
I'll give you that.
It is.
Guys, they end up on ESPN playing IMG Academy. Then the wheels came off because everybody's going, "What is this?
Right.
These guys have no business out here."
And that's what really shed the light on what he was doing was that IMG game.
Yeah.
And the broadcasters halfway through the game started realizing what was going on, and they totally turned. And they're saying normally if you're broadcasting a game, you keep a very business centered approach where you're, all right, let's just get out of here. But they even started going, this is no representation of Ohio.
Oh, I know.
We don't know where these guys came from.
They realized in the middle of this, and then they get to looking, and first of all, his goal was to get in a game like this to get these kids exposure. Well, the thing is, they're not very good.
No, they're not very good. But then the way he manipulated them, and I understand that some of them might have been a little naive. I got that. But
the fact you're 22, that should have been. Then some of them said they thought it was a prep school.
Because that's what he said.
Yeah.
He fed them a bunch of lies. Like he
Yeah.
would say, we're going to we're going to class at this this library or whatever. They'd get to the library and the doors were locked. They couldn't even get in.
What about the hotels? He'd put them up in hotels, and they would let him pay net 30.
Yeah.
He was like, I knew I wasn't going to pay that. I got 30 days. I ain't even got to worry about it.
Yeah, and then they would let him check into an apartment, which they had a 90-day whatever cushion, and so they were thinking, okay, well 3 months, that's the football season, so let's stay here as long as we can.
As
and then he
wrong
would,
as it was, like you say, it's kind of amazing that he pulled off what he did.
Yeah, how about the paintball
As
guy?
long as he
You see the paintball guy flipping him off? he gave him a credit card, and he knew there was
He took
nothing
him off
on
for a
it.
big paintball thing, big
And
run
he
up a
said-
huge bill.
Yeah, he was like, man, these people that would allow us to do something and tell them we can pay later.
Yeah.
I was all about that. Yeah, man, he would just run it up.
He just
buddy.
laughed.
So what is he? Is he in jail?
No,
That's
So
what's
he got away
crazy.
with all this.
He has, I think, 30 lawsuits.
Oh yeah. He's
Oh, so
being
he
sued by
will end up
everybody.
being.
I don't know,
He
but
owes
he's like,
money to-
He'll
he's like-
spend some time behind bars because he can't
Eventually.
pay it.
Eventually,
Yeah.
they'll
Got-
run.
he's
But
got
he's
to.
smart enough. He's going to stretch it out as long as he can.
Sure.
and that's on the HBO Max.
He's very talented
original
in a
stuff.
negative way.
Yeah.
But in that world, he's probably the best.
How
I've
about
ever
when they were
seen.
playing IMG and sadly one of the linemen tears an ACL and he's laying there at the goal line and a mom runs out
They
there.
have no trainer.
And the trainer for IMG looks at her and says, "Hey, where's your trainer stuff?" She goes, "I'm it." And the trainer for IMG was like, y'all are supposed to have like
unreal
trainers and stuff. What are we doing here? And she's like, well, we don't.
He got him in the game. He got him in. No, don't forget they played that like on Sunday or Saturday. They played the Friday before it too.
Yeah.
They played 2 games in 3 days.
They did.
my goodness.
Yeah, they did. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
That stunt right there, those type of things galvanize your opponents.
Yep.
Where you had what you wanted, all you had to do was just let it go.
And you know what they do is they become, like you said, they're the guy that starts high stepping at the 15.
Yep.
And he should have just ran it on in the end zone, put the ball down. Yeah. And before you know it,
Quietly left the field.
Gone to the sideline, but you get the end zone dancing, throwing it up in the stands and all that.
Thinking you can do anything.
Ain't gonna have none of that.
Rick and Bubba's show, 16 minutes past the hour. We'll be right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Bubba, here's a story. A couple of teenagers seem to have hacked into the high school's Wi-Fi. And what are they trying to do? Their get-around test? And it said, the term is wreak havoc for teachers.
Yeah. Now, Rick, is this the one where they were trying to hack into the school, but they accidentally got into the Defense Department's computer?
Bubba, no,
and they started playing games, and they almost started World War III?
They changed a few grades, and then it just went from there.
And it was called the Whopper?
No, Whopper.
Okay.
You're talking about the movie. You're
on
talking
it.
about the movie War Games.
Love that movie.
It did not happen.
I mean, that was one of my favorites growing up.
It's
I
one
love
of those, if it's on, I got nothing to do, I'll watch it.
I still will stop and watch it today.
Modern day.
Yeah.
You'll still watch it.
I like it.
It doesn't. But Greg, I mean,
I love the general.
the computers look like. I mean,
Crystal Palace.
Somebody pee on a spark plug?
Take us down to DEFCON 4.
Take us to DEFCON 4.
Flush the bombers.
There you can give me the president on the horn.
What was the name?
I do love that actor.
Cheyenne Mountain was it Crystal Palace?
Crystal Palace.
All right, we're dating ourselves. Do anybody even know what we're talking about?
No,
Yeah,
Rick.
that actor, he's played that role. He also was in Northern Exposure.
You realize
he's been in
He always
100
talks
movies.
outside of his mouth.
He's been in 100 movies.
Flash the bomber, get the president on the horn.
But how about this?
Get him on the horn.
Helmsy has no idea what we're talking about.
No clue.
Adler, do you know?
How can any computer guy not know what started
I'm not
it all?
really. Number one, I'm not really a computer guy. I just kind of act like it here on the show.
Way ahead of
It started all. It was before the internet, by the way.
Okay.
It was a dial-up.
Yeah.
Remember? It was a dial-up modem,
All right, Adler-
acoustic coupled.
Adler said he doesn't know what we're talking about.
What?
I have no clue.
Well, y'all
I
need
really
to
don't.
rent it and
I really
and
don't.
I
watch
must
it.
do my headphones.
It's got Ferris Bueller in it. It's when he was even young.
Really?
The guy who plays
Yeah.
Ferris Bueller.
And the girl was
1983, I think.
What was
Guys,
one
do
of
y'all-
them?
is
I
that
can't say her
really-
name. I can't say her name.
Guys, I was 5 in 1983.
I know, but I thought maybe you picked it
Rick,
up over
you said
time.
it a minute ago. What was her name?
Ali Sheedy.
Ali Sheedy. Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta
she
be
was
careful
part of that
saying
group
that.
that was in every movie.
Yeah.
Right.
All the kids' movies.
So Adler, you've never seen War Games.
Oh wow, I've never seen this.
No, it's awesome.
Have you not?
I've never seen it.
I thought you might just be joking.
No. I
This
I have
started
not.
it.
I've not
This-
seen this.
This started it all.
Please look at the computers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no idea. Raise your hand in the audience if you saw the movie War Games.
Okay.
Well, everybody but the little kids.
We're going to see War Games as a staff. That's going to have to happen.
Oh, I love this.
That movie Hackers, that was more my generation right there.
Well, I saw that too.
Okay.
I want you to look at these.
That one
computers.
had what's her name in it? That got to be
Johansson.
Oh, look at Ferris Bueller.
and
So he thinks he's tapping into a game company that does games, but he's actually tapping into the defense, the big machine that runs war games and all this, and they think it's real. He gets to play in the games, and they actually think the Russians are attacking America.
it almost starts World War III.
Oh, look what he's doing. Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
I forgot he's
Dabney
in it too.
Coleman's in it.
He is funny.
So now they think we're under attack from Russia.
So
some guy, of course.
So the
little
computer called Whopper starts these simulations, and it's trying to start World War III by making the U.S. think it's under an attack from Russia, and they almost go to it.
Mm-hmm.
You remember when they're
started 'cause
You
he
remember when they're
hacked it.
waiting on the first Russian nuke is supposed to hit an air base in Alaska, and they got him on the phone. He's waiting to the last minute. Are you still there? And it's quiet. Are you still there?
Yeah.
We're still here.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh, we're going to DEFCON 1.
Yeah.
All right, so
But these two kids didn't do it. Back to the original
they did.
story. They were just trying to get out of a test.
We completely got off the story.
I got off on War Games. I started watching it too.
I know, you forgot.
I was all in.
Yeah, I thought I was at home.
I thought to myself, well, we got trouble here. I love the graphics. It looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But so
But how about these kids? They're just ninth graders, 14 years old.
Sure.
Well, now
Okay.
you know something.
This is just modern day. Somebody got you a copy of the test.
Listen, let me ask you this too. It says that the two New Jersey teenagers, both ninth graders, managed to disable the school's Wi-Fi system last week. Now that's not quite hacking into a computer. That's a kind of a lower level thing to do. How did that shut down everything?
Well,
just because there wasn't Wi-Fi?
The way they do testing now, and
Somebody
the way,
go plug it back up.
and the way they do all of it, the teachers said that that all the teachers got annoyed. What the guy was trying to do is saying he came up with a low grade way that they wouldn't have to take tests that day.
What they did, they found out what the password was to the Wi-Fi and went in and changed it.
Well,
Nobody could get on it.
Yeah, they basically said they used a private company to hack into the school's Wi-Fi, either through an app or paid somebody to do this online, to where they couldn't have any internet access to, as Rick said, access the test and the notes that were in the class. So they just shut everything down to where they didn't have to take the test that day. And now they're in trouble and facing all kinds of charges here.
You can't.
Facing charges of computer criminal activity and a whole bunch of other stuff.
It says it's.
Well, it is 6 minutes past the hour, and I'm looking around the old no-name studio here at the offices of Rick and Bubba Incorporated, and it looks like everybody made it back from a long weekend. We'll recap it, and it's action-packed. Haven't talked to you in a while, America. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We'll start with the national anthem. right, so here we go. 7 now and a half minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they giving you a kickoff hour all along the Rick and Bubba various networks and platforms, and we're glad that you hopefully got a chance to catch that today. If not, go back and catch it on your own time on the YouTube or podcast archives. No reason to miss a second of the Rick and Bubba Show. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience. That'll be live and archived. That's back again today. Hope you enjoyed the Rick and Bubba Best Of Show on Friday and the replay on Labor Day. I be Rick, and sitting over there be the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. Everybody sing it. Everybody say it. Cheeseburger in paradise. The late Jimmy Buffett.
I know. Mm-hmm. Heard that news over the weekend.
Well, we took the music industry this weekend and we knocked out 3.
Oh, I know.
We knocked out 3. So Jimmy Buffett, to me, probably the most well-known by the most people.
Yes.
Gary Wright, well-known in some circles. We play Gary Wright, Love is Alive, Dreamweaver here on the program. He went on in. Smash Mouth, the singer's name is?
Steve Harwell. Steve Harwell.
So, yeah, and it's interesting that I did not know he had died until at the reception I watched everybody singing Smash Mouth, You and All Star, and they went nuts at the the DJ had that spinning, and I was watching all my adult kids singing that together at each other and jumping around, and then all of a sudden I get up the next day and he's dead.
Oh man!
So we had 3 celebrity deaths over the weekend, all in the music industry, but again, the Jimmy Buffett being the most well known by the most people.
Yeah.
So, and that's and
what a legend!
What a legend!
What a legend!
What a legend! And his had to do with cancer, but it was some kind of skin
cancer. I think.
A lot of sun.
76.
A lot of sun.
76.
A lot of sun. Lot of sun. But you
Gary Wright was 80.
Yeah, and now he was full blown Parkinson's and dementia and all that. Okay. Yeah, and then I don't know, and then liver failure on the Smash Mouth.
Correct. That is correct.
At 56, right?
Yeah. Yes, very, very young man.
Young fella. So, well, guys, a lot has happened since the last time we were together. We got plenty today. We got plenty.
Boy.
A lot going on in the sports world. A lot of that we were wondering going into the week. You come back in the college football world, and a lot of people you thought there was a lot of talk about national championships and all that, and I guess they can still find a way, but we had a couple of marquee teams get knocked off. We had, of course, the debut of the Deion era at Colorado. That's a lot with that, and we'll cover all that today. I'll certainly recap. I've been to the city.
City.
I haven't been to the city since 2016. I think Sherry and I were trying to figure. I come away with the same feeling I always have when I go to the city. Is that is a different world. How is this island not sinking? How is all this on this island and not sinking?
That's a lot of buildings, a lot of concrete.
How is this not underwater? Okay, and
that's a lot on it,
right? And if you're in the city and a driver, if you try to cross when you've got the hand saying stop and you don't have the right to cross, they will run you over. Okay, so if you start thinking, I think I can make it, don't expect them to see you and tap the brakes. They think you have violated the rule, and they have a right to run over you. And they will try to.
Oh, look, another one.
Yeah, and it's interesting how only after, I was there Saturday, Sunday, and part of Monday. And even in 2.5 days before I knew it, I'm like, hey, watch where you're going over there. God, get out of here. You too. And, so before you know it, I'm in it. You know it? Yeah. We're walking over here. And you plan on serving anyone today? And I'm like, what have I become? I mean, it's the Jets still suck. And so
watch out.
I got into that with somebody.
Really?
Well, look, if the driver's a Giants fan, don't talk about the hop around the Jets. I'll tell you that. Just keep that down. I tried to figure out that thing you and I tried to figure out too with one driver. Do they all connect on all the teams?
Yeah,
like
Yankees, Yankees, Giants, and is it Rangers? I can't remember what.
What I found out is usually it is if you are Giants, you're Yankees, you're Knicks, not the Nets,
right?
And I believe you're right, you're Rangers,
right?
But I was told by one driver, not anymore. Not anymore. You can bounce it around if you like.
Bounce it around.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
So
are you ever going to get your own statement? Like, really? We can't have Orange Stadium? You kidding me? We got to go to Jersey for this?
So the Jets, the Mets.
Right.
Who else? Who's in there?
The Nets.
The Nets. The Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah,
right?
So you get Mets, Jets, Nets.
Right. They all of them that rhyme.
And what's the other
together.
New York team?
Is it Islanders?
That's not the Rangers. Islanders. Yeah, correct. I used to be for the Knicks, but then what is there? I mean, if you can't win it with you, and you're not going to win one, they just set you up to disappoint you. That's what they do. I just got tired of it. I said, I can't do the Knicks anymore. I'm over at the Nets, Brooklyn. Okay. This is a real conversation I was having.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Watch that pedestrian. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah. No, you don't want to do the one over there on 181st now. You'll never get in. There's another one over there, and Park Avenue. That's where you need to be. Okay, thank you. He was right, by the way. 50-minute wait at the other one. Walk right in over at Park Avenue.
Really?
Mm-hmm. No, if you're going to share best, you go over there. The ladies would like it. You probably not so much. Okay, thank you.
Every time I hear Park Avenue.
Wow. Dead on.
Every time I hear Park Avenue, I think of Green Acres.
We sang that.
Yeah.
We did. Matter of fact, we were coming out of the restaurant screaming, "Give me Park Avenue." By the way, we found out from Cameron, she didn't know what that was.
What?
No, it wasn't her. It was Brody. We let Brody down. Brody said, "What are y'all singing?" Cameron goes, "You don't know Green Acres? Y'all didn't teach him Green Acres?"
Green Acres.
And I was like,
well, you never tell me.
He said, "I'm not familiar. You don't tell me anything." By the way, the biggest y'all don't tell me anything happens on this trip ever.
Oh.
Yeah. Golly, I couldn't believe it. All right, so we'll unpack that too, but we'll start with looking back. We'll push that. I got to send a few more pictures to Adler and all that. So if you can see pictures from the wedding, though, I did get some of those up on the Instagram, so you can see that. But when we do the recap, I'll send them some pictures that I took too, of some other stuff. But beautiful day, beautiful weekend. I can't believe I'm back. It's good to be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Possible they used an app or paid somebody. Y'all, so many of these things are done the old-fashioned way. They found out what the password was and changed it. It's that simple. They either found it where they write it down, somebody told them, they acted like they were working on it for them and had to get the password. But so many of these things are done, just people hand them the passwords. They really don't figure it out in some mysterious way.
This is not as much fun. I went into the office and I, I don't know how I ended up with this kind of, wandering the halls, but it wasn't the first time. And I went in the office and, like, the people who are normally there were, like, gone to, I guess the ladies all went to get, something to eat or whatever. I don't know what happened.
Don't tell me you stole the password.
No. The PA system was left, and so I could see the teachers' names there, and I had my friends in there, and I just flipped on, yeah, Ms. Robertson. Yes. You have Mickey Shadrick's in there? I do. You send him to the office, please.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And then there's that little pause, like,
and they all had that same microphone, that little stand-up, the Turner microphone.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Robinson.
Turner 2+2.
You got Greg the Bull Olsen in there. That's when I messed up. I started using nicknames.
Yeah.
Rick, is this you?
No comment. Top of the hour.
Rick who?
You have Rick Burgess in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you and I have moved it to the bottom of the stack all we can. Speedy had all that he did not have was a yellow highlighter. He had this story, and he does this all the time. Sitting on the top.
Y'all vouch for me on this.
Here is the headline that Speedy's wanted us to see for the better part of 3.5 hours now. And that
I just kept moving it to the top in case you missed it, Rick.
It says poor diet kills more than smoking and hypertension.
Thanks for the cookies.
More than 500,000 Americans and 90,000 Brits a year die from too much meat and too few veggies. Now, this study comes, and Bubba, to add insult to injury, we know how Bubba feels about Microsoft products. It comes from Bill Gates.
I thought he was working on the toilet problem.
I did too. Undoubtedly, this is a problem too.
Well, I was reading this story, Rick. About halfway through it locked up.
Okay.
He said the problem. That's real good.
I couldn't finish it.
Of course, he says sooner or later our heart's going to lock up. But let's go back. Let's go back to this. Now, remember, this is funny because what always happens if you're where we live, everybody's on some fad. Of course, you know what? We had a story yesterday that fads will kill you. I got news for you. I think these people die. I mean, I think we're in a fallen state, and we're all dying.
Yep.
Everybody is closer to death today than you were yesterday. Well, wait a minute. You're now closer to death than you were a few moments ago. So, but let's go back to this. You always hear the Mediterranean diet, the so-and-so diet. Well, these people, other parts of the country. Well, Bill Gates says we're now killing the world because people are adopting the Western diet. And can I tell you what? You know why? Because it tastes good.
It does.
That's why people
It is dandy.
It's heavy in red meat, fats and sugar. It's low in fruit and veggies.
Well, Rick, how much money did they spend on this? Does it say?
It does not.
Because, look, I knew this without Bill Gates and without this study, that if you eat and take care of yourself, chances are you will live longer than those that do not. I mean, I just kind of had a I didn't even need a study to know that.
He's saying that.
Yeah. But here is the problem. You can't, if you say somebody has a bad diet and they die, you can't do that exact person again and give them a healthy diet and see if they live longer. You know what I mean? So you're doing some estimating there and some of that.
Well,
as far as their numbers.
Here's what he's trying to say, and this will really bring some intensity to our conversation. What he's trying to say, that if you were to eat healthier, less red meats, more fruits, more vegetables, and smoke, you're healthier than a person who doesn't smoke who eats badly. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. No, I think that's a stretch.
Well, I agree, but I'm just telling you that's what Billy's saying.
Oh, Billy.
I didn't say I agree with that.
You're talking about Billy G.
I'm just talking about Billy G. That's what he's laying down.
Mm-hmm.
But
could have heard that.
Right. Did you hear what I just said? Because it should have prompted a response from you there. because especially coming from Bill Gates.
Yeah.
By the way, Jimmy Carter weighs in, says he agrees.
Now you're really doing it now.
I'm kidding with Bubba.
You should be ashamed.
I've shown a lot of progress on
you have. I'm just saying the notorious Billy G says, but he that the diet is so important.
Gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
So it's 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. We have a lot to unpack. So let's look back at football. Again, I didn't obviously see any of this. I did see an uncomfortable moment when a guy who actually was at Auburn with Blake, my oldest son who got married this weekend, he's sitting at the table at the rehearsal dinner, and he's looking down at his phone watching Auburn's debut with Hugh Freeze. And he looks at me and he goes, and you realize I'll never forgive your son for having a fall wedding. And I said, no, I know this is an issue, but it is interesting that somebody that he went to Auburn with found his way into New York City, and they actually live in the same community and actually work together on different shows and stuff like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, so let's talk a little bit about it. I know what happened because, you can certainly get back and look at scores, and I saw some of the Team Rick and Bubba, the excitement of Bubba and the Deion story. We were all very intrigued with the Deion story, even when I realized the way the flights and everything were going to work, that I wasn't going to see this. I was disappointed. I really wanted to see the debut of the Sanders era at Colorado. He proved he could be very successful, at Jackson State. Could he take the next step to a division, a larger Division I program, that really had fallen off, that was not doing very well.
1-11 last year.
That was doing terribly, and can all that, and can you go and coach the way he coaches and get away with it at that level? Which really, I was telling Bubba earlier, he probably couldn't get away with it if he was white. But the fact that he's able to go old school and say things and not let players do certain things, and they have to dress a certain way and they have to earn numbers, he can get away with that because he's Deion Sanders. Yeah. So really, because you're Deion, you can get away with something that we know will work. But a lot of coaches aren't allowed to do that anymore, or they would like to do it, they just can't get away with it. Yeah. And he can, and it does show that some of this old school discipline, I got to tell you, apparently it always has and always will work if you're just allowed to do it and tell everybody to get over themselves. So anyway,
and there's something about Rick, not that we would hot dog ever,
yeah, right.
but we were kind of taught that you didn't hot dog. But when you got somebody who is hot dogging or running their mouth and they can back it up,
it's great.
It's phenomenal.
Right. Well, what he's doing is he knows how to bring attention to a program. He knows how to bring to make money for your program. He knows how to get a good team on the field. Now we'll see about longevity, but what happened over the weekend? Let's not dumb
Rick,
that down.
For him to take a 1-11 team,
right,
and to go into TCU that played for the national championship last year, go to their stadium, a 20-plus point underdog, and to win the way he did in a very good game, by the way, very exciting to watch. That's impressive. I don't care who you are.
Here's Deion and his pregame speech. So here it is when they were getting ready to go on the field.
Usually God give me a word long before this, but he's been holding it. Because it's not about them. This is about us. This has nothing to do with the team that's opposing us. This is about us. This ain't got nothing to do with the naysayers, the unbelievers, the haters, the doubters. This is about us. When we started this journey, we told you it was going to be trying, it was going to be tough, but you endured because it's about us. That man next to you is a miracle. That man next to you is a believer. That man next to you is a go-getter. That man next to you is a dog. That man next to you is somebody who wants this thing. That man next to you is somebody who believes. That man next to you is somebody that got to have it today. We ain't got tomorrow. We got now. We ain't got next. We got now. We ain't coming no more. Give me my theme music.
So they went out. What was the final? 45-42?
Yeah.
Deion's son at quarterback went crazy.
Yeah. Wow, real deal.
Yeah,
Rick, I was not sold that he could compete at the D1 level, and he went out there and lit it up to 500-plus yards.
Yeah. So the game.
What was that, Speedy? I'm sorry.
Well, Jackson State is D1, right?
Well, I mean,
right. No. You become Power 5.
Power 5.
Right.
Yeah.
It's,
I knew what you meant.
It's
I just
a
want to make
sure. Whole different level
of
competition.
Yeah, whole different level.
You're right.
So anyway, after the game was over, this is him on the field. All right, so here we go.
Now with Coach Prime.
Coach Prime, it doesn't get much better than this. You said all along, we come in, this team is here, and wow, did you impress? How proud are you?
We can't proceed. Now I know we got about a minute left for the him with the reporter after it was over.
Is this all of them put together? The last one? Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, it's about a minute and a half, Rick.
All right, so we don't have time.
Yeah, let's come back.
So we'll come back and do that because I know that there is this feeling, especially if you're the personality of Deion, if you do what you keep telling everybody that you're going to do. And you can do, and everybody's like, well, I understand how you're hyping this up, and good for y'all. And if y'all play well and all that, and then you actually win it, and they've been dogging you and saying that it's a step out, and then you get your chance to sit there with them, and ask them, do y'all feel differently now?
Yeah.
And Rick, the player he's referring to as being his other son there was the Hunter. Is his last name Hunter?
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter. He played. Did I read that right? 100 snaps because he played offense and defense.
Wait. He's still playing both ways for Colorado?
Yes.
Because I know he did at Jackson State.
Oh no, yes, yeah. He didn't hardly come off the field, Rick.
Okay, he's still playing both ways.
He made a pick. He made a pick at the goal line that was unreal.
Right.
I mean, the guy was open.
And he's the guy that was the number one recruit that Deion talked to going to Jackson State.
That's correct.
That everybody was kind of shocked that he was able to land that. He followed him to Colorado, and he's the real deal. Yeah. I mean, real deal.
Well, I was wondering if he was going to play both ways at Colorado. So I guess that's answered.
He said he was going to put a hot tub for him on the plane.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get Deion's post game. Then we'll get some of your phone calls about some of the football over the weekend. And then we'll recap the trip to New York coming up next hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We eat. That if you were to get off the Western diet and be more Mediterranean and smoked, you're healthier than a non-smoker that eats the Western diet.
I don't know about that.
There's the response.
I don't think so.
Believe it.
We make statements like that. Maybe.
See, and again, how can you test that? How can you take example
I'm just telling
A
you what he's saying.
And they die, and you go, well, we're going to give A this now and see how long he lives, because once you're out, you're out. You can't replay that person. And you can go with the numbers. Yeah. But, yeah, look, again, if you eat healthy and exercise, your chances of living longer are certainly there.
I would disagree. I would say your chances of living better are there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't believe anything's going to help you live longer.
Well, not from a biblical standpoint, but you know what I'm saying.
But live better.
Yeah.
No, that's the only reason why I made adjustments. I don't think it's added a second to my life according to the Bible, but what it has is made my life more effective and give me a better quality of life. But what I'm saying here, I tell you, this is getting out there. When I had my gallbladder out and when it went south.
Good
gallbladder. Sherry was talking to the doctor, and he says, well, and she said, why is everybody losing their gallbladder? Said, this is just like, and it doesn't seem to really matter, on height, weight, any of this. She goes, so we hear a lot of gallbladders going bad. And the doctor said, it's the Western diet. He said, Westerners eat a lot of red meat, a lot of fats, and their gallbladders work harder than some of the other diets. And that's why they give out. He said the Western diet takes the gallbladder and destroys it.
Gallbladder really is kind of a booster pump for the digestive system.
Yeah, but here's what I've told us, and Helmsley's had to remind me this because he had his out before me, and Sherry says the same thing, and she said this is classic Burgess. She said you're living as if your gallbladder being removed meant nothing.
Yeah.
and she goes, it did mean something. This was not an appendix. It did have a function in the body, because I'll say things like, I don't know why, man, I just out of nowhere, I'm just really nauseous.
Rick, what about the appendix?
And she's like, I can weigh in on that. It's because your gallbladder was taken out, and there's a part of your digestive system that is no longer available to you.
Yeah,
it's not as important as the pancreas, but it's important.
No, you got to have that.
Yeah, but think about it. So I have something that was processing fats that I don't have anymore. So that's
right.
That's the reason why every now and then
it was a filter.
Every now and then you'll eat something, you go, I don't know why that made me feel bad. I'll tell you why.
Yeah,
you don't have a gallbladder anymore.
Yes.
How about the appendix? They say we don't need it,
studying,
but I've
had that removed too.
There was some purpose for it.
Had to be.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it did something. It didn't just show up by accident.
Is that one of those things we find out in heaven?
Probably so. It'll be one of them questions.
Guys, I'm running
if we get Q&A, I'll ask
that I can have removed.
Yeah,
think about that.
You've had wire put in.
All right, so let's
you and Speedy.
Remember that day we did all
y'all
our stuff.
Y'all sprung a leak, didn't you?
Yeah,
no, that was just Speedy.
Did you have a hernia at all?
No, I did not.
Speedy, you had a hernia.
Yeah.
You've had no gallbladder, no appendix.
Correct.
What else?
I guess that's it as far as organs there, but there's not a whole other. I can't lose anything else in that world.
You lost a lot of hair yesterday, but that was a haircut.
Would y'all stop?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Appreciate your service.
Yeah, thank y'all. Worst haircut I've ever got. Not by presentation.
So
but
that person didn't know how to work a Flowbee.
Yeah,
I love the Flowbee.
She could not have pressed on my top of my head any harder with those clippers. It was crazy.
Yeah,
it looks like it looks like you have a hedgehog on top of your head.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. You know how when you rub your hair, it stands up one way.
guys, this is once a month, whether I need it or not.
I know.
I know.
I got you.
Now the hedgehog is new. I'll give you that. That's a good.
Well,
that's
why
good.
don't you just get a Flowbee and do it yourself? I mean, your hair is perfect for the Flowbee.
You know why I said hedgehog this time? Because that little island has never looked like a hedgehog. It does today.
Are you talking about the point?
Yeah.
They really had the point.
peninsula.
You know, I've got it. I've started because y'all made fun of the point. I've got it removed now. I get them to round it off.
But you still have a little island that, like we all do.
It's like a putting green sticking out in the water.
No, let me tell you what it is, Greg. Greg, let's get in the boat. Let's go fish right off that point.
There you go, because they're big.
I'm gonna cast right up
There's
in
some rocks underwater. I know they are.
I'm gonna cast up in that slough. I'm coming down that point.
And no, I didn't shave my head bald to save money on haircuts. I didn't.
That's a good one.
Maybe.
I didn't.
That's a good one.
I didn't. That's not why.
Now y'all convinced me that where my gallbladder was is hurt now.
Y'all forgot how much you love the Flowbee.
Oh, gosh.
What a great product.
16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and
LinkedIn.com/Bubba, here to help you. If you are looking to make a hire with your company, that next hire is, it can either be an asset or, boy, you don't want it to be a detriment. You talk about bringing a cancer into the company. That's always a great feeling, and it will affect everybody. So why don't you make sure that you're interviewing only the most qualified candidates? And LinkedIn.com/Bubba can certainly help you with that, and we can get you a job post for free by using LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They put it out there. There's right at 50 million job seekers that look at LinkedIn, every week, and then with the screening questions they give you and the way they work with the purple hashtag hiring, that you put that out there, let people know that you're looking. Then you use the screening questions to kind of get down to only the most qualified candidates. And then when you start doing those interviews, you know you're not wasting your time and interviewing anyone that really should have never been an interview. So get that done and look to get that job post for free too by going to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. All right, so looking back, we talked about the big win, the Sanders era at Colorado. Now, going forward, they're going to have to deal with something they really didn't have to deal with too much going in, and that was everybody thought that if they just looked better, that would be a success. Now they've gone and beat TCU in the first game. So now, expectations. Now he's got to teach them how to handle that. But it's easy to motivate when everybody thinks you can't do it and you keep telling everybody that and all that. Then
it's Rocky 1.
Yeah, right. And then
when you get to Rocky 3, it's a different challenge.
It's a different challenge, yeah. So anyway, here is Coach Sanders now dealing with the press after the game, especially those that apparently had been writing things that they didn't believe that they were going to pull this off. So here we go.
For real? Shedeur Sanders from HBCU?
Absolutely.
The one that played at Jackson last year? The one that you asked me, why would I give him the starting job? But no, not you. I got receipts. I know who they are. We're gonna continuously be questioned because we do things that have never been done. That's the way our life has presented itself. We do things that have never been done, and that makes people uncomfortable. When you see a confident black man sitting up here talking his talk, walking his walk, coaching 75% African Americans in the locker room, that's kind of threatening. Oh, they don't like that. But guess what? We're going to consistently do what we do because I'm here and ain't going nowhere. And I'm about to get comfortable in a minute. And just what we accomplished out there today, ain't none of y'all believe that. Maybe a couple of y'all that knew me and know how I get down, they know I'm a winner. We're going to end up winning. Ain't none of y'all thought you was going to be sitting up here. You supposed to be on the other side, interviewing that or coming and asking me, well, what happened? You said this and you said that. Yeah? Now what? Now what? Everybody quiet now. Now what? What's up, boss? You believe now? You hold on. Oh no. Do you believe that? Huh? Oh no. I read through that bull junk you wrote down. I read through that. I sifted through all that. Yeah. Oh no. Come on. Do you believe? You don't believe. You just answered it. You don't believe. Next question.
So
Next
it comes with the package.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
It does.
But I know the.
There's somebody who suggested hiring Deion looks like a genius right now. By the way.
Yeah. Well, and it goes back to this. And hopefully everything will go well. And I respect the way he runs his program as far as what he requires of his players and all that. So there's not a whole lot you have to deal with other than just the hot dogging and the trash talking and all of that. But think about it. If he wins, all that is a lot of fun. If he starts losing, then all that starts getting on everybody's nerves.
Oh, I know.
And that's just the way it is.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just life. And that applies to everything. We say you got to be more fine than you are crazy.
They have their home opener this weekend against Nebraska. They'll host them 11 a.m. on Fox. Then they host
Nebraska. Look out.
Then they host Colorado State, and then they're at Oregon. So I think Oregon. Didn't they put about 200 up this past weekend?
Yeah.
So we'll see. They could be 3-0 going to Oregon, or you never know.
Nebraska
has improved as well. They lost to Minnesota, but they're improved as well.
Mm-hmm. Nebraska. We've talked about what a program they had when we were growing up. How dominant they were, and they were always just 1 or 2 in the country. Seems like all the time. And if you're trying to get your act together, which they have been trying to do. And now they've got to go into a Colorado that's going to, that place is going to be becoming unhinged because it's been such a drought there.
So looking over the rest of the weekend, some interesting. Utah did beat Florida handily.
That was another one
bad,
that I'm just I'm kind of shocked that Florida did not look any better than they did.
Well,
I thought they would handle that.
Bad.
If Utah had their quarterback, I really thought Utah was the favorite in that game. But when y'all told me the quarterback wasn't playing, I kind of thought, okay, wait a minute.
But you remember it was just a few years ago, probably 8 or 9 now, that Utah was everybody's kickoff game in the SEC. They were spinning around and everybody was beating them up pretty bad, and of course they played Auburn into overtime. 1 year. We remember
that's Utah State.
Was that Utah State?
Yeah, that's Utah State.
Okay, well, that's a different one.
Yeah,
this is the Utes.
Yeah, Utah State is
where
that's different on your schedule than when Utah's on there. You might remember Utah beating Alabama in the Sugar Bowl.
Right.
Well, Urban Meyer. That's where Urban Meyer came from.
Right.
When they were coming up.
But Utah even last year was a really good football team.
They were.
But in Florida,
they've come a long way.
Yeah, and Florida is not that good right now. So I thought,
I thought they were going to be good this year.
Well, Utah, you got to admit, they were a top 15 team ranked in the country.
But I thought
Florida was not even ranked
last year.
Correct. But I thought when they lost their quarterback, I thought.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. 100%.
I guess
but them winning is not an upset.
I always feel like Florida has enough athletes; they ought to be able to play with anybody.
Right. Utah can be a pesky little team.
They
can on any given day they can be.
But to y'all's point, this definitely wasn't an upset. But I did think Florida would look better.
Yeah, at least be competitive. You would think they'd been competitive, but they weren't.
No,
really, I didn't see it. So they were never in it.
Never in it.
Okay,
I got to see the last I got back from UAB's game and got to see maybe the last 7-8 minutes but I was really more intrigued with the Nebraska-Minnesota game that was going on around the same time.
I was too. By the way, can I tell Fox, y'all going to have to get that big graphic off the TV. They're not putting it under, maybe they changed it as the weekend went on, but they're not putting it at the bottom. They're putting it about an inch or two up, and it covers some of the It drives me nuts. It's huge. It's gigantic.
I know you had to do this with Bubba. I'm going to have to get versed on YouTube TV because while I was going to New York, Disney has pulled all the channels from Spectrum.
Yeah.
So now I don't have ESPN at all.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
So you're part of that, huh?
Yeah.
Rick?
So I'll have to go to YouTube TV. So is it just go online and subscribe to it? Is it any more
complicated? Have you log in and it'll offer you a free trial.
Yeah, and then it comes up like all my other stuff on streaming.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of questions because of that this weekend. You know, the CBS thing that's local with us right now, Paramount Plus is your option there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's
who's not carrying them local now?
42.
I mean,
Direct
TV.
AT&T Direct TV.
Right.
So if you have UVerse or
Spectrum
Direct
lost
TV,
them all. They lost the ESPN.
Yes. But here's what's funny: over on Spectrum,
Mother's not happy about it.
How about this? Over on Spectrum, though, we still have CBS. You know,
that's correct. Yeah, you do.
But we've just lost everything.
I know.
Right.
And what you're seeing is these cable companies, these dish people, y'all going out of business.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and
Spectrum ought to have plenty of money. They've been billing us in a year and a half.
Right.
Service we didn't have.
They have. Yeah, they tried to pull some from us for something that we haven't had in a year and a half.
Well, since we came to the studio.
So, but I mean, people get to the.
Hey, good luck finding somebody to take care of it.
And I understand you're saying, well, Disney knows they've got us, so they're trying to charge us, more than is reasonable. But what you don't understand, your leverage back in the day when there were only a handful of options, you either were cable, dish, or you had an antenna.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's over. And so if you start playing hardball now and they go, and then people will go they immediately can find the program they're looking for and just go to something else. And
a lot of people have always said, and we do this. I do this. Okay, well, that's too complicated. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to mess with that. I can't figure that out. But you put something in front of them that really means a ton in this part of the world, like college football.
Yep.
They all of a sudden figured it out.
Yeah.
And that happened a lot this weekend because I got a lot of emails from people asking me, hey, what do I do for this? What do I do for this?
Right.
And so people are out there streaming. To your point, these companies are making bad decisions, especially in our part of the world.
Yeah, and some of it is in the beginning because it was new technology. It was a lot more complicated than it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Ricks of the world can find what they want to watch.
That's right. Yeah.
And so
I have a feeling.
My mother can handle it. My mother's very savvy with all of it.
I would be shocked if that's not rectified this week before the NFL starts. I'd be.
Well, let me tell
shocked.
you, but with college football starting this past weekend in the South region, I can't imagine what their life was like.
Well, that was their big their big moment. I mean that was going to be the moment that brought everybody to their knees. So if you get through that. For another week or two, they're not going to have any leverage at all.
Everybody got
yeah. And
people are going to watch these games, and they're going to watch it with.
Yes, they are.
And did I hear that they went dark like right before kickoff minutes because somebody said that they got together to watch
the
Florida game, and then right before kickoff it went dark.
Yeah. No warning.
Well, Disney knew when to do it. I mean, Disney said, "Let me wait. Wait a minute. Have they got the ball on the tee and pull it?"
They did. You're right.
And pull it. And it's gone.
Let's give them a headache. And now.
We talk to you next at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and let's kind of get your feedback on all that, and then we'll start the recap from New York City, top of the hour. All right, so we'll come back. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got much to do going forward on the program today. I mentioned the wonderful Wheel of Meat. Bubba, we think you head to the Final Four.
That is the plan, Rick. That is the plan.
Well, yesterday things began to unravel just a little bit. There was some concern. Bubba, when you finally discovered the Rick and Bubba Marco Polo last night, it's just us girls talking about whatever's on our minds, and you looked at how long it had been going. When you started the journey, I wish I could have been you starting from the first one and going to the catch-up to where you finally weighed in.
Well, you're talking about a voice from the dark? That's all
That's so funny.
As you could tell, I was in bed when I discovered that.
Yes, you were.
And I saw that they were like 19.
Yeah.
Unseen Marco Polos I had not seen.
We were having fun.
And we got to watch it laughing. And we had to get in on the fun.
Well, yeah, we were calling for your comment. We were also trying to give you a heads up. We were afraid you may have a handle waiting on you today.
Yeah.
Look, I'm confident in the process, but I don't want to jinx anything. You know me.
We were so hoping you'd made a side deal and then tell you. That was my favorite thing.
Well, this explains the transportation right here. But anyway, so So that's funny, and sadly, I don't think we can really unpack it without causing problems. Right?
Let's let it soak.
So I think we'll let that soak.
Move on.
Yeah, we'll move on from that. All right, so we have some things to discuss. We do want this hour. We will be talking with Mike Lutzenkirchen. He's got the Lutze 43 Foundation. We've had Mike on the program before, and we'll kind of update you what's going on with that organization and the work that is being done, and how you can help with that, or just to be aware of it, more importantly. And then late in the program today, the great Lou Vickery, his book, Reach Beyond, How to Jump Over Hurdles and Land on Success. We'll interview that author and friend. And this is a book, Bubba, I saw you did an endorsement on.
You know, Lou is one of the funniest people I know. I can sit and listen to him for hours, and have on several occasions.
Yes.
He has done about everything once, and can tell you about it. And no, he did. It's a great book, and I was honored to be in on a little part of that. But I think it's a message that we cannot say enough, and especially in the world we're in now, that there's things we all have to deal with that are out of our control, but we can control some things, and those are the things we need to really work on.
Yeah, and now I know that you did an endorsement on the book. Are you actually in the book?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, boy, there's more to. I got a lot to do here. We've got a lot on well, I'm just interested to see what Lou has to say about you in the book.
Yeah. Well, it's right in there. I hope you'll get a chance to see it.
I hope he's bringing me a copy.
Well, I'm sure he is.
If not, I'll help. Like when people say, "How can you help me?" I guess I could help by buying one. So anyway,
but Lou's done it all. He's a broadcaster. He's an author. He's played baseball with some of the biggest names. You know, the cards that you want to collect. He's played baseball with them, and he's got 1,000 stories.
Yeah, funny guy. So that'll be coming up later in the program, and of course that book is available, I assume, wherever books are sold. So we'll cover all that on the program today. We also, as I said, the Wheel of Meat's going to spin today. That's going to happen.
Yep.
So we'll hit the big stories of the day. We'll get your phone calls in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can point to our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the information about the show can be found there. So here we go. Another Rick and Bubba show is rolling, and it will continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We hope all of you had a great long weekend. We'll recap the wedding in New York coming up next hour, and there's some pretty funny stories from that. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number if you want to join us, and we'll chat with you, get your feedback on things we've already discussed today, or bring up any topic you want to. The real Greg Burgess takes the round there. Taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So let's start with Garrett. Garrett's out of South Carolina. Garrett, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are y'all doing?
We're good.
We're great.
Hey, good. So I've got a little bit of a debate that I've been having this past weekend after the tragic passing of Jimmy Buffett. A lot of people were saying that he died young, and when I was doing research, the average life expectancy for a male is between 70 to 76. So I just wanted to get your guys' input on if 76 is dying young or if that's kind of the expected age range.
I hate to say this because as we get older, we want to say that's dying young. But, Garrett, there's no way that a man who dies at 76 died young.
Yeah.
He just did not.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you're correct. You are very close on your numbers. I think the latest number that I saw, and it varies state to state a little bit too.
Right.
I think the average for a male in our state is 77.
Yeah.
So, right in there. And I think we've always kind of thought, hey, if you make it to 80,
Yeah, but 76 is not dying young. That is not dying young.
It just seems young now, Rick,
right,
since we'll be 60 next year.
Right. I think the reason why everybody thinks Jimmy Buffett died young is because he always has shorts on.
Right.
And he aged.
Does that make you look younger?
Right. He seemed to be youthful. I mean, if you can still get up and play concerts.
You're right.
Like, if Mick Jagger died, he wouldn't have died young, but it would feel like
right,
it. Yeah.
Right.
Let's go to Eric in Florida. Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, and thank you for your show.
Yeah, you're kind.
I was just going to mention what YouTube TV is doing to college football. It's you can watch a package of games at the same time where you have 4 on the screen split up in the screen, which to me is a game changer.
Yeah, I worry about me with my quirks. So, I don't like puzzles, and I wonder if that'll be too much going on the screen. Will it be too busy for me?
Is that something extra you pay for?
No, it's just an option up there when it comes to sports. Now, if you have ESPN Plus, you've always been able to put multiple games on the screen. Now, Rick, one thing you might like is I know you don't like downtime. So when one goes to commercial, you can just go back to the screen and go to one while the other one's in commercial.
Yeah, you can just click
back
it back in there.
You can
and
click on the box and go back and forth and just hop around a little bit.
Wait, we love commercial.
Well, no, you do, but I'm just saying if there's a couple of games that are somewhat
lagging,
of interest,
somebody gets up on somebody.
Yeah, you can hop around a little bit.
Let's go to Joe in Greenville, South Carolina. Joe, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just wanted to tell y'all, I think I know what happened in that Clemson-Duke game.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think Dabo got caught sitting under the shade tree, eating his sandwich, drinking a glass of lemonade, sitting with his fatty.
A callback. That's good. Bailey, out of Sweet Home, Alabama. If you want to join us, there's lines for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bailey, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to get y'all's take on how Auburn and Alabama performed this weekend.
I didn't see any of it, so I have no idea.
I think both of them had, fairly weak opponents and did what they were supposed to do. Got a lot of people into play, and you still don't know much.
Yeah, those games are hard. I guess at Auburn, because of the new coach, you probably wanted to find out a little more because you probably don't even know what kind of team you have. At Alabama, I think a game like that doesn't tell you anything. But kind of like Bubba said, but I didn't see any of it, so I don't really know. But
I watched a little bit of both. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure those two games give you any indication what. I don't even know who Auburn plays next, but I know Alabama plays Texas.
Yeah, they got a big game. Auburn travels to California.
Okay, you'll find out a little more there. Yeah. I mean, California's not a powerhouse right now, but
I think just having to travel across the country,
we always do. We always do this, and we have these knee-jerk reactions, and I'm a part of that. Okay, so we've built Colorado up as the next best thing. We're going to look at LSU different today than we did 3 days ago.
Yes,
Clemson is probably going to win the ACC, even though they got beat to Duke. Just calm down, everybody. And I'm giving myself a speech right now.
Right.
Okay, that's what's going on right here.
Yeah. Well, the problem with it's gotten better with the playoff. Thank goodness for the playoff. But there was a day when all of a sudden LSU would have been like, well, there goes the season.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But at least they got a way to come back now.
Yeah.
Corey in Birmingham. Corey, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I know you said you didn't see the game, but Florida, Utah. I sent you all the video. Florida gets penalized for duplicate numbers. Utah goes on to score a touchdown and never look back.
Please don't get me started on duplicate numbers. Please. I'm asking you, please. I don't understand that for the life of me. I don't get it. Now high schoolers are doing it. They wouldn't do it if I was the coach. There ain't no way I'm having people with the same number. That ain't going to happen.
Well, just for that situation, because that should never have happened.
But who wants it? I don't understand the player's point of view. I don't want to wear the same number of anybody else on the field. I don't understand that. Ronnie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good, Ronnie. Hope you're okay.
I am. I wanted to call in yesterday because I really wanted to bring back Tell the Truth Monday to LSU, and the truth is they got their butt whipped. Roll Tide.
So straight up, yeah. It's like I said, I didn't see it. I don't know what happened.
They did, yeah, especially that second half.
Yeah, second half.
Florida State looks for real,
Well,
but again,
say,
I don't want to get caught up in that hype. I like the Seminoles. I like that war chant. Chief Osceola was going nuts.
Yeah, sure.
It was an awesome atmosphere, even though it wasn't, there. I think it was at a neutral site.
But go back to this, though, because Florida State went through a run, which for us was weird because they were always dominant when we were growing up for a long time.
Yeah.
They were always in the mix, and they kind of faded away. And last year, I felt like all of us went, you know what, they're getting better.
Yeah.
And now, if you're at Florida State, you think we've got the right coach, we're moving in the right direction, and this win, you're like, okay, we're really moving.
Yeah, right.
Now, that doesn't mean this year is going to be the year that you're back, but I'm just saying you got to feel good about where you're progressing right now.
They're always known for their wide receivers and their defensive backs.
Right.
And, buddy, they got both of them this year. They
Florida
are stacked.
Heard that a good quarterback.
Florida State
Yes,
beat
he's
them
tremendous.
last year, right, on the missed kick.
Yeah,
they did. Yeah. So,
and that was in the Superdome. And they played at Orlando this time, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't know where it was.
Yeah. Camping World.
All right, when we come back, we'll recap the wedding in New York City.
New York City.
New York City. Yep. When your family's from Alabama, you have to just be sitting there going, "Are they here yet?" And then you see the look on the faces at the front desk. You go, "They're here. They're here."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Big response to Bank on Yourself. I actually had a conversation with someone about this last week. And, there's nothing that I can really do about the things that I've already, as far as the retirement plans that were, that I was talked into doing that were kind of, the old traditional stuff. And but as far as what I'm going to do going forward, I'm talking to the folks at Bank on Yourself as well. Because I want to have money that is for my future that I actually control. Because right now with an IRA and a 401k, we're not controlling that. We're in the old Wall Street casino game, and studies are showing that most Americans who follow the old advice of the IRA and the 401k, most of us are outliving that money by 10 years on average. So, the gurus on Wall Street right now are telling you to max out your 401k and IRA, but that's who invented the 401k, and the guy who invented this says it was a failed experiment and should be destroyed. So there's some problems that are happening, and Bank on Yourself is a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. It's an alternative that has never had a losing year in 160 years. Guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income. Your principal and growth are locked in no matter what happens to the market. The retirement income is tax-free. You get access to your money for any purpose with no questions asked, without government penalties or restrictions, or how much income you take or when you take it. Try doing that with the 401k and the IRA. You'll find yourself quite frustrated. Built-in inflation protection. The money's guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year in both good and bad times. And you know the minimum guaranteed value of your retirement savings on the day that you plan to tap into them, and at every point along the way. Do you want guaranteed, predictable annual growth, control of your money, and tax-free retirement income? Well, then go to bankonyourself.com/RBS. We'll send you a free report with the proven retirement plan alternative that banks and Wall Street are desperately hoping you never hear about. Just go to bankonyourself.com/RBS and get that free report right now. Mike Lutzenkirchen is back here with us on the Rick and Bubba Show. Mike, good to have you back.
Great to be here, guys.
So the Lutze 43 Foundation, obviously, when you came on the show, I guess it's been, a couple years ago, that you were just starting out, obviously, with the unfortunate death of your son. You like any of us who've been through that, one of the things that can help with the healing is let's have this make a difference in the lives of other people, and have our son's name associated with making a difference. And this is I know this month we're trying to bring awareness about distracted driving, and we said on there all the time, Mike, and obviously by what you're doing here, and we'll get into the Foundation's 43 Key Seconds initiative and tell everybody what it's about and how they can be part of it. Distracted driving right now is at an all-time high. I mean, it's really scary when you're out on the roads, when you look around at how many drivers are not paying attention. They're just not paying attention. This goes beyond being under the influence of something, the phones and the Bluetooths and the maps and all the things that are going on. I don't know that there's ever been a time when you've been on the road and you've been in the middle of so many drivers and aren't paying attention.
Yeah, we're all about the same age. So when we grew up, I grew up in the Chicago area. You had the temptations of underage drinking.
Right.
Marijuana was prevalent, I guess. Wearing seatbelts wasn't even thought of.
No.
And speeding was certainly there. But, I've got a mentor in my life who's about 20 years older than I, and I share that with kids every time I talk, that you should have mentors, and if you don't know what they are, let me describe to you what a mentor is. And Mike said, you need to share your email address when you speak, because it's so different for kids these days. And if you knew Mike, Mike is now 78, and he's as black and white as it comes. Like I tell kids all the time, there's a line. In fact, I spoke yesterday at Berry High School in Berry, Alabama, stood at half court in an assembly and said, on this side of the line is you smoke dope, on the other side you don't. I mean, that's just plain and simple. You're not straddling the line. But Mike's point was technology's changed the game. We all have cell phones. When you ask kids in a high school assembly how many have a phone or don't have a phone to raise their hand, I think yesterday out of 250 kids, 5 hands went up. So we're so wired and connected. I came over yesterday, and I do this all the time when I come into Alabama from Atlanta, crossing 20. I slow down a little bit, quite frankly, to let other cars get near me and pass me. And yesterday, again, it held true. 2 people snatched their phones that were mounted on a dashboard because it's a state law now in Georgia, and they pulled them off, and they're now holding them. So I don't think distracted driving was a term, being 55, 56 years old, that was used when we were driving.
Yeah. No. So tell us a little bit about this initiative, and we'll put all the website and everything about the foundation in our show notes today. Tell us what we need to get out today that you want people to know.
Well, you hit it on it earlier. The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, the National Safety Council, 2, a government entity and then a nonprofit entity, have promoted April going forward and a few past years also as Distracted Driving Awareness Month. We've got a great PR firm here in Birmingham, 980 Sports Group. We've just invested in a pretty big PR push in Birmingham, Mobile, Atlanta, and Greenville, South Carolina for this initiative, with billboards and radio and TV spots and so forth and paid media. Social.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey! Bum, bum. From the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. The late Gary Wright brings us back. My goodness, we go away for a 4-day weekend. We lose Jimmy Buffett, Gary Wright, and some guy that sings with Smash Mouth. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler, all here for another day on another week in Rick and Bubba history. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, New York, New York, New York, New York. If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere. Okay, so, I didn't, Sherry and I were trying to remember the last time we had been, Bubba, those of us that have been multiple times, we refer to it as the city.
Yes, the city.
The last time we had been to the city.
The city that never sleeps.
And boy, it doesn't, by the way. So we, I think the last time that Sherry and I were in the city, and I feel pretty accurate with this, was 2016 when Sherry's book released and she was on Fox and Friends.
All right.
I think that was the last time that Sherry and I were in the city. So we haven't been there in a while.
In
the city. And so we have, we have adult children that live everywhere. We have one that lives in Philadelphia, one that lives in New York City, one that lives in Atlanta, and then one that lives in Birmingham. So so we were all kind of wondering, when our oldest son, Blake, when he let us know that he was going to marry Priscilla Curtis, and the Curtis family, just wonderful, wonderful people. As a matter of fact, through this engagement and now marriage, the Stephanie Curtis, Blake's mother-in-law, has become a huge Rick and Bubba fan.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go.
She and Don and Stephanie live in Atlanta, and she said,
Atlanta.
So I kind of want to know about this family that my daughter was, going to be marrying into, and
they're still okay with it.
Well, and I said, I bet you were great. She goes, I thought to myself at the beginning, what in the world we got ourselves into here? And so she has gotten in the loop and knows all the different backstories and all of that. So that's been a lot of fun, and they're just wonderful, wonderful people. And as Sherry and I have got to know them, we just have been. They're just such pleasant people, and they've got lots of kids, and this is their baby, and so we all they left. They live in Atlanta, and then they left Atlanta. We left the Birmingham area, and people from all over. All came to New York, Washington Heights, to be very specific about where the wedding took place, and this beautiful park. Of course, here I am now trying to remember the name of it. Fort something Park, and I can't remember the name.
Fort Washington?
Yeah, no, it was it Tryon, something like that. But anyway, it very, very beautiful park there in Washington Heights where the wedding took place. And then, and so everybody traveling with me was Brooks, Big Love Burgess, young Broderick, and his fiance, because now we moved to marriage 2 now, which is happening in 30 days. Okay, right. And so Camtastic,
it's the fall of marriage,
also was invited to the wedding and was going with young Broderick. And she had never been to the city, so we were trying to turn this into and there's the whole gang right there. So you've got Brandy, Brooks, Blake, Brody, then you got Cameron, and then you got Priscilla. So there they all are.
There they are.
So you realize how rare when your kids are adult, you get them all in one place. Yep. So we were able to do that, and everybody was there. And Blake is he said just the whole thing of wondering. Okay, one family. All right, I got them here on Friday. Okay, all right, wow, there's Dad's got his bunch here. We're on the ground. Okay, well, okay, Brandy's here. She's from Philly. So everybody was arriving. But what was kind of cool is you kind of, when your kids are adults. Blake's 33.
No,
32. Blake's 32, and so. He's a grown man, and you get there and you realize that he lives in this world with all these other adult friends, and the big shocker for Blake, and he really could not get past it, is he had not seen me since the weight loss.
Oh.
And so I showed up. He goes, I got to ask a terrible question, and I dread this. How much do you weigh? And I said, how about 224? He goes, oh my gosh, that's what I weigh. And I said, well, I guess we weigh the same. And I said, well, I guess I could be an actor. Guess I could do some modeling. And he's like, Dad, you almost look strange. And I said, no, what's bad is, let's ask the question. Am I thin or are you a little heavy?
Oh.
And he was like, no. He goes, I said, you can see yourself to be in good shape. Well, I guess we weigh the same.
Well, Rick, the last time that happens when he was at Auburn, he weighed 285.
That's what he said. And then he looked at me and goes, but Dad, I gave you all my 285, 290 Auburn stuff. I said, I can't wear it anymore. And they go, neither can I. I said, I tell you what, though, I can wear your jersey now. So when I look at this, Bubba, you missed the city. This is a view right here from the Empire State Building, because we want to be sure that Camtastic got to go see some sights. So so we got to do that. We also, there was a little bit of pressure. Cameron had never seen a Broadway play. And so we were like, okay, Sherry got some tickets, and you had to kind of go with whatever you could get a show for that would work with the rehearsal dinner and fit it in. And so we found an 8 p.m. Josh Groban and Sweeney Todd. Now Sweeney Todd is
a weirdo.
It's a dark comedy, and we were a little bit concerned about it, and then we started realizing that this version of it, they didn't really go gross. it was not near as gory as like say when of course Tim Burton did the movie, which I understand was, I mean, it's very dark and whatever with Johnny Depp and all that. But anyway, this was the Broadway play, which was a little more comedic and a little less dark. And of course, hearing Josh Groban in a theater sing is just like there were times that like he would belt out and like all the actors are ready to do their next line, and the standing ovation in theater went on so long that they just all stood there and looked at each other, and then they would go, and now our next line. And
go.
Let me tell you something. And I know Bubba and I've talked about it. When you think of Rick and Bubba, you don't think of appreciation for Broadway. You really don't. and it's not really our thing. But we both, and have talked about it on the air, are blown away by the talent.
Yeah.
I mean, the talent of these productions is mind-blowing. I mean, it is mind-blowing. And, and Cameron was like, wow, this is, I mean, not just the people on the stage, that's a given. The precision at once they knock that out show after show. I'm talking about the lighting guy never misses a mark. The sound guy never misses. The orchestra never misses. The actors never miss, and and of course Groban, you know how good he can sing. But everybody in the cast could sing almost as good. And the little kid from Stranger Things was in it. The one that has those kind of weird, got kind of a weird look.
Oh yeah, got the curly mullet.
Yeah,
No?
yeah. Whatever that kid's name.
Got a little bit of lith.
Yeah,
The one with the funny teeth.
Yes.
Yeah. He has kind of an odd look to me. Yeah, and he.
What a review for him.
Hey, hold on.
today.
Are we complimenting him while trying to
He's a
describe?
talented little fella, but he played a kid in the show because of the way he looks.
Because he's like, I mean.
Yeah, but he played a kid, and no, he was fantastic. I mean, he did a tremendous job.
Is it
all I
him?
know him is the kid from Stranger
Is
Things.
it that guy?
Let me see. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. What is his name?
Gatton, I think.
Yeah,
G-A-T-E-N.
whatever his name is, he was in it, and so that was really good.
Played Dustin.
There he is, right there.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah, and let me tell you, that girl right there in the middle, she's the one that does all the comedy stuff, and she's some famous Broadway actress, but I wasn't familiar with her, but she is absolutely hilarious, and very, very talented. The whole cast was incredible, but but you're
the weird kid from
but you're in the
Stranger
city, and so while we're down there that close, we're like, well, Cameron, you have to see Times Square. Anybody been to Times Square lately?
Kind of changed this.
Everybody been to Times Square lately? It is a freak show, and
Did you see Naked Cowboy?
I did not, because it was at night, and I'm talking about you couldn't turn, you couldn't look one way. I mean, there were so many people packed into that square. I mean, and I was looking at Cameron, and she was kind of like, "Yeah, this is a little overwhelming." I said, "It is. Let's just stand here and look for a minute." And let me tell you something. When you're good with this, I am ready to head back. and so we got a good look at that. But we'll come back and we'll kind of talk about the ceremony was beautiful. What happened at the end? You think we're trying to get out of this relatively unscathed. And I had an incident with an Uber driver, and then there was something at the end that I just, if you would have told me that was going to happen, I'd have went, nah, there's no way that happened. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. But the net of it is, about 9 months ago, somebody challenged me with the foundation, said, "You're doing some wonderful things, but are you doing enough? Are you worried about Philip's relevancy now that's been 4+ years since he's passed away?" And those were great questions that I was already thinking about, and my family and our board of directors. And we're really proud of what we've accomplished in the first 4+ years. Estimated that we've spoken to about 190,000 people with our message. Have a curriculum, have a scholarship program, do a elementary school age PE field days for special needs kids. But the reality of it is we started to look at some things and came up with the term crisis and epidemic that the government puts around distracted and impaired driving. And I'm a visual learner, or visual triggers is what set me off. And we thought, wow, there's no nationally recognized symbol for distracted and impaired driving, or more importantly, not to be that type of driver. And everything we do is around Phillips number 43 at Ward, Auburn. And I've already been speaking at a summit called Your Keys to Drive, Teen Driving Summits here, funded by State Farm and Children's of Alabama here in Alabama, and we're really proud of it. But we've picked up there's no symbol. So we created this decorative key that I've showed you there. It says 43 key seconds on one side. You may have a custom logo on the back, but the standard key on the other side has 43 in the word TO, so 43 too distracted free. And it's meant as a visible symbol, and it's attached to a card you can see. We call it a countdown card. And basically, we're asking people to take 43 seconds, whether you're a brand new driver, somebody 80 years old, everybody in between, to take 43 seconds to go through a countdown that says, first and foremost, do you have a clear head? Are you drug impaired, alcohol impaired, drug impaired? Are you fatigued, especially our teens and high school or college kids? Are you of the right
radio host?
Yeah, there you go. Right. Are you of the right mental frame to be driving? Then you go, do you have clear hands? Have you already done your texting, your emailing, set your GPS on your dashboard or on your phone? Have you set your radio? Have you put your seatbelt on and made sure all your passengers have? And then you go, do you have clear eyes? Especially the younger kids. Are you focused on the road? You know, when I was in driver's ed, which most driver's eds, it was a semester of in classroom. Yeah. And then a semester behind the wheel, and now because of expenses, it's offered, but most kids don't take it through schools, the old 10 and 2 with your hands on the steering wheel. Yep. And then a fourth one that we think everybody should know about is click it. You know, click it or ticket. We think if people will go through those 4 steps in 43-some seconds before you start your car, we've got a wonderful opportunity here in the Southeast and ultimately across the country to change the narrative on the number of crashes and, most importantly, fatalities that are taking place. The reality of it is when we go to bed tonight, all of us in this room, 9 people will have died today just from distracted driving.
Yeah, looking at these numbers, and I've heard this mentioned before, but you really lay it out in ways that you can really understand that it doesn't take long for you to take your eyes off the road for any reason that you could find yourself in a bind. If you're only going 55 miles per hour and you look down to read a text, it was like you drove the length of a football field blindfolded.
I'll tell you what, does that have an impact when you're in an all-school assembly and you tell kids, imagine this, you put your vehicle on the goal line at one end of the end zone. It's your biggest rivalry, so both sides of the stands are filled. You floor your vehicle to 55. By the time it comes to 55, you've crossed the other goal line. It's 4.5 seconds is the average time that's been estimated, and you didn't see any fan on either side of the field because you weren't even looking at them. And that's now envision taking that to the interstate or a road, and that's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about it a lot, the deaths on our highways every year, and the number has come down a little bit, but it was averaging around 50,000 just a few years ago, which was more than we lost in the entire Vietnam War. And it just doesn't get the same priority, it doesn't seem like a lot of times. And you know, those are real people, as you know.
Yeah, you know, I've had states reach out to me to say, hey, would you be willing to help us to what you accomplished? And not me, but what did the state of Georgia accomplish? Back on July 1st of last year, we were only the 16th state in this country to enact a hands-free law. And it was pretty interesting when it first came out. Somebody asked me yesterday, Mike, have you become a better non-distracted driver? And I can say I think I have. I used to have my phone in my cup holder of my van. I'd be honest, I'd pick it up. I hear a ping, somebody texting me, somebody emailing.
Yeah, you always glance down.
My general rule of thumb is if I'm on the interstate, if nobody was next to me or nobody was a mile in front or a mile behind, it was safe for me to look at it. And that's with 30-plus years driving experience. And when you tell kids that, they're just amazed. But I now have mine on my dashboard. And I knew it was working. I believe in the thing my college basketball coach told us to say, if you try something deliberately for 21 days, it becomes a good or bad habit. After about 3 weeks, I'd get back from a trip and be in my home office for 2 hours and wonder why I hadn't gotten any phone calls, and I'd realize I left my phone on the dashboard where it's mounted. So I believe I'm a better non-distracted driver. I don't believe I've been an impaired driver.
21 minutes past the hour. We're now flashing back. Update from the wedding in New York City as we are back. So Blake and now married to his bride, Priscilla. It all went beautiful. It was wonderful. So glad to be there. You know, we were talking about one of the things, and you know how we love stuff like this, Bubba. You know, there's things like this you and I love when someone comes up with a good idea. So when you go to the Empire State Building, and I had not been there in a long time, and a lot of things have been upgraded since I was there. I mean, they really, it's a much bigger experience all the way to the observatory now. You know, all the famous movies that have been shot there, they show you all that going in and whatever. Well, of course, one of the most famous was King Kong.
Yeah,
And so let me tell you what's hilarious. They have it set up now. Look, where you walk in this room and it looks like King Kong is reaching in, let me tell you where I'm mad. Think about how Cameron looks with the blonde hair and all that. And I said, Cameron, get in there and let King Kong have you in his hands, and I want you to throw back like you're screaming. And she would not do it. And I was like, Cameron. And then I told Sherry, you do it. You know, you're a little blonde. Go get in there and let's have King Kong grab you. And I finally had to take a picture of 2 kids. I know who they are. I couldn't get anybody to do it.
You couldn't get the blondes to participate.
I said, we got to have a blonde in there and let me have a shot of it. And they wouldn't do it. But look at that. See, they make it look like he's actually have reached through the building and he's looking in. Isn't that kind of cool? It is. All right. So anyway, we the only incident that because you have to take on a New York attitude when you get in New York. Because if you don't, they'll just
eat you alive.
The city will eat you alive. And so you got to watch out for things. So we were, of course, in the mode of we had a driver that was waiting. We flew private. There was no way I was going to fly this commercial, and we couldn't have done it. Right. Not with this crew, because here's the deal. Like, for instance, think about all the dress clothes you have to carry with you. Well, the women are not going to have their gowns folded up in some suitcase.
No.
And so you got to have those, and they're all hanging and stuff. Now, here's what I love. I've got all my suits. By the way, the suits went fine. I picked them up. They were all, they fit. Everything was good. So here was the problem. So I've got a bag with all my suits in it, because I got to have a suit for the rehearsal dinner, then a suit for the wedding. And then Sherry's got her dress, and she was just as beautiful as she could be. Cameron, beautiful. And they had all their stuff, their dresses, the drama that goes with that. And so all of a sudden, coming from Atlanta is Brooks Big Love Burgess to the plane. And I'm looking, and he has nothing in his zip bag. He's just carrying clothes he grabbed out of the closet, all on hangers. And I'm like, son, do you not have that in something? No, sir. I mean, I just know stuff I'm supposed to wear, right? And I'm like, you just grabbed stuff out of your closet. On the hangers. I mean, you're just walking up with clothing. And I said,
you got it out of the closet?
I said, how are we going to get we're going to lay your clothes. I said, are you familiar with zip bags? And no, where do you get those? and I said, wait a minute, is your idea that you're hanging clothes, you're just going to bring them from the closet to the plane to the car? Well, yes, sir. I mean, I got them. This is the suit and stuff I'm supposed to have. I know, son, but you don't have it in anything. It's not in anything. You're just walking around like you're like
what if it rains?
Do you think we're going to find a closet everywhere you go? Where are we? And then the pilots look at me and I said, I guess you just lay it flat in the nose of the plane. Just just lay it on top of what's in there. And that became the whole time. And then we're trying to leave, and he's coming out, and clothes are falling on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And I'm like, son. And so
he thought he was doing so good.
Well, the thing is,
I got everything.
When everybody's adult,
6 hangers.
Is there any more anxiety with when your kids are adults? You're like, well, we're all meeting somewhere, and they're all coming from their worlds. I don't know. And so anyway, the thing that me and that was the only time I elevated the entire trip. Is y'all know all this. I'm not talking like you don't know it. But when you have a party of 5, you got to go Uber XL, because you have to let them know I got to have a vehicle. It's got to have 5 people. Yeah. And so all of a sudden this guy pulls up, and we had ordered XL, and we're standing on the corner trying to get out of Times Square is what we're doing. Right. And I look, and he's just in a regular car. And I said, hey, man, did you not see that we ordered XL? Yes. There's 5 of us. And your car only holds 4. And he looks at me and he goes, I'm 5. I said, you counted yourself? I said, no, you're a given, because somebody has to drive. I said, you don't count in the number. No. Did you count yourself? And then he goes, well, I can only take 4. I said, I'd like to know this. And Sherry's like, Rick, no, I got to know this. What would you propose we do with the 5th person here? Did we just leave them here on the
seat?
On the hood? Are we putting him on? Are we putting him on it? I can't believe you don't count yourself. And also my accent started changing. You tell me you count yourself as 5? You get out? What are you kidding me? Are you doofus? And Sherry's like, you're going to New York. And I said, no, I got to know, what are you thinking? And I said, I said, how do you think this is going to work? There's no way. You counted yourself. You're a given. Sherry told me, she goes, by the way, you're a given. 2 times is all you need to say that. She goes, you gave him 5, you're a given. I think he understood that he was a given. Well, that's and I said, well, you just got to go and we have to wait. And so then we had to get another one. So that
I hope he didn't count himself.
No, I mean,
did you tell him? Hey, Rick,
he looks
get out of here.
That's so crazy.
You count yourself as 5? Are you kidding me? And he was like, I was like, you're given. And you're probably a Jets fan. Rodgers is never going to work out. I don't know. I became a Giants fan all of a sudden. But anyway, so that seemed to go pretty smooth, but then there's the daunting is everybody going to get ready, and you know how you had to do this like a game, is I'm just like, if we can just get through the rehearsal dinner, because that's our responsibility as the groom family.
How far do you have to travel to this too? Because in New York,
yeah.
I mean,
here was the good news. Now I do love, and we all know this. If you have any family members, and all of you know this, or friends that have officially lived there long enough that they've become New Yorkers. Mm-hmm. Never let them tell you something's not far. Don't buy into that. Yeah. Oh, no, you can walk that. Mm-hmm. Don't listen to that.
No.
First of all, they're not taking into account that all the women are wearing their heels.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay? You're in dress shoes. Our feet are so blistered. Mm-hmm. Everybody's feet are blistered. Okay? What, you're just going to get mad up there at the park? You can walk it from here. No, it was a mile. Okay, and so that is short. I'll give you that, but not walking in formal clothing.
No. Yeah.
And so now, if we all want to put our shorts on and we want to get a workout in, somehow I don't think the wedding party in headbands is going to be great. And no, you can walk that. And no, we can't. No, we can't. We're from Alabama. We need a ride, and don't count yourself. So anyway. So it was the rehearsal dinner was in the hotel where we were staying. So that's a big win. Okay. That's a huge win.
That's big.
Large.
And the theme of the restaurant was Dominican. So we literally sat down and ate for 3 hours. Ooh. They fed us for 3 solid hours. At first, when I saw, why are we doing the rehearsal 3 to 6? I realized now, because the Dominican food that comes out in different stages, and it was absolutely delicious, and the food just kept coming, and everybody sat around and visited, and we got to talk, and you get up and you welcome everybody, and you're excited about the families, and you get to meet all the friends, and I got to hanging out with some guys down on my end of the table that I got some interesting conversation down there. Had an Eagles fan kind of get into it a little bit with some of the New York fans. That didn't go well, but it really went off without a hitch. So when we come back, we'll hit the actual rehearsal. We're checking that, that done, but now we got to get everybody to the wedding the next day at this part that you can walk it. You can't walk it, which means now what? Wedding people all fighting over the same Ubers.
Oh.
Yeah, because you got to get there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But it's changing. And in Georgia, if you saw the statistics that they're starting to release after the first 9 months of this, accidents are down about 12 to 14%, and most importantly, fatalities are down almost 10%. And I'm not the great math wizard here, but I tell kids all the time, think about that. Out of every 100 kids, because of that law, 10 kids people are still walking the face of this earth because we enacted a hands-free law.
Well, if you want to get all the information about it, we've put it in show notes. It's letsy43.org, and you can go there and you can find out everything about the new 43 Key Seconds initiative. You can find out everything about the foundation. You can find out what you can do to come alongside this, and certainly you can take this information and sit down with your family and just implement it.
Well, here's what's really cool about it, Rick. I reached out to Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney, Gus Malzahn, Kirby Smart, all these coaches who either recruited Phillip, coached against him, or coached him, and not one of them hesitated. I said, I need you guys to do a PSA. So, with Nick's case, they said, Mike, we want to do it after the season. And this was a conversation that took place in late July. And I said, well, Nick, unfortunately, as an Auburn fan, you play into January. I can't wait till January. And Nick's done a lot of great stuff for our foundation. I root for Alabama every game but one every year.
Right.
And Nick actually did a press conference. During a press conference, his weekly press conference, which he really enjoys, he referenced the 43 Key Seconds. Right. Dabo Swinney did it on his radio show. And I knew these guys might not do it if the key looked like it was an Auburn-colored key.
Right.
So we have a key. If people want to go out to the internet, not the internet, but to Amazon, and they plug in their Let's See 43 keys, you will see all the keys are white, a base white key, but the print on them is in a school colors. So you'd find an Alabama school colored key or a Clemson key or a Troy key.
Yeah.
What we're encouraging people to do is go buy one. They're $5 to buy the key, $10 for the key and lanyard. Learn to count down, memorize it, leave the card in your car, but then put that lanyard and key either around your rearview mirror or use it as your keychain. as a daily visible reminder that says, you know what, as soon as you go to snag that phone or not wear that seatbelt, maybe that's going to trigger you to put the seatbelt on, especially young kids to have the courage to tell their passengers to put their seatbelt on. We just think this has a wonderful opportunity if we do this right to go nationwide. And what I'm really excited about, starting today and tomorrow today in Georgia and Alabama, the state troopers in both states have co-branded keys with their respective logo on it, and they're going to hand them out during pullovers.
How about that?
If you get pulled over for hands-free.
I think I'd rather go to Amazon and get mine. But,
yeah, I had to.
But that's one way. I mean, that's another way it can happen.
As nice as those officers are.
You don't want to meet them, but we're hoping that they're going to help us.
Amen.
Distribution vehicle.
Amen. There's all the information you could possibly need, and go out there, and now it's time to go to action. Lutzy43.org if you want to go back and revisit everything that we've talked about. Go out and get those keys and put them up, and let's make a difference.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She took 25% of their $144 billion joint stock holdings.
Hello.
After 26 years of marriage, the fact she helped him build a company, and the fact that he had an affair that ended their marriage, and a lot of people said she left money on the table.
I believe she's going to be all right.
I think that's what she was probably thinking.
Don't you think?
Her shares,
I'll take a quarter of that.
Her shares are worth $35.8 billion.
Yeah, boy,
but
what a bargain.
But are about half of what most people think she should have got. This allows Jeff, who now owns 12% of the company, to keep his title as the world's richest man. He has $107.4 billion in Amazon shares alone, which is $11 billion more than Bill Gates' entire his whole net worth. That's still a lot.
Right.
This will make her the 24th richest person in the world and the 3rd richest female in the world.
Wow.
Go ahead.
So she did. It's not all bad, but
right.
Percentage-wise, they're saying she could have done a lot more.
Well, here's what it's interesting now because the couple then gets to go out on Twitter and tell you how they both feel.
Yeah.
And then at some point, President Trump may even weigh in on it. But
or do a meme.
Mackenzie Bezos, grateful to have finished the process of dissolving my marriage with Jeff, with support from each other and everyone who reached out to us in kindness. Looking forward to the next phase as co-parents and friends. Let me tell you. This is keep in mind, as soon as romance starts back up with Sanchez, that right there, I promise you, two women working together. Happy to be giving him all of my interest in the Washington Post and Blue Origin, whatever that. All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Flashing back to the wedding in New York. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful weekend. One of the things that we were talking about. Blake, the oldest son, is 6'3.5", so he's a tall fella, and his bride, she's every bit of 6 foot. I mean, she's tall as well. And what was hilarious, because Sherry is so tiny. and to watch Sherry talking to them, it was so funny. And and they did at the reception, we did they did the son and mother dance, and Sherry dancing with Blake. Please look. I mean, and that was the what they danced to? Josh Groban. You lift me up, and so that all kind of tied together. And but it's so funny to watch. And look, young Broderick.
I see somebody video.
Young Broderick got hired out by, and it's so funny. It's like Brody was like, I don't even know what Blake hasn't really communicated with me. Am I the official videographer of this whole thing, or am I shooting this stuff? But see, look, and then I do want to say the wedding pictures we're showing. You see Jeremy Varner over here to the right. One of Blake's friends, outstanding photographer. That's all. When you see the professional shots, not the stuff that Sherry and I shot on our iPhones, but the professional stuff, that's him doing that. So when you're in the entertainment world, he's got access to great photographers. He's got access to videographers. And
all right
there's
there.
Sound people. There's DJs. There's music. Oh, we had you think our guitar player wasn't phenomenal? I mean, he was fantastic and quite the dancer. So anyway. So the service, the first thing I realized, and Sherry was all in on this, is we got to get out ahead of the rest of the wedding party because there's going to be a rush on our hotel. And listen, you talk about sometimes you think about things and you go, is this almost on the nose? So when Blake and Priscilla were trying to figure out where they would house the family, the hotel we'd stay in, where we do the rehearsal dinner and all that, can you believe they found a hotel in Washington Heights called the Radio Hotel?
No.
And it really meant radio, like the guy who his company or whatever, he owned a lot of radio stations all over the world or whatever, and they named it Radio Hotel, and there was like a radio theme. Can you believe that?
That is small.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of interesting. But anyway,
it's called the Radio Hotel.
Yeah, Radio Hotel in Washington Heights. Yeah. It's so. And Sherry said, I'm not remembering the park. It's Tryon Park there in Washington Heights is where the ceremony was, and Tryon. And God was so good and answered so many prayers. The weather, we could not have got better weather for an outdoor wedding. You always sweat that. It wasn't too hot. It wasn't too cold. There was no rain in the forecast, and so all that was beautiful. But we got out ahead of everybody. I said we need to get out there and we need to go. Well, and a little bit of anxiety, even though it was a cool thing, it was wonderful. That Blake did this was he wanted his brothers to come where he was and be with him as he's getting ready to get married.
Okay.
He said, I want this to kind of be a special time with the brothers and all that. Well, that's good, but then there's the bad side. I've now lost control of the brothers. Okay?
Oh, boy.
They're all arriving together. They're not with us. Now we're
that could be trouble.
Now I've been left with two women. I've got Cameron and Sherry all getting ready, and I've got to get them, and
You should have went with the brothers.
How about this? Is there any anxiety higher, Greg? And you've been through it twice, okay? Is there any anxiety higher than your wife trying to get ready for a wedding involving the son or the daughter? Greg, I mean, if anything goes wrong.
Yeah,
and Sherry's dress kind of had a train on it, and I stepped on it a couple times.
Just get out.
And
Just get out.
I was like, I gotta get. What
are you doing?
I don't want to look like that. We don't, that you. If I get too close, I could step on it. If I'm not close enough, it looks like I'm being, distant. I don't know what to do. But anyway, that was a sweet moment too. That was when they were getting their picture made and talking to Sherry Blake. But anyway, so there was some sweating of that.
I know how you are. You want to leave it at an exact time.
Yeah. Well, Sherry was
how
all
did you
in.
play that time?
No, Sherry. I give her credit. Sherry didn't want any anxiety at all.
Okay.
And we also didn't want there to be any Uber problem because there was going to be a rush on Ubers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you're dealing with the entertainment types too when you get into the friends. So they're all going to drag in. And so we were kind of like, let's, even if we're at the park early. And, of course, again, you're dealing with entertainers, so nothing's in stone. We literally went in 12 hours from pictures are at 4:45 to all of a sudden like nothing at 4:30. Hey, pictures are 5. So it's like you're trying to get that thing dialed in, and you're like, and everybody's a little laissez-faire. How about 5? And I'm like, we're going 4:45. And of course, as young Broderick knows in the study of me, he goes, and this is driving you crazy. And I said, yeah, this thing's we need more structure. And he said, Dad, this is just a little too loosey-goosey for you. And I said, yeah, we need some structure here. I gotta have some hard brakes here. And
how long did you stand in the park waiting?
So long. And at one point you tried to sit down on the bench and say, let's just enjoy this, even though we're all in formal wear, and it's still about 90.
Try not to sweat.
Yeah,
don't start.
Up, there it goes. So Daddy's sweating in suit.
Ooh.
But anyway, the pictures and everything went smooth. The boys got there. At one time there was has anybody got a Brooks and Brody sighting?
Oh.
Yes. The last time I saw, and then there was that kind of anxious moment. We can document Brody. We're not sure where Big Love is. You know what I mean?
He's looking for a hanger.
Right. And I'm like, is this close to little hangers?
Has he dropped the shirt out on the screen?
When you saw him, did it appear to be a suit that we brought with us? Did it look like, and so, and to his credit, he looked great. Everybody did. And so the wedding was just it was beautiful. It was great. It was quite the celebration. So then there came this was they're the Curtises right there. There they are with their daughter Priscilla. She was just as y'all all can see clearly, just a beautiful bride, and everything was just so well done. And so we were already thinking about the reception. I'm like, no, I'm not walking because I got New York to end. No, Dad, we want to walk all as a wedding party, even still taking pictures and stuff as we walk to the reception. Where we're walking. Yeah, it's not far. Oh gosh. New York people said not far. And I'm looking down, and of course at this point, bless Sherry's little heart because we'd already been told something wasn't far before, and her little toes are blistered, and so we got Band-Aids on the toes, and so we can put our perfect shoes back on, and so we all walk to the reception, and as usual, it was further than we all thought, but by golly we did it, and we got there, and we had it was just a great celebration. The playlist was incredible, watching them all dance and sing and have fun together, and the food was great.
Some pretty good dancers in the group.
Let me tell you something. Once again, some people there, this is what they do for a living, and they can bring it. Let me tell you something. The dancing was impressive. The dancing, the singing. I mean, everybody, everywhere you turned, everybody was like incredibly talented. It was fun just to sit and watch.
Did you get out there and bust a move?
I did bust a move.
Watch out.
Let me tell you when I got mad at everybody. So I get up, I'm in the bathroom, and all of a sudden I hear young MC bust a move.
Oh,
and look, I'm like, I'm trying to wrap it up. I come out of the bathroom going,
uh-oh. Here comes the strut.
And I go over to the table. I said, guys, what are we doing? We not sit here during bust a move. And everybody said, bust a move, Dad. What is bust a move?
Come on.
Young MC, what are y'all talking about? We're playing, but why are we sitting here? I'm busting a move. And so I did. And yeah, Sherry and I got out there and we danced and everybody danced really hard. Okay,
it's really hard.
And then I realized and I started getting scolded. This is my first time to have any of my kids get married, so I'd never been part of being part of. And I'm kind of like all right, I'm good. And Sherry said, "You can't leave. We're not leave trying to vapor your son's wedding. You can't vapor the reception."
Getting late.
And then young Broderick starts. He goes, "Dad, you don't vapor here." And I said,
"You're not at the junction, Rick."
And I said, "How long am I here?" And Sherry says, "Till they leave." Right. You're the groom's dad.
You weren't gonna see him leave.
I was like, "Hey, I'm good. I'm getting sleepy.
I'm tired. Rick, I'm a little full.
I'm getting sleepy.
Let's just wrap it up.
Can't we hug them? Can't we just hug it out?
Y'all have a great trip.
Yeah, let us know you're okay. And she goes, the Curtises are hanging, and I said, Don was struggling.
Did you ever go over? Hey, how long y'all staying?
I watched them. I said, look, when the Curtises go, and I'm gone. And we will not leave.
Said, I'm done.
Yeah, all right, I'm good. I think
it's been great.
We've had that sweet little dance you had. I loved it. We busted a move. The boys can stay, because I know they're going to stay and party till there's no more party left. And I said, yeah, I'm out. And then she was like, let me just clue you in. Not leaving. We will not leave till it's over. So we did. We stayed till it was over.
Struggled through it.
I mean,
so sleepy.
Tired.
And then Sherry was so funny. We get back to the room and Sherry wants to recap the whole day. She goes, so you're not, no way. I said, I'm sorry. I said,
what time was it by then?
I guess we got back to our room getting 11:45.
Oh, yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to make a sentence.
Yeah, I heard somebody call 2 a.m. And I said, I don't do 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
I said, no, Somebody said, now we might have an after party. An
after party.
I ain't never seen that in the wedding book.
Y'all better know.
Parents out.
She could not believe it. I went, hey, all right, I'm good. I said, because we done all the things, the first dance, we done the mother-son dance, we did the father-daughter dance. And I was like, I'm good. And she's like, no, you don't get to leave. We can't leave.
You're here till we say bye to them. They walk through us and everything. They make a big deal.
And I thought to myself, I would have eaten differently. If I'd have known I had this kind of time. I would have spread it out a little bit. Look, there's all the boys out there. Look, they're all singing and dancing and going crazy.
Oh, that's great.
It was great. So we come back just when I thought we were leaving drama-free.
What?
I think to myself, hey, we've done it. And I made the mistake of thinking I won't really have any big-time story other than the little quirky things we've enjoyed. Nope, we get a biggie right before we leave.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Listen,
That's the space company.
And 75% of our Amazon stock plus voting control of my shares to support his continued contributions with the teams of these incredible companies. Excited about my own plans. Grateful for the past as I look forward to what comes next. So she's saying, look, I acknowledge all this was done. It sounds like to me to Greg's point, I'm going to walk away with $30+ billion. I think I can manage. Mm-hmm. If I try to go for more, it may cause, even though I may end up with it, what I'm going to have to go through to get it is going to be so damaging to everybody involved, including our children. So I think that this will suffice, and I kind of want to cut my ties with him completely. I don't want to be in the middle of all this and running the company with him anymore. These other companies, y'all give me 30s. What, Bill?
35, wasn't it?
Y'all give me $35 billion, and I'll go away, and I won't make trouble.
But she was actually entitled to half.
Understood. Well, entitled to, and then getting it, and then what you got to go through to get it. This goes back to the famous what your house appraises for and what people will pay for it.
I guess
those are not always the same numbers, but
the bottom line, she's going to take ballpark $36 billion and get it over with, as opposed to maybe $40 or $50 billion a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, when all the court hearings are over.
Well, you may find out maybe she has the same nickname I have. No Hassle McKenzie. Maybe she's like, look, it's hard for me to get upset about $36 billion.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
For no hassle versus I can get more, but with a lot of hassle.
Mm-hmm.
And to what end? So, I mean, she probably can't spend what she's got and the time left on earth she's got anyway. I mean, why fight for more?
What a pile of cash, too.
Yeah, the only way you would fight for more is if you're just angry. And I'm really upset how low the anger seems to be right now.
Oh, yeah. Look, look on their tweets.
You know what that tells you.
Yes, it does.
Oh, Friendly Henry's out there waiting for this to clear, too.
She was done.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think Friendly Henry's...
He is a goofy-looking son.
Do you think Friendly Henry's over in the shadows waiting on this thing to clear?
There'll be a bunch of them lining up when they see what she's worth.
You're right. Matter of fact...
Are you saying she just got better looking?
Oh, yeah. She got a lot better looking.
Yeah. Greg, you know what? As a matter of fact, if you don't believe that...
She's fine now.
I mean...
Greg, if you don't believe that, John Kerry's our Esther to marry.
Okay, yeah.
I'm here all week. Yeah,
she
I didn't
trumped
fade
that
away.
ketchup.
That's right. I had a rough night, but I'm still here.
Yeah.
That's...
the ketchup heiress can't hold $1 today.
All right, so $1 billion is 1,000 millions.
She got
by United States standards, right?
Yeah.
Remember the billion changes
in current day. It used to be a millions, but we did away with that. With that kind of money, Rick, and I can't help but think this: how quick you could buy a bass boat, a truck, and be ready to go. Yeah,
absolutely.
And not even look back.
So
that's pocket change.
So keep in mind,
getting started,
Greg. Keep in mind what we're talking about here. So it's 1,000 millions.
Yes.
Okay. Now I just want you to hang on just a minute. So I could blow through $1 million 39,000 times.
That's gonna be tough to do. You thought that Brewster's Millions was tough.
You could make 1,000 people a millionaire and not even miss it.
Somebody had to tell you about it.
Not even miss it.
Somebody say, "What happened?" So, I've only got 38,000 million left.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I need a GoFundMe.
Right.
Wow.
That's why. You know what? Like you saying, she was done with him.
Yeah.
She almost couldn't believe that she actually won. When she found out about the fair, she was going, "Oh wow! So I'm not even gonna have to divorce him."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually here with the upper hand because she sure is going away kindly. But again,
I'm not saying
$39 billion will help you to go away kindly.
Yeah, I could stick around and get $50 billion, $60 billion. Right. I think 39 is going to be fine.
Y'all, and I know that he was the one that cheated.
Right.
But this makes you wonder. I
wasn't going to go here, but I don't think she's innocent.
If his lawyers or somebody said, "I tell you what, you can take this, or we can investigate a little bit further because we know you're not as clean as you claim you are."
Well, you heard me say Friendly Henry. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That there's a Friendly Henry maybe out there.
I thought you said waiting. I'm talking about one already been.
No, he's not going. He's saying, "Oh, she's not going to bring me in the lot."
Okay.
What I'm saying is there's a Friendly Henry that's already been in a relationship.
And he's cleaning the pool later today.
Yeah, and he's right. Well, he don't have to clean pools anymore.
Well, that's true.
No, he doesn't.
Could be a friendly Henrietta.
Right. So, Greg, are you saying?
So you went there, Bub.
Are you
saying?
Yeah, are you
You saw that haircut she had on that one clip.
No, you're right.
point,
You're 100% right.
That may be the whole thing.
No.
See, that's my goal every day. If I make spit up something.
Right.
You did it.
You can head on to the final
Get
four.
on the plane with those couples.
That's right. It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, and we'll wrap up the recap of the trip to New York City with a doozy. CarShield.com/Bubba. If you're driving an automobile right now that no longer has warranty, how about a protection plan? If not, if that baby breaks down, it's going to be on you. And these protection plans also offer 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, rental car options, so you can never be without your automobile or a automobile while yours is being repaired. And if it's a covered repair, they will pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. So we'll also get you 20% off your plan by you going to carshield.com/Bubba, or just mention Bubba if you call CarShield at 1-800-451-7776. Okay, so everything went great. It was wonderful. It was so good to get together and visit and spend time. It's so hard to spend time with adult children. And we got caught up and celebrated the marriage. We're so excited, and we're looking forward to the next one here in 30 days. We're all having the celebratory brunch at the hotel. We're going to leave there, go downtown one more time, let Camtastic go to the Empire State Building.
But this was after the wedding, after the reception,
the celebration,
all of that.
everything's. We couldn't have been happier.
Right.
I mean, we're just celebrating.
blisters, but besides that,
we're celebrating. We're all loving it. We're laughing, having hearty laughs, and so we're standing there, and all of a sudden, these two gentlemen approach our table at the brunch, and all of a sudden, they look and said, "All right, which one of you is Alex?" And we kind of looked around. I thought, is this some kind of joke or something or whatever?
Alex.
And I said, no, sir, nobody. Hey, and they look at Brody. They said, you need to come with us.
What?
And I said, what? And Brody says, sir? And he starts looking around, and these things happen to Brody all the time. and look, and can I tell you what's funny? And what happened next? You're not gonna believe what happens next.
Of all the people he picks out.
No, you're not gonna believe what happens next.
Who, Alex?
So he said, you got some ID on you? And Brody's like, yes, sir. And he starts looking around. And so we all start cracking jokes thinking this is something lighthearted.
Somebody put them on you.
So, the Burgesses, we're going to try to out-one-line each other.
Yeah.
And the one-liners, and let me tell you what'll stop one-liners. The FBI.
What?
Wow. They turned around and said, hey, we're with the FBI. And at that point, it's like everybody went, oh. Look, basically, you know what the guy said?
This is a big deal.
Everybody's joking, doing one-liners, and here's what he basically said, and that's all with the one-liners.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, okay, wow, this is serious.
And your mind's like,
and you go, that's a great fake ID.
So now your mind begins to race. Why does the FBI want Brody?
Yeah.
And you start thinking.
But Rick, you're in a town with actors. See, I immediately think you're being punked.
Yes. Why are they calling him Alex?
I do too. And then all of a sudden, your mind starts going crazy. And for some reason, the first thought, which Brooks would go on to be offended by, what's Brooks done?
Yeah. and was he at January 6th?
And then everybody's like, what? And then you know what got in my mind? You know how your mind's just racing? Brody is always ordering equipment from everywhere.
Right.
The cameras and lenses. And I thought, there's some kind of something's happened with some
stolen
of this
property,
import, export, something.
And I thought they have come all the way to New York, and they've been surveilling. There's been surveillance on us this whole weekend.
Who are they looking for?
And so he says,
Alex.
he said,
What'd you say the name was?
Alex. He said, so you're not Alex? And Bruce says, I am not Alex. And so they start looking at his ID like that, and they look at us, they look at his ID, and he goes, okay. And he goes, I just want to show y'all, just so you know, I forget his exact words, but he showed, so there was a missing persons. Oh. And there's a kid missing, and he looks just like Brody. I'm talking about, they show us the pictures, and I'm like, oh, okay. He goes, so y'all can see where we thought this was him. Somebody saw him and called us and said, hey, the kid's at the radio hotel.
Oh.
And look, we're like, the FBI shows up and tries to take Brody with him at the very end as some kid, Alex.
Yeah.
And Brody's face, he stayed relatively calm. He was like, I said, were you? He goes, I was a nervous wreck. He said, I thought to myself, I know I'm not Alex. He goes, but you start thinking to yourself, if the FBI decides I'm Alex, it's over. You know, and we're just like, he's not Alex.
What were you doing?
I was one-lining. because I didn't know this was serious. And basically,
But
everybody
you would have been the guy that kidnapped
Listen,
Alex.
everybody laughed really hard how they shut down the one-liners because everybody's like, hey, FBI, you want to get Brody? Hey, and FBI. And every one-liner just went, whoop. Every comedian said, and that's the end of my set.
Hey, serious business.
I mean, I got no more one-liners.
Whoa!
And,
See, immediately I think they're after me because I supported Trump.
Right.
They're rounding all of us.
I thought,
up.
to myself, Biden has known we're here. He sent the FBI to get us.
Alabama's finally come to New York.
But for what we kind of put together, and then they said, sorry to disrupt y'all's deal. You know,
you asked for a picture.
Yeah. Anyway, we can get a picture. I didn't know what to do at that point. I said we need this for the wedding photo.
Yeah,
for our photo album. But
do we have a picture of Alex?
But
just so we can see the
you know
resemblance?
what? They showed it to me. I should have, but I don't know they would let me have it.
Yeah, probably.
We could have held with the radio show to find him. But anyway, so y'all know what happened. They've got an A. Is it an A? How you call it when they put it out there? The picture out everywhere.
It's the same thing that happened to Jason Bourne when they said it's Jason Bourne. They were all looking at there he is right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what happened? Somebody
An
saw
Amber Alert.
Somebody saw our wedding party and called the FBI and said he's
tip
right here.
line.
We see
We've
him.
got him.
We've
got Alex.
The kid. But what y'all don't understand is this is a little known fact about Brody. He is probably the calmest, most well-behaved of the entire clan. But he's, for some reason, has run-ins with law enforcement. He finds it. You remember that time they accused him of stealing Blake's car?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And he had the great line when he was in his brother's car, and his brother, of course, had not updated his tag and had not done
4
anything,
years,
had not
remember that.
updated his insurance. And he asked Brody to drive his car so it wouldn't just sit while he was on tour. And Brody, the great line he had, he was surrounded by police because they thought he'd stole the car. And the guy says, well, I'll tell you one thing, you act like you didn't steal it, but you sure are acting nervous. He goes, well, let me tell you why I'm acting nervous. And he says it's his nervous thing is he gets in trouble because he said I get nervous, so I start doing one-liners. I start riffing. He goes, I'll tell you why I'm acting a little nervous. I'm 17. You just accused me of stealing an automobile.
How to get your blood pressure up.
He goes, so that's kind of that makes you a little bit nervous. And he basically did the same thing. You sure you're not? I'm sorry, I didn't know the FBI was going to come after me today. You have to understand there's no way to prepare for that. And so I'm like, Brody, you're doing it again. But he has more run-ins with the law than anybody. And even Cameron said that. She, for some reason, like if he gets pulled over, the law always gets mad at him. And I said, why? I said, he's the most non-criminal one we have.
Yeah.
And she says it's because he gets nervous and he starts doing one-liners. And so...
How was the table when the FBI agents left?
Let me tell you, so they looked at me and they said, well, the content gods have been good to you. And I said, yes, they have. So other than Brody nearly being arrested by the FBI, it was a great weekend.
All right.
It went good. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they are. There's the couples and Bubba.
Let's watch. So far, well, let's see. And
here's the thing.
I keep waiting for one picture with her with a flannel shirt on, but it hadn't happened yet.
Jeff is, Jeff's a smart guy. He's done all right for himself here, but can he see himself in a mirror and see this Sanchez woman in the mirror? Does he kind of see what's going on here, you think?
Bubba, that's why he knew his option for these kind of women had to be the person who's the richest man in the world.
Yeah, I guess
I mean, it goes back to like women have told us over and over again. We talk about how women can't be crazier than they are beautiful. And of course, women will say, you can't be uglier than you are rich.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to be ugly, you better be rich.
Well, I mean, Betty says that money will move you up a couple of notches on the scale for sure, but I mean, he's starting pretty low, you know?
Well, that's the reason why his money is really, really high. It's all relative.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so did you tell me there was a Jussie Smollett update, Jim?
Yeah, oh yeah.
We didn't get that one in after we got done with Bees over there.
You know, the city of Chicago has told Jussie that he needs to reimburse them for the wild goose chase they were on to the tune of $130,000. They set a deadline of yesterday afternoon for him to pay that, and the deadline went by, no word or no money. They're saying now they're looking at a civil lawsuit.
All right, so I'm trying to figure this out because if I'm not mistaken, now there's Jussie's interpretation and Jussie's supporters, and then there's reality. In the reality world, Jussie Smollett, it was clear that this was a hoax to give his name a little more celebrity power. And what he alleged happened did not happen. But he was shown mercy by the district attorney and served 18 hours or something at the Rainbow Coalition with Jesse. And they've said, we're just not going to charge you with the charges we could charge you with.
And we'll keep you $10,000.
We'll keep you $10,000. So, but Jesse wants us all to believe that means he's been exonerated. And as he said with his own mouth,
that was his word. Yeah.
I've been telling the truth from the very beginning. Now, if what you said happened didn't happen the way you said it happened, then no, you're not. So will he come back and say, well, why do I owe this money back? In my point of view, it really was happening to me. Is that what he's going to say?
I think he will, but if he's smart, he'll end up settling it and hoping it goes away. Because I don't think he wants a trial on this.
Yeah, don't you want?
Where they're going to bring all this evidence back up, he'll have to go through all this again.
Don't you want, if you're Jesse's friend, to pull him aside and say, hey, man, you don't know how good a deal you got. I know you're a little embarrassed, but let's walk away.
He'll settle this, but he will not admit any wrongdoing. You see that all the time.
Yeah. Well, what Jesse needs, he's trying to play the Michael Brown.
Jesse.
He's trying to play the Michael Brown card. No matter how many times it was proven that Michael Brown never had his hands up, people still say, don't shoot my hands up.
Yeah. They got shirts and tags.
Hands
hats.
up and all this. And it's almost like everybody said, well, it was proven that didn't happen. And
well,
so if you just stay with it and you're like, yeah, that's what happened. Now, I don't know if the people attacked me were fake, but in my mind, I didn't make it up. I thought I was being attacked by what I said.
Jesse, in his remarks, said that, and I'm paraphrasing, at the end of it, he said, I will continue to fight against people and people groups who are marginalized. And I think in his mind, he's kind of got that Robin Hood mentality going that he sees people he thinks are being treated unfair, right or wrong, and he is to the point that he will justify any action to move that template forward.
Yeah.
And that means making up stories.
Right.
That means doing what you have to get out of it. That means saying one thing to rally the crowd because I'm doing something that is more important than all this lying I'm doing. That's the bottom line.
The end result is
well, I think that's his mentality.
No, I agree. You're 100% right. But we go back to the kneeling of the national anthem. And you remember, I think it was Mark Levin interviewed, and I can't think of the man's name. He's an author. He's African-American and certainly played a role in the civil rights movement. And just yesterday, was the anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr. being assassinated. Right. And he said the problem that we have today, and I'm going to say the same thing for the GB, whatever the initials are this week, the alternate lifestyle movement.
There's a lot of letters.
Because they want to say that they are the modern day, civil rights movement. Well, you remember he said the problem with the kneeling is that you couldn't really point to anything that showed that your narrative was true. This was the African-American man talking about the kneeling of the national anthem. He said people try to compare it to the power sign at the Olympics. He said, but it's not the same because when that happened, we could point to you, that we had our own water fountain, we had our own bathroom. We were not treated as equal citizens of this country. And we could point to narrative after narrative after narrative, and so could Dr. King. Well, we can't now. And I would say this to Jesse, he really strikes out at both places. He can't really say that his life has been altered or he's been denied anything in this country because of his skin color or his sexual orientation. You know why? Because he hasn't.
Well, he's making millions, Rick.
Guys, I got news for you. Do you really feel like that this society, the society we're living in right now, looks down on people in general? I'm not talking about. It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. From the No Name Studio, we'll start the hour with phone calls. We have been through kind of the college football kickoff weekend recap. We've gone through wedding in New York City recap. We got more to come, but we'll kind of transition with your phone calls and find out what's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Calvin Speedy Wilburn now taking your phone calls. If you want to join us, you can. Dial us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG and we'll chat with you. here's some things going on now that we're back. It's a brand new week. It's a short week, so this stuff's going to happen pretty quick. I'll be headed out representing the show and themanchurch.com, headed to beautiful Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, coming up this weekend. Sand Spring Baptist Church on Saturday night. It'll be their next Man Church. They're rolling through one of our 40-week curriculum, and I'll be there for their next gathering, but then I'll be staying in beautiful Lawrenceburg. And the next morning, I'll actually preach at both services. So looking forward to that coming up this weekend. Also this weekend on Sunday night, September the 10th, Ozark Baptist Church, Ozark, Alabama. You can listen to us on 107.7 there. Brian Gunn from Team Man Church will be there kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at Ozark Baptist Church. Find that at themanchurch.com under events. To the phones we go. We start with Dusty.
Dusty.
It says Talladega, then it says Huntsville. It says he's from all kinds of places. Dusty,
he's well traveled.
Wherever you're from, Dusty, go ahead, buddy. Have you seen Alex?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yep.
Good to talk to you again.
Thanks.
You too.
I want to call about my biggest problem with college football, and I've seen it across multiple games.
Okay.
Why is it that the white hat ref, the one who is making the calls for the people in the stands and the people at home, why does he have to be wearing what I call a medium shirt? He's out there calling a false start. It looks like he's got tourniquets above both of his biceps. Can they not afford shirts that fit? They got to wear their little brother's shirt. I do not get it. It drives me nuts. All I care about, I don't care if you weigh 300 pounds. Make the right call. We're good to go.
You know who started? It was O'Hockley, whatever his name was, with the big arms.
Got a little tight shirt on.
Just a little bit.
Got my little brother's shirt on. Yeah,
they're showing off a little bit.
I want to be comfortable, though.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You're looking comfortable.
Officials continue to frustrate me after watching some ball games this weekend. Just some particular calls, and I'm like, look, my gracious, come on. And they want to make it about them. By the way, if you're wondering what's going on with the phone, if they call from, say, like a Huntsville number, it's going to show Huntsville, Alabama, but they may actually be calling from Talladega.
Okay.
And so we type in Talladega and sometimes don't take out what is actually there. So that's probably what happened.
Okay. Jason in Chattanooga. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
Rick, congratulations to your son from getting married this weekend.
Thank you, buddy.
The one thing I missed about y'all not being there Friday was finding out that Beth Mullins was doing the Auburn game.
Oh, yeah.
So sorry about that. I was in the middle of wedding in the city and all of that, but I watched on social media when I could. People were screaming, Rick, what's happened?
Yeah.
Why? And I don't know why I get blamed for it. I don't know why I get blamed. No,
tough.
she is so hard to listen to. You have to go to the radio coverage, or just turn it down. People. I had a lot of emails that just simply said yards. That's all the email. That's all the email would say.
Or freeze warning.
Here comes a freeze warning for the planes.
Couldn't do it.
Beth Mullins, hold up the yards.
I think I lasted
with a
3
white
minutes.
out in there.
He freeze needs to get a timeout. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It's nauseating.
No, it's no exaggeration. You honestly can't listen to it.
No, I couldn't.
I mean,
could not.
it does.
I went on to a different
tough.
game.
It literally takes away. That's not even trying to be funny. It takes away from the game.
And I can't imagine these true fans that had their weekend planned and cookouts and all that and friends over, and they had to deal with that.
UMass yards. I don't know what this even says. Huntsville, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Is that me?
I can't even. There's so many letters on.
We think it is.
Yeah.
It's called in John. Y'all. How y'all doing?
Yeah, there was no way I was going to be able to say that, and it's spelled correctly. I just don't even know what to do with that. I've never heard that name in my life.
I just want to say something about how weddings are and everything. I recently got married, and I had my younger brother be my best man. So he went and picked up my shoes. I'm a Catholic, so I had to kneel down. My wife and I had to kneel down. And on the bottom, I didn't even know he wrote in white shoe polish, "Help me."
That's a classic, and it is. That's funny.
And it delivers every time.
It is a great.
Her parents were so. I thought it was funny. Her parents were so upset.
Can I ask you this? Being Catholic, because I've been to Catholic weddings, and and funerals before, and there's a tremendous amount of kneeling and standing and sitting and kneeling. Yeah, when you get to the point where your body can't do that anymore, does God give you a pass? I mean, what do you do? How do you do it when you can't physically do it?
Rick, I've never weighed 131 in my life, so I spent a lot of my time doing a lot of Hail Marys.
That's good. I guess you just got to say, forgive me for not being able to do it. Scott in Greensboro. Funny. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, I got a dilemma I need to settle. I've been listening to y'all's show since y'all were on Turner South.
Thank you.
My wife has only – you're welcome. My wife has only discovered it just recently, and we were going through South Carolina, and she heard the ever-popular jingle to the Little Cricket convenience stores. Then she listens to your show and hears your theme song, and now she's got the two stuck in her head and can't tell the difference, and she thinks they're the same. Can you help her out and make certain that there's a distinguishable difference between the two?
Now, what were the two songs?
He said Little Cricket? I've never heard of that theme song.
I'm not familiar with that.
We need to pull that up and listen to it.
Little Cricket.
Yeah, the Little Cricket. The Little Cricket and the Rick and Bubba, she's got it both stuck in her head, and she's like, oh, my gosh, they're the same thing. I'm like, no, they're not. Can y'all settle the difference? And I really so much appreciate it.
Yeah, I've got to get familiar with the Little Cricket because I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that in my life.
Well, I can say this. I know it's not the same one because Brad Ryan wrote the Rick and Bubba theme.
Correct. Unless he copied the Little Cricket.
Is he sending the checks to the Cricket folks?
Is he talking about Lil Cricket?
You talking about Lil Cricket?
I think so. The food stores.
Cricket?
Is it the food stores?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not familiar with this.
I'm not either. I just looked it up. I looked it up. I don't.
And if we play it, we probably will lose the archive, won't we? It's probably copyrighted, isn't it?
We'll listen to it in the break.
Yeah, but I can tell you why this, to Bubba's point. It's
Little
not
Cricket, Little Cricket.
Pass the cricket, please.
It's not the same song. So you are right by telling her that, Scott. It's not the same song. Brad Ryan's song is completely original. He produced it. He created it.
It's copyrighted
and all that. So it is not the same song, even though in all of music you will hear riffs that you go, I think I've heard that in another song, or beats and stuff like that. Now that may be, but it is two different songs.
I've got it if you guys want it.
Should we?
Okay.
It should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Lil Cricket food stores, and here is the commercial.
I've never even heard of Lil Cricket food stores.
I've never heard of it.
Not in our
either.
part of the world.
Little Cricket.
Ooh, when I get so hungry,
Little Cricket.
I could almost eat a donkey.
Little Cricket.
I really got to munch it.
Little Cricket.
That's Wooly Bully.
That's Wooly Bully.
Yeah.
But I see where she gets the two.
I can see that.
Yeah.
But Scott, it's Wooly
That's
Bully.
funny.
They're doing it too. Yeah. But I can see it. I
wish
can.
we had a Little Crickets around.
Bully Bully.
It's also kind of got the same beat to Monster Mash.
It does.
Yes. Good, Bubba.
Attaboy, Bubba.
They did that mash.
Mark and Helena. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted to Corso on game day this week. The guy is dearly loved, but I don't know what they're doing. I feel like they're taking a playbook out of the White House. And
Thank you for bringing this up.
So
was it bad?
I'll let y'all talk about it, but it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
it was
why aren't we
more
doing
than
it?
uncomfortable.
So why aren't we doing it?
Hey, I don't know, but goodness gracious. Rough.
Well,
seriously, he
at
made
one
a
point
great.
They put him in the bus and let him hold the chicken.
He made a great point by talking about the president and Corso, and I almost think it was worse at times.
Really?
Yes.
Rick, I want to go back to this.
So now we're back to
thing.
the why.
Oh, it was. I don't know.
Why
it
would
was
we
rough.
do this? Why would we do this?
And it was rough from the jump. I mean, the minute they started, the minute that theme song hit, and they came back from break, it was.
Why?
It was rough.
Why are we doing this?
Rick, I can't get over the fact, and we've talked about this. Didn't they do a retirement thing for him like 4 or 5 years ago?
They even put up the number of how many times he'd taken the mascot head
Was it
off.
a retirement though? I think it was just an anniversary.
I thought it was a retirement.
Well, it should have been a retirement.
It should have been.
Yeah.
Guys, it was sad.
Why do they keep doing it?
So sad.
What purpose is it serving? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days. No, this is not like at one time it was.
We can think what we want to, but Jesse has done fine.
Right.
He's doing what he wants to do.
He
He's
hasn't
making
been
a lot of
denied
money.
either.
He's doing it at the highest level. Yeah. He ain't missing out on anything.
No, I would say that the alternate lifestyle has almost become mod in today's society, which is why so many young people are drawn to it. Oh, look, If I declare this, I don't know my gender, or I don't have any gender identification or sexual identification. It's anything, anytime, anywhere, whatever I feel. Look, some of the most important people in our country with the most influence make a fuss over me and refuse to play for cities that won't let me to go to whatever bathroom I want to go to. People cut off funding. Hollywood threatens to leave. It's pretty cool to be in this group. I would go as far as to say there's no backlash in today's society of any consequence. What can you prove that you're going to be denied today if you are in the gay and lesbian lifestyle? What can you really prove that you're going to be denied today if you are African American? What can you really point to that you're being denied today if you're a woman? I mean, really. And I'm not saying there's not still pockets of people, but I'm saying this country as a whole doesn't really cause any issues for you in any of these categories in general. Certainly not like it once was. Not close.
And really the only answer is, well, some people don't like me. Some people talk about me.
Some people don't.
But you know what? People talk about you if you're a fan of a certain football team. People talk about you if you're a fan of a certain university. People talk about you if you're a fan of a political party. So you're really not you're not isolated in any special way.
Yeah, I'm conservative politically, and I'm evangelical Christian spiritually, and there are some people who don't like that. And there are some things that people would rather me not have because of that. There are some stations that won't carry us. There's satellite radio that doesn't really like that. But can I really make a case that Bubba and I are having a hard time making a living in this country because we're white men who are evangelical Christians and conservative? No. But does that not mean, to Bubba's point, does that mean that everybody likes us? Doesn't mean that at all. No. There are people who don't like us. There's people who try to come against us. There's people who would love to see us not being able to do what we do, but they haven't been able to do it. You know why? Because really on a macro scale, we haven't been denied any opportunity that matters. Maybe in little micro areas, but not any. I mean, we're doing fine. So, and I think that's what I think people are understanding, that when you try to do these kind of protests, and he wants to be the martyr for African American gay men, and I don't know that African American gay men need a martyr. What are they being denied?
He's got a pretty sweet deal, it looks like.
Yeah, so it goes by that if you're going to make a protest and you want to be a martyr, you have to point to a narrative that everybody can see and acknowledge. Right. And that's just not happening. But they want it so bad. It's like they missed an era that I think we should be glad is gone. And they just kind of wish they could have it back where they could be a victim.
Yep. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Thank you for being with us today. Hey, So we're working our way through another show coming off a long weekend. We've had lots of recaps. We've updated you. We thank you for being with us. And we'll get more of your phone calls, and we'll look at more stories from the long weekend. Hopefully you enjoyed the Best of show with Helmsy on Friday and the replay on Monday. And hope you had a good weekend. All right, so here we go. There's nothing we love more than a frustrated Nick Saban. And one thing he really, really hates is hypotheticals, and reporters love hypotheticals.
Right.
They love it. And so anytime he can be asked a hypothetical by a reporter, we love every second of that.
Right.
Now, is this a current rant?
Yeah. This is a current rant about a player and what he thinks of their future and how they'll play and perform, and it's fun.
Okay.
I think tonight's positive performance will help him moving forward to next week and beyond.
And who is that?
Jalen Milroe, positive performance, how that will help him build.
So you're asking me to speculate, and I answer a hypothetical question about how some guy's going to perform in the future. I don't really know. I mean, I love him. I think he's doing well. I know he's working hard to try to improve. He's a good competitor. He'll do everything he can to play his best. But I don't have. This is a Coke bottle. It's not a crystal ball.
Hey.
How do you think of play? Do you have any idea? Hard to know. It's what we all strive for, though. I mean, we want everybody to play well, and we're going to try to prepare them the best way we can. But that's why you play the games.
That's good. That's
pretty straightforward, isn't it?
I love when he goes back on them. How do you think he'll do?
Right. That's and it's really right. I mean, you wish the kid well, and maybe he will, but there's really no way to know. So anyway, that's always fun with Saban. Another thing we were just discussing about the Lee Corso thing, because I know that I can't let it go and I can't stop unpacking it. I don't understand why we're doing it, and when things like that happen to me, because I'm kind of a logical person, and I'm thinking to myself, what gain does College Game Day have of keeping Corso? Certainly understand he's a trademark and he's had good years, but I almost start getting offended over what's happening with Biden, what's happening with Corso, on the fact that people allow this to continue. What's happening
Mitch
with
McConnell.
Mitch McConnell, Feinstein, or however, whatever last name is.
Fetterman.
Did the people who supposedly love them care about them? And I'm offended that the people who are doing the programming, do y'all not understand that most of us that want to watch something, and we're not trying to be insensitive, but I don't think I have to apologize. I don't think any of us have to apologize that if I'm trying to watch something that is as lighthearted as football, I'm in the mode of entertainment and relaxation and enjoyment. And I honestly think that I'm not unreasonable to say that I don't really want to be made uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Why do I have to struggle with this guy? Why are y'all putting this burden on me? I mean, and as you said in the break, Helmsy, and I thought the same thing. So David Pollock's out, but Corso's in?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Who made that decision?
Crazy. And that's nothing against Corso. That's just the fact
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about.
Corso, the person who wasn't struggling with his cognitive skills,
right, and brought a ton
was
to
a
that
lot of
show.
fun,
yes.
And I enjoyed that, which also makes this worse because now you're messing with the memories.
Right.
You're KC in the Sunshine Band now, and y'all won't leave Corso behind the keyboards. Y'all have him out here dancing. And I don't know.
There was moments where you could tell he forgot what segment he was in. Like, hey, we're not supposed to do that right now, Lee. We do that later on. He's doing this thing that Biden does where he becomes disinterested in what he's actually saying, and he just stops and just doesn't finish it, and he chews.
I've been there.
I don't agree with his tactics on Deion and that, and blah, 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 blah. It just kind of trails out with no words. It was awful to see. Everybody, we all love the coach.
But
okay?
but
goodness gracious.
But I'm the person in charge, okay? Do I not have the wherewithal to go, I think the Corso train has come into the station. I think I mean, why do I keep putting him out there? Why do I keep signing him? do I talk to him prior and come away and go, he can't continue to do this?
Well, I think
you're ruining Kirk Herbstreit's life.
Well, and he was as uncomfortable as anybody because he usually does a really good job of handling him, and he couldn't. He was just Speedy made the point, and I think to some extent, all of us for different reasons have moved away from ESPN to some extent because of their politics and their continuous woke whatever. There's certain things in ball games we can't control that's on. We're going to watch, okay? But I found myself watching other pregame shows this weekend because of it. And Speedy did too. And I think that's a national thought right now.
For example, I was pulling up some information on that. There's a story from 2017. 2017. Think how far that was back pre-COVID, okay? And it's entitled Lee Corso Still Going on Game Day with a Little Help from His Friends. And the whole thing is about him being 82 at the time.
What are we doing?
And that was 17.
What are we doing?
Wow.
I don't know if he is so loved and everybody wants him around. Right. I think we're past live TV and record a piece with him during the week, pitch it to that piece, and let him talk about something that you can edit together that looks good. You could
even do the mascot reveal. That
or something, just out of common decency to the whole situation.
After it was kind of rough, Rick, they came back for one segment. I'd walked out and I walked back in, and he's sitting in the bus holding the Gamecock, and everybody else is on the set talking. So.
It was a rough ride, guys. Rough ride.
Wow. Yeah, but I found myself, because of secondhand, I couldn't do it. I did find myself going over to Fox. Also, I knew they had the Colorado TCU game, so they were kind of all that mania too, but then I never went back.
I tell you what I'm going to start doing. I love Coming to Your City. That promo is awesome. When they start everything off with that, I'm going to watch that and then go over to Fox.
Mm-hmm. I guess so. And with it being in Tuscaloosa this weekend, will he be in T-Town?
I would not be shocked if they finally did something about it the next couple weeks.
But we've said
because
this
it was
before.
so bad. I know, Rick.
But you think it's worse than I've ever seen?
I think it was worse than I have.
Okay.
And it being week one, they got time to adjust.
Hold on a minute.
Not so fast, my friend. I'm not going anywhere.
But why are we being asked to carry this burden? I don't understand it.
I don't know. It's tough.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, we know that we lose you toward the end of the show today because it appears that you solidified a trip to the historic Final Four appearance by Auburn University. It is college basketball's Cinderella story. Texas Tech also, but to a lower degree. Mm-hmm. Auburn is the talk of the town. It's that story in sports that everybody looks at. They've never been here. They're not a traditional basketball school. I mean, they've had the Barclays and stuff like that, but in general, it has not been a great experience if you are a basketball fan to be an Auburn basketball fan. And before we get into what we think is the final word on this, now the final word really won't come in until you actually are there and get back.
Till I text y'all from Minneapolis.
Right. Yeah. Right. But you SEC shorts. Now this is SEC, the SEC conference.
They do some very funny things on all the sports. And, man, they roll out some good stuff. And they have done one for Auburn basketball.
And it is funny. So those of you listening will hear it. I think the audio is still funny enough. Those of you that have watching the TV portion, you'll love it. Here it is.
And that's going to do it for the 2012 Auburn basketball season. 9-23, the final record after losing 16 of their last 17 games. Dark days indeed on the plains of Auburn.
And it appears that you've called a ride with Dynamic Dan Moultrie.
Yes.
And his wife.
It's on Feeder 1.
And then there'll be there'll be other couples on here?
I understand there is another couple.
So there's two couples and you.
Yes, that is correct.
This is our friend Bubba.
Yes. Well, it'd be three couples
No,
if
he's
Betty
not
could
gay.
go.
His wife couldn't come.
Is there a seat for Betty there? Or could she
Y'all missed it.
What?
Yeah, we missed it on purpose.
A few caught it.
Never mind. We were pretending they were introducing Bubba. No, he's not gay. His wife just couldn't go.
I'm sitting over in awkward seat.
Awkward seat.
Awkward seat.
She was committed to
seat.
host a shower, and she is following up on that commitment.
Well, she needs to get the name of it right.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
The
But you know how, like, you remember when you did the good night look at that and it was eye opening to you? You remember when it's like, and you saw the playback and you're like, oh wow, that's pretty bad. When you're going with other couples, does it hit you? Wow. So I'm hitching her.
No, it's just look. Everybody's grabbing on something that's moving. That's
Let me
all
ask you this. Let me ask you this.
It's like the children of Israel leaving Egypt, man. Everybody's just grabbing something and rolling.
But when y'all are at the game, is it going to be like the couple, you in the middle, and then the other couple?
I don't know.
How would they
I don't
see?
know how
I hope that's how.
Well, I don't know how. If I was it, I would go. If say I was Dan, it'd be me. In my case, it'd be Sherry, then the other wife or husband, and then their spouse, then Bubba. I'd have to put him on the end.
No, put him right in the middle.
No,
how they going to have conversations?
You can't put him in between the two couples.
You know he's going to be narrating the game.
Great, they'll start calling him the Great Divide.
The Continental Divide.
So will you
They'll
just
be holding hands, walking through the airport, Bubba be behind them.
rolling?
So you kind of hoping, and you know what somebody will say? I tell you what, Moultrie's son Daniel's let himself go.
I didn't know he had a son that old. How's that possible?
You're talking about putting on the college weight.
And apparently he's been there a few years. He's turned gray.
And the stress of college is great as hair.
Good night. Look at that.
It's our son Daniel. So will you
made the trip?
Will you so what you're hoping is that the three men will begin to have their own conversation.
Rick,
and the two women will cause
I have no idea how all this is going to go. It's crazy. You know,
But I know you want to go to Paisley Park. They're probably not going to want to go. You're going to
you
do
know
that by yourself.
I really do want to go see Prince's house.
Well, I was going to say,
if we got some downtime Sunday, I'd love to see that.
This is going to be conversations in the hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, but he wants to go eat, and I know we want to spend time together, but he wants to go see. I'll be back.
What you need to do is you need to, as you said, use this as a ride only. And then you have to say, I'll see y'all at the game and separate.
Yeah.
Eat on your own time, eat where you want to, go to Paisley Park if you want to, then you'll just see them at the game, and then you'll see them on the ride home.
Yeah.
Look, I have no expectations how this is supposed to go.
Right.
It's
because
usually these things you have to be extremely flexible.
True.
And
that is true.
Because we've all done it. Picture this, and y'all know this to be true. Yeah, Have you got a table for 4? Hey, we got Bubba. Oh, I'm sorry, 5. So that'll be 40 more minutes. Okay, we got tables for 4. 5. 5's kind of now. We got to get you a 6. We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. So Morgan Wallen bringing us back, and apparently one of our opportunities to do a story today involves this title: Porta Potty Brawl in Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
At Morgan Wallen concert.
Elmer's in it.
Yeah.
He's in it.
So did we get upset about the line at the porta potty? Were we just fighting around the porta potty?
No, it's in it. I mean, it spills out onto the ground.
No,
but it starts in the porta.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
I thought you were making a joke.
No.
Okay.
It wasn't on a Delta flight, but it was.
No,
right.
They needed a porta potty.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, watch it.
Okay. All right. So.
Yeah, it's wow.
Oh,
I don't think I can use the. There's a lot
Are these
of
females?
women.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Rick, mad women at the porta
So
potty.
they throw something down here. There's like a drink thrown at, and then it's like, all right, that's it. Throw the drink and straw down, and then it just happens, guys.
All right, so
they're shoving, talking, pushing.
Oh my goodness!
Now scratching.
Here we go. Cowgirls coming out.
Look, we in the party. Look, coming out. That one belling out.
Oh, good night.
Here we go. Jam her in there.
He tries to.
Oh my gosh, her booty's in there.
And then her friend shows up.
Oh, it's hair. Hey, Blondie means business.
Girl fight.
The friend is serious.
Let me tell you what, the blonde bomber She kicked her with the cowboy boots.
Yeah.
Somebody's down.
Watch out.
Look, that one just has to go. She's like, I gotta go.
She's going to close and hit occupied.
Guys.
She had to get in there and get her phone out of it.
Oh, wow. Hey, that one. You talk about catfight.
I know the play-by-play for radio was all over the place, so please set the. So we got a line of porta potties.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the fight starts outside. Then the door swings open, and the girl's in there using the bathroom.
She gets in it.
Yeah. What happens?
I don't know what. One runs out.
These two get into some kind of disagreement outside the porta potties, like Speedy said.
Yes.
And then when the fight breaks out, a woman, unfortunately, makes that moment to walk out of the porta potty, finishing her business, but that opens the door, and they go into the porta potty fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's an attempt to put one of them's head in that toilet.
Think it was.
But see, now this breaks out. Everything's outside the porta potty until right now.
Look who's in
now cowgirl, then the fight goes in. Now there's a hold my drink, and somebody is. This girl's not very effective, but when the blonde bomber shows up, here she comes. Now she's effective. Yeah. She is effective.
Pulling hair.
She means business.
I mean, really pulling
Ponytail,
hair.
not even flinching. And cowboy boots, kicking, punching, grabbing, and slamming door, kick in the face,
right
and then
there.
the slamming of the door. And then let me tell you something.
Then somebody's got to go. They just walk along the door.
Easy.
That girl just blew it up.
She goes and gets her phone back out.
Right. Let me tell you what. When the blonde bomber showed up, she meant business.
She really did.
I don't know whose team she's on, but she went crazy.
You want her on your team.
She was a game changer.
She was.
Really was.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to roll with her.
Aggressive.
And you know what I
Had a
noticed?
plan.
You know what we found out? These particular cowboy boots, they were more than just stylish. They were functional.
Well, we have a term for certain kind of boots.
I've heard they were made for walking. These are made for kicking. They sure are. These are made for kicking.
It is a porta potty.
Yeah, these boots are made for kicking.
Hey,
they
were
right
serious.
over you.
Wow.
Did you say the porta potty fell over?
No,
at one point?
He was just saying that the fight fell into the porta potty and then back out.
I was hoping it would fell over for some reason.
No,
Then they ended up in it though.
Let me tell you something. That right there,
I love hold my drink.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Big girl's out.
But how about Pink Boots said, what in the world's going on?
I'll tell you though, the first girl that
I can't figure who against who.
Yeah, the first girl when she says "hold my drink," though, she doesn't really accomplish much.
No.
She goes in there and
hey, Visor couldn't. I mean,
All right,
just don't help if that's what you're going to do.
That was not helpful,
Right,
sir.
just get out of the
Sir,
way.
that was not helpful.
Here's what I'm with you. Is the blonde bomber? Is she just taking this on, saying this is a battle royale? It's me against everybody.
I just want it to
She's
stop.
with her right there.
Yeah.
She's with the girl
Okay.
right there, the one that's hollering.
Okay.
She rescues her friend.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
The one that's wearing a doily.
Yeah, is that what that is?
As a jacket.
It looks like grandmother's
It
tablecloth.
really does.
Yes.
Yeah,
She sees her friend being attacked by two people, and she comes in. It's kind of
Yeah.
like that night when I thought y'all were getting attacked.
Yeah, big misunderstanding.
Yeah.
So all right.
Wow.
Had to clean it up.
They're in the porta potty just fighting. I've heard of fighting in a phone booth, but this is different.
I will say the blonde bomber, she got two people out by the hair.
She really did.
And
At one time,
boom,
there was three people
boom.
in one.
This kick right here has got her.
And
Bam!
bam.
Click and bam.
And these boots are made for kicking. Yeah.
How about she's done?
Girls
Somebody
right
got mine.
in the face.
And I will have to say this: there's one thing I can't get out of my mind. What song are they missing?
Yeah. I wish it didn't have so much cussing in it. We'd hear it.
Yeah. Thank you, Speedy.
So there.
What?
Oh, the girls, not the song.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we couldn't play that because the
they're
girls
missing-
were
okay.
missing their language. I'm thinking
Well,
that-
Morgan will cuss too.
Right, but I'm thinking at least his
yeah.
songs off in the background. We
Sure.
could know, but
Right.
the
You
ladies,
I was looking. I was
the girls
thinking,
were really.
This could be titled about 20 of his different songs.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to show this to you too. Come here, look.
Yeah.
New thing is now for some reason 5 and 6 have become 7 and 8. But I've noticed lately, like say they'll all get active and 5 and 6 will just sit there.
Do you think these people want to talk about Morgan Wallen?
Yeah, all these people, because it blew up when we started talking about the fight. Either we're off the air somewhere, or somebody's cousins are in this fight. Because I've never seen so much them explode over a fight video.
I'd like for you to just answer one.
You want to see what's going on? All right. Who do you think? You think somebody in Alabama or Shelbyville,
I'd like
Tennessee?
to hear them tell us their favorite Morgan Wallen song.
I'm going to go to Shelbyville, Tennessee. I think they, for some reason, I think they may know more.
What if I said here?
Hello, person in Shelbyville, Tennessee. What are you bringing to the table? What's going on?
Well, I was going to tell you the Romper Stomper girl, that's her
her mother she's saving.
Her mother?
Oh, I've just seen a text here. Yes.
Yes.
Whoa.
Anybody looks like old enough to be
so
that
that's the
mother.
daughter.
So the blonde bomber is the daughter of the other woman that's in the fight?
Yes.
Nobody looked
Correct,
old enough to
correct.
have a girl that age.
There's already Halloween costumes going around for the Romper Stomper.
So is that what we're going with? I like blonde bomber, but you're saying romper stomper is
Romper
whatever.
Stomper's good.
Are these boots are made for
It
kicking?
rhymes.
She's got a romper outfit.
So that's a mother and daughter right there. Wow. So the
That's her
doily,
mother?
that's the
Yes.
mom.
Dolly is the mom. Blonde bomber, or what is it? Romper stomper.
Romper Stomper's the daughter.
Yeah. Romper stomper.
So that's the classy mom and daughter right there. There you go. Okay.
That early young.
That's the mom hollering?
I think that's what right. She was helping her mom.
Yeah,
That's the mom.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says a mother daughter outing quite like Mama in shorty shorts.
Right.
You know, I mean that is that's
Good night.
That's
So
my
that's-
mama. That's
yeah.
my mama ready for the
Look,
Morgan
first she's
Wallen
grinning.
concert. That's
I love there's Halloween costumes.
Romper Stomper.
There we go.
And so the mom just I guess started arguing with Pink Top.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay, so back at work on Tuesday. Back at work on Tuesday. So you and your daughter went to the Morgan Wallen
How'd that
concert.
go?
Was that fun?
Yeah. Yes.
Y'all have a good time.
We sure did.
Don't open your phone.
Yeah.
Don't open Twitter.
I was about to say,
You'll see it.
Apparently, friend, you haven't been around social media this weekend. Did y'all have a good time? I feel so bad for her.
Daughter's mad.
Yeah, daughter real mad.
I'm impressed with the daughter.
Well, how about this? If you're beating up my mama, that's the way you act.
yeah, you go to-
Yes.
you
Now,
go
I don't
to
know
a-
if mama started it. I don't know who started it.
Don't know.
You go
she
to
came
next
to the
level.
rescue.
You go next level on that.
Somebody threw their hat down, and here we go.
Oh yeah, there's
Was
a
that
certain-
fun?
Yeah, there's this girl. She's on social media. That's my daughter.
So y'all get to catch up a little bit? Well,
we slammed a few people on the ground.
Our stories on the way home were incredible.
Mom almost got flushed. But other than that,
Right.
About that now, she's got to go. She ain't got time for
So
this.
tell, and then now let's go to the daughter at work. Did you get to go with your mama to Morgan Wallen?
we had a ball.
I did. What happened? Well, mom was beating her in the porta potty, and I came to the rescue. That's so sweet. I bet she appreciated that. I feel so bad for her.
See.
Right, 5 and 6 1
Halloween costume.
So I don't know, but I don't.
Oh my
know.
goodness! So I just searched. Okay, I don't know if it's a thing or not, but that's the costume right there. I just searched Romper Stomper costume.
It really is there. So is this a really old video? How can that already be out?
I don't know. Let's see here.
It's not that old.
Okay. So,
And she's out doing interviews with like Barstool and stuff. The
it's
Romper Stomper.
oh, I bet.
So
She
she's-
should be.
Yeah, there you go.
So she's gonna get famous like Cash Me Outside. That
Yeah,
guy.
sure.
I think the UFC's talking. to
Greg,
her.
the word I keep thinking of is classy.
Yes. what are you famous for? Well, me and my mom got in a brawl at Portland at a Morgan Wallen concert.
We'll take your phone calls next. We'll be right back.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so those are bigger groups, like because he's like, oh, well, y'all got 4 or 6? Okay, great, we got 4. What about Bubba? Oh, well, we have.
don't forget, I got 2 kids that'll be in Minneapolis too.
Yeah,
so.
well, of course they won't come anywhere near.
Yeah, you won't even see them.
They're on their own schedule there.
They already know who they eating with.
They will call me. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
I looked at their credit card this morning. They're already in the yellow zone.
They'll find you.
Yep.
So you'll find them.
I'm sure I'll see them for dinner once or twice.
That's a good point.
And that'll help Dan and them.
And Bubba, Rick, when we were doing the XFL that year, many moons ago, Bubba likes to book a good tour of the city.
Yes, he does.
Oh, I
They've
love.
guided
If
tours.
I'm going to be there, I want to see the place.
I struggled through that one in San Francisco.
Can I tell you a funny one though? We haven't talked to Coach Bud Grant in a while, and we're coming right into his. He's got a. Doesn't he have an
Dan
office?
connection.
He's got an office in the building.
Does
The
he?
Oh, I didn't know
Vikings keep
that.
him in
Does he?
office. Yeah.
Are you going to call Bud?
Well, he'll probably want to go out hunt. He
no,
wants
in a
to. He
t-shirt.
hunts every morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. He won't care how cold it is,
And
and
that's
it is a
Dan.
little cooler.
Will you
Dan
tell-
has a connection with
Yeah, will you tell Dan to call him?
We'll see how all that works out.
That's a yes.
Buckle on into awkward seat.
I'll just call him. I
Awkward
got
seat.
his number.
Huh?
Are you rooming
I know,
with
but
them
I
too?
just thought that. Dan.
Do what?
Are you having a room with them too?
Are you on the rollaway?
No, I'm on mine. I got mine.
The rollaway.
Yo, Rick, we got 2 doubles and a rollaway.
Oh man.
Nothing like the rollaway.
All right, we'll come back. So you're going, we think.
Well, there's a lot of hurdles, Rick, but yes, that is the plan.
Oh, yeah.
One is just getting to the airport this morning.
That's right.
Can't believe you got
Hey,
to
the
go that far.
interstate look good.
That looks like a dandy. Yep, better allow some time there.
Yep.
If I were you, I wouldn't even go that way.
I don't know if is there another way to go?
You got to go around it, yeah.
Probably. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you go to the website louvickerybooks.com, you will see a number of books that have been authored by Lou Vickery. But today we talk about book number 14. It is called Reach Beyond, How to Jump Over Hurdles and Land on Success. Lou, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys, it's only been about 18 years, but I appreciate you having me back.
Yeah, it's quite a rotation. It is.
I want to know, all of you look just about the same.
I know. I think we've aged gracefully.
You really have. You've done a marvelous job. I will say there's one individual in the house who had a little more hair before.
Yeah.
But, I'm not going to mention any names.
Right. Yeah,
but he's still just as good looking as he ever was.
He is.
Well, he says
now,
working with us will make you bald.
You know, here on the staff, Greg is famous for holding court. Well, as you can tell, Lou Vickery holds court wherever he goes.
I bet he does.
The jury is in.
Hey, well, I tell you what, I ran the kangaroo court when I was in pro ball, and if we find, I tell you what, 10% of everything we got was mine. So I fined everybody. They stayed fined. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you got to work it, and one of the things you talk about is this book is you've talked to people who've been successful in every form or fashion you can think of, and this book is kind of an attempt to take all these different people in different lines of work, but the thing they have in common is they've been successful at it, and then try to say, well, what are the things we should look for in all these people that seems to be constant, and then maybe the rest of us should maybe follow suit.
Rick, I think the biggest thing that makes people highly successful is that we all start out pretty much with the same goals. We want to be successful. We want to have, friends. We want to be financially secure. But basically, I see the biggest difference is that when you run into a hurdle, how do you handle the hurdle? And the majority of times, you try to find a way around, but most of the time, the only way is through. And I think that the one thing that I see is what I call stability. There's two things I think really make the difference. One is you have to have a good forgettery, and you have to have great stability.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I remember, if I can use a baseball analogy, I remember a situation where that I came into a game. I was a relief pitcher, closer. Came into a game, bases loaded. We're up 6-3. I throw one pitch and get beat 7-6. Grand slam home run.
Oh my!
Hey, yeah. Well, at 2:00 in the morning, I'm walking the street with the cops. So we're checking the doors.
Yeah.
Well, I'm back in there again the next night. Come into a situation, 1-run lead, bases loaded. Throw one pitch, get a double play, get a save. So my point is that you just got to get through it. I mean, we're going to run into hurdles in life. Yep. That's all part of it. But how do we handle the hurdles?
We're back. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big, and we'll get to those right now. Welcome back. Glad you're here. Fieldofgreens.com. You're doing some traveling this weekend from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Melody sent an email and said, look, I'm flying over the holiday weekend too, and I want to take my Field of Greens with me. What have you found to be the best way, in your check bag or your carry-on? Melody, as I told you before the weekend, I emailed back, carry-on is not an option. You got to go check bag. If you have the big old tub in your carry-on, trust me, it happened to me, your bag will be pulled aside. And they will want to know what kind of canister of powder you got there with you. So you need to do that in the check bag. But Field of Greens just continues to deliver. This product is just fantastic. And, I'm seeing the health results. All of you are emailing and talking about the benefits that for you. I've had people, are you a 1 scoop, 2 scoop person? I'm a 2 scoop, one early in the day, then one late in the day. And it's giving the body everything the body needs to operate correctly. It's hard to, I mean, some of you are good at it. I'm just not, to get in all the fruits and vegetables that the body craves. And one of the things right now more than ever, one of the benefits, now there's a lot of benefits, but one of them, if you think about right now, the times we're living in, post-pandemic, every time you turn around, there's another virus, another something, is your immune system. And when your body is healthy, and that's probably the most important step we can all take, is that your body, because if you think you're going to live in a world where you never get sick or you never get exposed, that's just not going to happen. We got some stories on that even today. So you need to have your body healthy to where if you do come down with something or you're exposed to something, your body may fight it off completely, or if you do come down with it, it won't be any big deal. So fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba right now, save 15%. You also can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So to the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Anthony out of Austin, Texas. Anthony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
What's up?
What's happening here? I'm trying again. Let's see if I can.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
It's froze up.
What are you doing?
Well, no, I just answered the phone. And now it's got a lock thing on it, and I'm trying to do. I guess.
Hey, Ant.
I'm sorry, Anthony. Try again. We'll try that again. Let's go to Brandon in Asheville, Alabama. Brandon, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, going back to Beth Mowins in the Auburn game Saturday. Did y'all hear her talk about the UMass quarterback? His last name was Pukachow.
Oh boy,
that was her.
That was good.
Oh. That was her new name. And I bet she said it 200 times.
You're talking about Pukachow. UMass at QB, it's Pukachow. He throws downfield for yards.
Rick, I need. This is what I need. I need Gary Vines, and I need Beth Mowins calling the Auburn game, and I need to. He's trying to figure out what she's saying.
Okay. Hey, are you saying Pukachu? No, Pukachow. That's a quarterback for UMass and Minutemen. Pukachu. I mean, you can't even have a quarterback with a name we can say. I didn't hear that, but it doesn't take much to know how it sounded. Yeah, Chandler, Birmingham, Alabama, listening on ZZK. Chandler, go ahead.
What's going on, Biggin?
You, Chandler.
Tell it.
That's what I'm talking about. Listen, I'm a 25-year-old married, a straight white male here in Birmingham, and I need to do what's best for my family, and I need to know y'all's best investing advice for a young professional in the future. What's y'all's ideas?
Don't ask me. Listen, if you want whatever you're investing in the tank, just get birds to go along with you. I have killed some of the most sure things.
Yeah, I mean, are you wanting growth?
I think I caused the housing bubble.
Yeah, are you wanting security? Well, I killed AOL Time Warner myself.
Yes, you did.
So I mean,
I want something to go to the moon is what I'm looking for.
So you want a growth something, huh?
Correct.
Well, like I say, we're really not licensed to give investing advice. So there's a lot of technology stuff out there on the very edge, but you'd be rolling the dice.
Chandler, here's what I would say, and again, we're not experts, and anything we say is meaningless. But I do want to say this: I kind of stay in the logical world, and I'm not. I do not go for the swing for the fence. I've never been that guy on investing. So I may not be what you're looking for, but I would say if there's one thing that seems to hold its value is land, real estate, and people that I know that are good at that, they seem to do really well.
Yeah. And if you
Rick,
want,
I'm glad you said that. I'm in the real estate business. I flip houses and stuff, so I'm going to keep doing it.
There you go.
There you go.
And if you, if you just want something cash that's guaranteed, OT bills ain't too bad.
Yeah.
OT bills.
866 We Be Big is our number.
6 months, a year, whatever you want to do.
Here's Anthony in Austin. Anthony, I'm sorry, something technically happened, but you're back. Go ahead.
Oh, you got me back. Rick and Bubba, love the show.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Great. Rick, I had the pleasure of meeting you a month ago when you spoke at City Reach here in Austin.
Oh, yeah, man, that was an incredible event, and I'm still telling stories about how we saw God move that night. Wasn't that something? That was really something.
Oh, without a doubt, and yeah, we're going into week 4 of the Man Church as disciple with Pastor John, and it's really moving stuff, brother. Big, really life-changing stuff.
Thank you, man.
So I laughed at the time when we spoke, and then I called in the show that week, and I was waiting for you to call me out on my accent because this is certainly not a Texas drawl that I'm dealing with.
No, it's not.
Great to hear the story about the family in New York. It's I love when people have a good time in my hometown, and kudos on you for calling it the city. That's very savvy.
Thank you.
The Uber guy deserves every bit of what for you gave him. He's an idiot.
Counting yourself.
And a New Yorker will tell you a walk to Mount Kilimanjaro will only take 10 minutes.
You're right. It's just down there. Don't take a cab. Just walk it.
Oh, don't wait for a taxi. Let's walk. So quickly, while I called, was you brought up the sports teams. Why fans are they have a link. It's geographic.
Okay.
The Rangers and the Knicks play in Madison Square Garden, which is in Manhattan. Years ago, the football Giants played at the Polo Grounds, which is in Manhattan as well. And then the Yankees are in the Bronx, right over the river. So when people grew up, our grandfathers and things all rooted for those teams. Conversely, the Jets and the Mets and the Islanders and the Nets back in the ABA days were all from either Queens or Long Island. So same thing. If you grew up out there, you rooted for those four teams as a block.
There you go.
So it's geographic.
It's geographic. Yeah. That's what that tie is. I've noticed, though.
That's what that tie is.
How long it's been since you've been back to the city? How long you been in Austin?
Oh, I've been here for a year.
Mm-hmm.
We moved down last July. We wanted our kids to have a more Christian and conservative upbringing. Yeah. So maybe another show we'll get into that. But so we've only been down here a year, and I've been fortunate to go back once or twice in the last year for business and things.
Well, I noticed just over the weekend that some of the New Yorkers are not doing the geographical anymore. They're kind of mixing and matching on these teams, and I didn't know if you were okay with that.
It puts you out of. It used to be if you knew one, then you knew them all. So yeah, it's a little disjointed if you skip around. It's not neat and organized.
Well, Anthony, thank you first of all for encouraging the team with the Man Church on what's happening in Austin, and thanks for calling and at least giving me some comfort that I handled the city pretty well and explaining the team thing. Appreciate that very much, and give my best to all the guys. Okay,
thank you, sir.
All right, man. See you.
Take care.
All right, man. You
Bye.
take care.
No, you take care.
No, you take care. No, don't take a cab. Walk it. It's down there, about 3 blocks. Of course, the blocks are mighty blocks.
Yes,
they are mighty
like
blocks.
a mile each.
Right, and then the and by the way, are we the only one? And we had to deal with the Lincoln Tunnel, obviously, where Washington Heights is located. Is it possible to be in a car, not our family, and be approaching the Lincoln Tunnel and people not be quoting the Elf? I mean, it's just, the men, and then I came to the Lincoln Tunnel. I was, all right, guys, we're not doing that every time we come to the Lincoln Tunnel. Buddy the Elf is not, we're not going to run that monologue every time we hit the, so. All right, top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget, there's no reason to miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba Show. The entire show, visually or audio only, available every day on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. But if you're with us, there's more. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At the time, I think that the difference in what I found in the people I talked to, and I must say our illustrious friend, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey, his story's in here.
He is in here, and Bubba has done an endorsement here on the book. So I'm looking at the chapters. Which one is Bubba? I mean,
he's in chapter 10 on goals.
Okay, chapter 10 says, success forms around preparation. 11 is goals to
11.
grow.
I
All right, okay, chapter 11.
See, me and Lou, we got a thing. We just try to get close.
No, you're close.
You know what I mean? Just get in the ballpark.
Kind of like Bubba got close on the actual address of our studio, but not accurate.
Not active.
Sorry about that, Lou.
Close doesn't count much when you're trying to find a place, does it?
It does. No. By the way,
I had you in the right city.
I do want to ask you, how's our accountant doing? But since you probably
I gave you his address.
You probably went to his address.
I probably did.
You're right.
I know. I ended up over at the Brookwood Medical Center.
Oh, boy, Bubba.
You know what I said, Greg? I said, I believe I've been here before.
It looks familiar.
Well, did. Bubba and I literally, and Speedy is my witness on this, there are people that we have relationships with, like you and Bubba, and then there's people that, it starts out, and what we've tried to learn is whether I've known you for years or somebody sent me an email because you're someone who wants to be on the show and I've never known you.
Right.
I need to treat both the same when it comes to the details of getting here, because when Bubba and I try to leave our office and go into Speedy's office, we always mess it up. You know what I mean? Really at some point, we're just better off to hand it off to Speedy and let him work the details out once we said, hey, we want to do this, kind of make sure that happens. You know?
Next time, Speedy, you send the direction, will you?
Yes, sir.
Just save a card.
What are some of the things you said? First of all, one of them is obvious. It's how people handle adversity.
That's right.
Because you're not going to go down any road that does not at some point have adversity on it. So that's one thing, how they handled that. What were some other things you saw?
I tell you, Rick, one of the things I see is that we don't fall into a rut. Mm-hmm. We slip into a rut, one little slip at a time.
Yeah, slow fade.
And so over a period of time, we may slip into that rut. And a lot of this book is about how do you get out of the rut? I mean, what's the next step? What are some of the things you do? You know, this book is not, I tell everyone, it's not for everyone, but it's for someone. And there probably is some point as somebody in our family that needs to be reading this book. I got a testimony from a young fellow out of Cleveland, Ohio, and he expressed to me that he was actually contemplating suicide. He just opened the book. Somebody gave him the book. He opened the book, and it just happened to hit on chapter, I believe it's 22. You have to bear with me, but it's called Listen to Your Heart. And it's down toward the end, but basically when it comes down to it, that's what we have to do. You know, the good Lord placed in our heart the ability. You know, you tell me in the Bible where the word Cain is. You know, it's not there. If it is, it doesn't have any relationship to our ability to move forward and continue to make progress in life. So the word Cain is that, just put it aside. But this young fella, and I communicated with him by phone. I got the email on Wednesday. I thought I'd give him a couple days. I called him, and we've communicated. He didn't have a job. His wife had left him. You know, we've seen those scenarios before.
Right.
But he turned it around, and he found him a job, was back, communicating with his family. And so things were starting to turn. So in my estimation, people ask me, why do I write? That's one story, and that's all I need is that one story to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, I think that's what Jesus does say, that without me, you can't do anything.
That's right.
So that's the one place.
Yeah, one place. Yeah. And that one fits.
Yeah, that one does fit. He
because
said,
we're talking about a way to make us better.
Right. He said, abide in me, because without me, you can accomplish nothing.
That's right.
And but that's still the same thing. You know, he's just driving home the point. If you don't get the heart issue right, you got problems.
Well, as we were talking about earlier, there's so many things in life that you have no control over.
That's right.
So there's really no need in worrying about those, because you can't do anything about them. But there are things you can control.
Right.
And that is the decision when you quit, when you stop.
That's it.
And those are the things you have to work on and concentrate on. And that's kind of what I was talking to Lou about in that book. And you know, so many times, I mean, I look back in my life and things that did not work out, and it may be sports, it may be other jobs or whatever, and I'm the one that decided when I quit.
Right.
Now, there were other people telling me I didn't belong, but I could have kept pushing through, and luckily I did in this business.
Right.
You know, so that's the thought of that you really do have control over a lot of things, and those are the things you need to focus on.
Absolutely.
Yep.
You know, you're talking about quitting. Basically, it's easiest. There is no formula for quitting. There's no formula. You know, quitting is the easiest thing in the world to do. You know, I love that General Mathis said that, you know what, winners don't know how to spell defeat.
Right.
You don't. I mean, because you lose this time doesn't mean that that's where it's going to be. But that's the way a lot of people look at it. Oh, man, I lost. And that's the reason I like to think that when I'm around people and they're around me, they're thinking in terms of, hey, let's be upbeat. You know, I've had adversity. You've had adversity. We all have.
Yep,
but what do we do with it? Where do we go from there? And the good Lord plants in our heart the ability to keep going.
Amen. Well, you almost start taking on the attitude of anybody who's ever been a salesperson. There's an old way that salespeople are taught to look at rejection, because you get rejected all the time.
Sure.
And they get to the point, if I've been rejected 10 times, I'm about to make a big sale.
Right.
And you almost may start thinking about that in life. Hey, look, this didn't work out, that didn't work. Something about to hit. is 7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, we start the hour with an Elon Musk update.
Here comes the money.
Yeah!
Call.
Boom! Hey! Dollar, dollar, say bling, bling. Bub, what's going on with the King of X?
Published reports this morning say Elon Musk is preparing to sue the Anti-Defamation League for $22 billion.
Here comes the money.
For trying to kill X by falsely accusing it and him of being anti-Semitic. The ex-owner sets up a huge defamation battle with the group. Now, he is saying that their claims of anti-Semitism has cost his company value, potentially destroying half the value, or roughly $22 billion. According to various reports, the actual value of X has dropped from $45 billion down to $15 billion in the past 6 months after Elon purchased it. He began the battle Monday morning when he called out the organization for being responsible for the company's quickly falling profits. He said since the acquisition, the ADL has been trying to kill this platform by falsely accusing it and me of being anti-Semitic, he wrote in an initial tweet.
Well, I like when people have the ability to say, I'm just not going to sit here and let you try to cancel me by accusing me of something that has no merit, no foundation, and the damage that it has done in this case. I'm going to do my best to prove that you have damaged me, that you set out to damage me, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. And I think that's going to help us, all of us that get up every day and do jobs like we do and think, okay, when will the next comment that somebody makes that has no ill will, that has no grounds to be defined however it gets defined, and our whole job and way to make a living is destroyed because people can just do meritless things against you and you have no recourse. So I like when people might start being a little more afraid to do that kind of stuff.
Musk says he believes the ADL has urged advertisers not to use X over Musk relaxing of rules around hate speech and harassment. Some Jewish users online have claimed to see an uptick in anti-Semitic tweets that go unpunished by Musk and everyone else at X. In response to the accusations of rampant anti-Semitism on the platform, the chief twit himself denied letting hate speech run free on the app. To be super clear, I'm pro-free speech, but I'm against anti-Semitism of any kind, he wrote in a tweet.
Well, and that's the case. Can anybody prove that he has this in his background, that this is his character, and that he is knowingly letting people say things? Now, first of all, you have to get into who gets to define what is offensive and what's not.
Right.
And in that world, and so I hope that he can make some headway on this because we have got to stop this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, it's, I think all of us applauded the free speech part of him taking over Twitter to begin with.
Yeah, no question.
Because of all the news filtering that was going on. And we saw that with the Hunter Biden story. We saw that with other election stories. Now, nobody wants hate speech out there either. So, it's going to be a big job trying to police all that. But I don't know that the thing is, have they actually been working advertisers to get them not to advertise? Or have they just been giving their opinion on it? I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see.
Well, we've said this 1,000 times, and nobody likes to have things said about them that are not true or that are mean and angry and all that. But the problem is, if you're not careful with the hate speech door opening, the one that they want so much, and they can just taste it, and they keep trying it. It's already happened. Is that Scripture is going to be deemed hate speech?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then you
The
post
whole Bible,
you post in your Bible verse, you're going to be canceled too.
Right.
I'm telling you, that's where this is going, and it's already there. We're already there, but they can't quite get any ground.
Right.
They're already
Right.
trying.
Well, that freedom of religion
Yeah.
thing's kind of kind
And-
of giving them some trouble there.
And so many times we rush out to go, that's right, that's means. People shouldn't be allowed to say that. And you don't realize you're digging your own grave. Because sooner or later,
Yep.
you're not going to be able to express yourself.
Right. It's going to come back and haunt you.
Yeah. And
I'd almost rather err to the
No
side
doubt.
of letting some stuff get through that shouldn't get through, as opposed to shutting everything down.
Right.
If we're going to miss, and we're never going to be perfect anyway.
Yeah, if we try to, sometimes we're going to have to say, suck it up, Buttercup.
Yep.
And I'm sorry somebody said something mean about you, and we'll deal with that individual person if we need to, if it goes too far where it's something that you can't threaten people's lives or things like that. But if you open this hate speech door, sooner or later, your day is coming.
Yep.
And,
But your turn in the bucket.
And the coup de grace, just like all wonderful little leftists, little socialists, they want universal health care. That's their coup de grace. And if they can just get that, well, the hate speech people, they want Scripture. That's who they're after. And they can't wait to say there's an absolute truth and there's one God and his standard is it, and that's my beliefs, and that's what I express, and that's what I stand on. Well, that's hateful for those of us that don't agree with you, and it's really hateful for those of us that Scripture says we can't do what we do, and that what we're doing is not supposed to be done, and we won't have it. That's where it's headed.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You see that road coming.
Oh,
There ain't
we're
no
already
doubt about
there.
it.
We're already there. If we were sitting here and an enemy was after us, they're not in the city. But we saw some throws hit outside the gate about 100 feet from knocking down the wall.
Yeah.
They're throwing them out. I mean, they're on that road, and they're looking for anything that they can find some way to foundationally get there. And I mean, you look at it right now. There's already things you're not allowed to say. And when we go down that road, it does not produce the society that is the healthiest. Even like Ben Carson said. I don't even mind racists being able to say racist things because I want to know who they are. I want to know where they are.
Yeah.
I want to know that's how you really feel.
Well,
I like it better than they're hiding everywhere.
We know for a fact, we've already seen mayors in some big cities
Yes.
trying to limit what people can preach in the pulpit.
Absolutely.
So,
and every tyrannical
and
government,
it'll only keep coming back, getting worse.
Every tyrannical government that we all agree we hate, every single one of them goes after Scripture and what's being preached.
Yep.
They eventually get there. Because because that's people. If nothing else, that's people. Even if the absolute truth doesn't bother you, the absolute truth also is that we serve only one King. Now we behave as citizens unless you press us to blaspheme Him, and then we go against you,
Right.
and they know that. So you got to get the church on board, and you got to be able to control the sermons if you really want to control, and that's where it always ends up. Always does. Always will until it's all resolved. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Also, some other interesting stories today. We've got a couple of news clips that are interesting today from both sides of the political views. One from Fox and one from CNN. We'll be right back. We'll do that next.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving?
One real quick statement. In there, I talk about handling no.
Okay, let's talk
How
about that
do
when we
you
come
handle
back.
no?
We'll talk about that when we come back.
And I got to hear a Lou story when we come
Lou
back.
Vickery, Reach Beyond is the book. Available on Amazon, wherever you get books, or at LouVickerybooks.com. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba with the Lou Vickery right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick
the band, entitled just simply The Weight of it all.
The Weight.
Good song for us.
It is.
Anything
It
called
is.
Weight.
In more ways than one.
Well, Bubba, welcome back. Bubba, you are back from Minnesota.
Minnesota. Glad to be in Minnesota.
So the Final Four, I feel like I do. We're going to talk a little bit about sports today because we got to recap Bubba's trip to Minnesota. It will be more than sports. And later today, we've been talking about this, and Bubba,
Minnesota,
and Greg and
Minnesota.
I, we're very anxious. We got a lot of anxiety to get to the other side of this. But in the state of Alabama, our home state, the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame is inducting the class of 2019 in a couple of weeks. It'll be the 26th, 27th weekend. And one of the people being inducted is actually Coach Bill Burgess, the father of Rick and Greg Burgess. And if you've heard all the stories of Dad over the years, you know what we're going through. And got to talk to him about that again this past weekend as he and Mom spent the night at our house. And we'll tell you about that class being inducted. And for those of y'all, even around the country, that may want to attend, Scott Myers, who is the executive director of the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, will be here with us, and we'll talk about the class that's being inducted and how you could be on this very anxious evening with Greg and our family as we wait for what Dad might say. So that's that's getting real close.
Oh yeah, Rick.
That's getting real close.
I hope y'all just cut Coach loose and let him say what's on his mind.
You know what, Bubba? I think that's where we're leaning. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah. If I have to
Just send him out there.
If I have to explain to him again that he does represent all the people who are part of this, that it's not an individual award. Our dad's a huge fan of individual awards in team sports. He thinks that is one of the dumbest things people do because it's impossible for an individual to do everything.
But it
in a
does
team.
represent all those.
And I said, and I had to say it so many times, and Mom's had to say it so many times. So I think now we've got him down to the fact that he at least is going to go and accept the award on behalf of years of people that had a lot of success in the game of football.
And it's a good honor. In the family, we're all
it's a great
honored by
honor.
it.
Oh,
It's a great honor.
It's fantastic.
So I'm excited.
Yeah.
Tickled the hall put him in.
Matter of fact, I ran into some people that played with your dad this weekend. So
Did you? Did you?
we heard all kind of stories.
So,
boy,
you always do. We always do.
So we'll hit the class that will be inducted, and there's a lot of names you'll recognize on there, and it will be a huge honor for the weekend. It's just but you have to understand, if you've listened to stories about Dad over the years, you understand that everybody understands this is an honor, but only he would have some kind of spin on it like this because that's typical. He doesn't do anything the way everybody does.
No.
So to say that our dad is a unique individual is a gross understatement. So we'll get into that today. And Bubba, you got to tell us about Minnesota. I heard
Minnesota.
The guys mentioned it a little bit in the kickoff hour, if you were listening to that or watching that, and I really do feel like that I have a little bit of heaviness that on me about this. I clearly asked, you were too busy to respond, that I've not watched a minute of college football probably in years. I can't remember.
Basketball?
Basketball.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't recall the last time I watched college basketball ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I really couldn't document it.
Right.
It might even go back to
I think Clyde Drexler was playing for you.
Yeah, it was Phi Slamma Jamma.
It could have been
and
five.
Jimmy V's big win.
You know what? I think seriously, straight up guys, y'all may be on something.
I'm serious.
But so
Talking about shocking endings. I was sitting there. I couldn't believe that one.
yeah, and I clearly asked everybody if it was okay for me to watch. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us today on the Rick and Bubba Show. We've done recaps from the weekend. We've talked about the wedding in New York City. If you missed all that, in the archives today, both on the YouTube channel and on the podcast channel. One of the two weddings now done. And, of course, Sherry and I both have some pictures on our social media if you want to see some of that, too. You can if you are interested. And now we move on to wedding number 2 coming up in October. So, all right, couple of things when we are working our way back. Let's start first. You know, the whole thing about politicians and disasters, you know, they always use these as a platform to get up and to use their agenda. If somebody gets shot, then of course it's always, now that I've got your attention, let me tell you why guns are evil. And of course now the climate change cult,
the climate emergency.
Now how they're tying power lines falling and being still live onto areas where no one's cut fire breaks and causing fires to climate is still a bit of a reach to me. But anyway, here is the president always pushing it. And on Fox News, a Fox News host just snaps on the air saying, I just can't take this anymore.
Right. Yeah. And now he's the hurricane that went through Florida. He landed in Maui and ran it, and now he's doing it again.
Okay.
In 2.5 years, I've flown over more land burned to the ground as a consequence of wildfires than occupy the entire land of the state of Maryland, from down in New Mexico and Alabama all up into Montana and around. It's been devastating.
Play this part. This is Rand.
Now, we can get into the stats. We could actually talk about the effects of natural disasters, their frequency and their severity, and actually put it into historical context and give you actual intelligence on whether or not this is an increasing problem in the United States. But that's not the point that I think is important to make in this moment, is that I'm sick and tired of politicians standing on the graves of dead children in the case of school children, school shootings, or natural disasters where towns are burnt to the ground or destroyed by hurricane, and using it as a moment to ghoul and pimp for their politics. It's beyond grotesque to land into a disaster zone where people have been destroyed and to say, you know what should be the solution here? You know what the problem is? You haven't given me enough power. Your climate science, no. Your climate change Chicken Little has turned into a religion. It's not to say there's not science in some of these elements for us to discuss, but you've turned it into a religion, and you're the same people that can't sound an alarm in Lahaina, and you're asking us to give you the power and money to turn over to you the global thermostat. I'm sorry, but you don't have the competency to run anything, much less to stand in these moments of destruction and say, the real problem here is you haven't given me enough power. Preach.
I absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to give him one, too. That right there. So, yeah, he makes a point that we made, and I remember the late Walter E. Williams would make the point about you probably don't, you don't give the job of putting out fires to the arsonist.
Yeah.
And,
I miss Dr.
And that was back when we were going to hand off all of our health care to the government. and I really have never heard this point, too. So we're going to hand the planet's thermostat to these incompetent rubes? What has the government ever shown us on their resume? You go, you know what? Let's give them that job of anything, of any job. And they want to handle the climate and using these as
again, pretty limiting documents we have here about the federal government, what they can and can't do, and we cover what they can do. Everything else left to the states.
Unfortunately,
sorry, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of I don't know how we've let it happen again. Anthony Fauci is slowly but surely making his way back into the light.
Yeah. Can I say one more point on this?
Sure.
If we truly have a climate emergency, the first place we could cut down is the number of vacations Biden's on.
Right. Yeah.
He's been on vacation 40% of his presidency.
Correct.
And he's preaching about it. He's got more power to stop it and hey. Put everything on the government, tell them to pull it over and get out of the car right now.
Right.
If he really believes that,
Amen.
He can make the biggest change of anybody immediately, and he's not willing to do it. So, is it really true?
We're going to put these people in charge of the climate.
I'm begging the adults stand up.
Give me more power. I need to work on the climate. All right, so I don't know why we let Fauci say anything. Let's go to 3B first.
I thought we were prosecuting him.
Yeah, so Fauci is now going to do what has been bizarre, and politicians and people like him have always done. He's going to say he did not recommend shutting the country down. In 2022, he's going to say that, but then we're going to flash back to 2020 when he said he did. So, so this is where
we have tape.
Yeah,
now,
this is why
we got ones and zeros.
This is why we have a hard time following Fauci. When we didn't know who you were, we used to pay attention to your press conferences. Now you've almost become a comedy bit now. So here he is disagreeing with himself.
First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down, and the record will show, Neil, that we didn't recommend shutting everything down. I recommended to the president that we shut the country down. And that was a very difficult decision. because I knew it would have serious economic consequences, which it did.
Still trying to get out from under.
Still. So
that
now,
was the first two clips were from 2023, 2022, and then October of 2020 is when he recommended shutting the government down, according to his interview.
I didn't realize
in his own words.
I didn't realize it would be so.
Oh, I did too. I thought it might be a little more of a gray area. I didn't know it would be so direct.
So now we're
mark that. We need to play that like once a day, right after the national anthem.
Right. So now, and we're not going to play the whole thing, but why are we caring what he says about masks? Because, some places are doing mask mandates. I'll tell you, I may not have time for it here. I don't want to get into this, but I was surprised because I went to probably one of the most liberal places on the planet, and they're not freaking out in New York City like they did in the past. So if you can't get New York City to freak out over this variant, where we are now, that they're even realizing we're not doing that again. Yeah. I saw very few masks in New York City, which was surprising. Surprising.
Let's go back to the pandemic. The people who really come out of this thing looking like clowns. Okay. Fauci is one of them. Mm-hmm. The governor of New York, Cuomo. Remember, he even wrote a book on how well he had managed the situation.
Heck yeah!
Before he was removed from office.
Yeah.
I mean, what you talking about? Clown award? That has to be number one.
I'll tell you what got me on Cuomo. What got me on Cuomo is, hey, I led to the death of lots of old people. I will give you a pass on that.
Yeah.
I've been inappropriate with women. You got to go.
Yeah.
I mean, how about both of those are bad? How about both of those are bad?
Yeah.
How about leading to the unnecessary death of older people is bad too?
Rick, the worst case scenario would be to send COVID patients to a nursing home, and that's what he did.
If you look at our numbers of deaths, Cuomo added some that shouldn't be on there.
No.
Those people shouldn't. He put them in a bind. I mean, that was we all kind of knew in the beginning that people.
It was an American crisis, all right. You got that right.
You remember this when some of the celebs were kind of falling in love with him, wanting to marry him, and all that.
His daily updates. Remember, it was such. I mean, I don't know how his arm stayed in joint, patting himself on the back.
Oh my goodness! Man. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
What a clown!
I know. So surely we're not listening to Fauci again, are we? It didn't look like to me anybody was. I was pleasantly surprised that New York City was kind of like,
If you look behind him, Rand Paul's right there behind him somewhere, chasing him.
Yeah, making sure he's kind of become the nemesis, hasn't he?
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Because I didn't think it was a time for Auburn fans for me to do anything abnormal. Because, not that we believe in mojo. But there seems to be,
we just don't believe in taking chances.
Right. And I was given the green light
Yeah.
because they said I'm not emotionally connected to it. But when you see what happened to Auburn, it was so bizarre, I think I was the problem.
Well,
I mean,
Rick, we'll talk. There's the trip and there's the game.
Yeah,
so
two
there's definitely
different
two different things.
And the game's been broken down quite a bit. We probably want to hear more about your trip, because I don't know that we have anything new to add to the game. Because I've heard people streaming about it today driving in.
Listening,
I'm talking about all over
listening
the
to
country.
the New York talk shows, sports shows, arguing about it this morning is pretty funny. Pretty funny.
By the way,
it's just going to go down in another long list of bizarre finishes at the Final Four.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Happens every year.
15 minutes past. Bubba back from Minnesota. He was there.
Minnesota.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we make our way back, one Bill Bubba Bussey headed off to Minnesota to see the Final Four, Texas Tech, Auburn, Virginia, and Michigan State. And now Texas Tech, one of the other Cinderella stories, makes it to the finals. We almost had Cinderella against Cinderella, but a bizarre finish in the Auburn-Virginia game. That's been unpacked a lot. Bubba, it's up to you whether you want to talk game first or trip first.
Well, let's talk trip, and then we'll talk game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think game's been pretty unpacked.
I'm glad to be here today, but we all realize I'm one double dribble call from not being here.
Yeah, that's right.
And, as I told the guys this morning, y'all know how I hate to miss a show. So
I know.
I'm glad to be back. But it would have been
glad
it would have been kind of cool to stay and see it. The kids are still there, so
you could have stayed and watched this game if you wanted. You just didn't have to ride home.
Yeah. It was,
just one problem.
It was a long enough flight. I can't imagine hitching.
Right.
But it was a great flight, great time. We We headed out, Rick, out of Prattville International. I don't know if you've ever flown out of there.
Never have. Maybe I have. I probably have. I don't remember. Not that I recall.
My GPS carried me what had to be the most country road way to get there. There's got to be a better way. I found it coming back, but it'd have been nice to have known that going.
Right.
But we flew on a King Air 90, which we've done as a show before. Turboprop, and great ride. And we had to stop and fill up in Illinois somewhere. I don't know where we were, but it was nice and flat and corn planted everywhere.
Sure.
So it was very beautiful. Minneapolis is a very, very nice place. Rick, just a few months ago, I grew up being a Vikings fan, and we've talked about that here on the show. I don't really know why. I don't know if it was the horn on the helmet. But
I think it was.
I have been all in for the Vikings for a long, long time. I just never thought I would be in Minneapolis at the home of the Vikings to watch Auburn basketball.
That's a weird combination.
I just never saw it coming.
That's a weird combination.
We landed, and imagine this, we landed at I think they call it Flying Cloud Airport. It's a little bit out of town, and we rented a car to drive in. So we've got Dan Moultrie driving and me navigating.
Oh, boy.
Imagine that.
Was he tooting the horn the whole time?
Well, I was so worried. I was so worried somebody was going to scream "Nail Guy." You know what I mean? And then we all could have been thrown out of the car. So
and Dan's an interesting driver.
Yeah,
he'll toot the horn.
He
constantly.
He's never seen anything like that.
He's always tooting the horn.
I don't know any other person that does it.
Why does he toot the horn?
For no apparent reason. He moves on. He moves on a little bit.
He does.
And,
He's aggressive. He's aggressive.
One of the great knee drivers of our time.
Yeah.
And so, but we stayed at the hotel called the Radisson Blue, which is connected to the Mall of America. Now, there's some things in our country that are misnamed, but that one is dead on. Wow, that's a mall.
If you've got a roller coaster, you're sure enough mall.
Rick, if you have a live 3-on-3 basketball tournament that's being broadcast on broadcast TV going on at the mall, that's a mall right there.
That's a mall. That's your mall right there.
I mean, you can get all the walking in you need there. Yeah. The thing about Minneapolis too, it's a music town. You think of Nashville and when you say that you see a lot of musical things going on, and Minneapolis certainly falls under that category. It's a lot happening. Of course, Purple Rain and the Prince factor there is very heavy. And I'll tell you a couple of things I noticed right out of the gate. But there's a nightclub there called the Armory, and it's a big. It literally is an old armory, with the curved top on it. And just to talk about the kind of things that you see there, the Jonas Brothers was there one night, and Katy Perry was there the other night. So,
so it's a true concert hall.
Yeah, it's a big time music town. Bob.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Somebody say, yeah. All right, as we work our way back, TheraBreath has been with the Rick and Bubba show for a while. Going to the road, on the road this past weekend, travel bag inside my shaving kit filled with the TheraBreath products and lozenges. And you know what no one experienced in the city this past weekend? Stank breath. Nobody. So these are phenomenal products, and you can get them at over 100 different retailers. If you ever struggle because of the limited shelf space, you can't find all the products, you can go to TheraBreath.com. They're all there. But if you're looking for them on the shelf, they have a bright orange cap at retail and drug stores, and they've got the mouthwashes, they've got the lozenges that we're talking about. They've also got things for gum health to be sure that your gums are healthy. Gum disease can be a really problematic, and all of these products are designed to go after what's causing the problem. They're the best available. No harsh chemicals, none of that. You don't have to worry about that. They have a whitening product that is superior to anything else on the shelf. So go to TheraBreath.com, or you can go to RickandBubba.com, find them under the sponsors button, or just look for them at over 100 different retailers out there. So we were discussing the Fauci, and at least CNN finally asked him the science of the mask, that I told you guys this early on that I had some friends or have friends that are pharmacists and one a former pharmacist. And in the very beginning, they were saying these people are talking about masks as if you're dealing with bacteria or pollen, and you're not. You're dealing with a virus that is so tiny I can't even give a description of its tininess. Yeah. And Adler showed you the size difference from a piece of pollen all the way down to this virus. And these pharmacists are saying these masks will not protect you from that. It's
the gaps between the threads.
It's lunacy to even
are
think
a lot
so.
wider than the virus.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to bacteria and pollen, they
they're
can,
larger ones.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's not one size fits all in the old microbial world.
Right. And so but Fauci appears that he's never letting go of the mask. He will not let go that they are not very effective. Now, first of all, like you said, let's say that you think these store-bought masks will do the job.
Right.
I mean, you're just convinced of it. You still have to wear them right. You still have to wear them correctly.
Rick, any mask you have to wear right.
Yeah. So anyway, here comes the CNN, who it's almost like CNN is tired of the mask, and which that we didn't think we'd ever see that. So here we go.
I would hope that if in fact we get to the point where the volume of cases is such, and organizations like the CDC recommend, CDC doesn't mandate anything. I mean, recommends that people wear masks. I would hope that they abide by the recommendation and take into account the risk to themselves and to their families. And again, we're not talking about forcing anybody to do anything.
Totally understood. There is a perception out there by many, how many I don't know, that they don't work and that the data concludes that they didn't work in the first go-round. Respond to that on masks.
Yeah, well, that's not so. I mean, when you're talking about at the population level, that the data are less strong than knowing that if you look on a situation as an individual protecting themselves or protecting them from spreading it, there's no doubt that masks work. Different studies give different percentages of advantage of wearing it.
What studies?
But there's no doubt that the weight of the studies, and there have been many studies, indicate the benefit of wearing masks.
I'm going to refer to one of them. You've heard about it before. I heard about it from a number of radio callers. Brett Stevens in the Times talked about Cochrane. Put that on the screen. The most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illness, including COVID-19, was published last month. Its conclusions, said Tom Jefferson, the Oxford epidemiologist who is the lead author, were unambiguous. There is just no evidence that masks, make any difference. He told the journalist Mayan Damasi, full stop. But wait, hold on. What about the N95 masks as opposed to the lower quality surgical or cloth masks? Makes no difference. None of it, he said. Well, what about the studies that initially persuaded policymakers to impose mask mandates? They were convinced by non-randomized studies, flawed observational studies. How do we get beyond that finding of that particular review?
Yeah, but there are other studies, Michael, that show at an individual level for individual. When you're talking about the effect on the epidemic or the pandemic as a whole, the data are less strong. But when you talk about as an individual basis of someone protecting themselves or protecting themselves from spreading it to others, there's no doubt that there are many studies that show that there is an advantage. When you took at the broad population level, like the Cochrane study, the data are less firm with regard to the effect on the overall pandemic. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about an individual's effect on their own safety. That's a bit different than the broad population level.
That's
makes
Fauci
no
double
sense.
talk.
What
in
the world?
That's the same thing that he
Mask to
said in
mask.
front of Congress when he said we were not doing gain of function. We were just taking these viruses and moving them ahead 6 steps, but it wasn't gain of function because some criteria was missing. You know what I'm saying? He's giving you the old Fauci double talk on it.
And what
the guys got him dead to right on the study, and it was a big study, and it was done, and that was the evidence.
Quite
and now
comprehensive.
he can't admit he was wrong.
If it doesn't work in the population, it doesn't work in the individuals. If it doesn't work in the individuals, it doesn't work in the population.
He's like saying we add numbers together, and the numbers are right, but the total is wrong.
Now-
you can't say that.
Adler, I just text
I'm
you a picture.
following that science.
I just text you a picture. Let me know when you have it. So
Good
somebody has texted me, and they saw this in Washington, D.C., And see, when Fauci won't help, okay, and he's not going to because that means he'd have to admit he was wrong.
Right.
And but see, I think if
Follow the science, Fauci.
I think if pharmacists who know the size difference of tiny viruses versus pollen and bacteria, if they know that, shouldn't Fauci? And I think all this
Yes, he does.
all of this was under the I want to look like I'm doing something. I want to look like I'm giving you something that's going to save your life if you'll just follow this. And what happened is if you were leery about the vaccine, you were called an anti-vaxxer, which an anti-vaxxer is somebody who doesn't think that you should have any vaccine ever.
Right.
And then if you weren't wear the mask, you were mean. You didn't care about other people.
You were causing the pandemic.
Yeah, you were. If you did those
Yeah.
two things, of course, now scientifically we now know that none of those were true. But look at this. This is what it spawns. Somebody saw this in Washington, D.C. at the hotel. Someone is swimming in a mask.
That's funny.
Swimming in a mask. I mean,
good night.
Swimming.
I mean,
look,
what
maybe
in the world are we?
You can't tell me them glasses ain't fogging.
Maybe they have some other issue. I hope
Right.
it's not
Maybe.
for COVID.
Right.
We got some other issue.
By the way, maybe that's true. Maybe they're allergic to chlorine or
Yeah.
something. And I don't know how big chlorine is. All right, so let me say this. We just had Fauci say that you're right. It shows it didn't really work on the mass population as far as the pandemic and its life, but it helped individuals. But the population, as all of you have said, is made up of individuals. I mean, how that number happens is if it's
It helped individuals, but it didn't help the big picture.
Well, Rick and Bubba,
Well, isn't the big picture made up of individuals?
Bubba,
I mean,
Rick and Bubba both wore masks. Bubba, it was effective. For Rick, it wasn't. Well, they got the same mask on. I mean, that doesn't even.
That means there's something else in the equation.
Wow.
Plus, we were told mask to help other people. And so now when I go to a place where if somebody's wearing a mask and I'm not, now I feel like a jerk, and that's it's all fake.
Well,
but I feel like I'm like the bad person or something.
But this has gotten to the point. Okay, this has gotten to the point. It's just called getting sick. We
haven't cured the common cold.
We don't cater the whole wide world when a stomach virus is running rampant through the school or when the flu's running rampant through a community or through a school. They as individuals make adjustments here and there, and you work on it and you get on treatments and all this kind of stuff. We are no longer in the we don't know what this is. Oh my gosh, it's the end of time. And every other day you get a call of somebody you knew is on a ventilator. Mm-hmm. And to pretend that we're still there is just not true. Yeah. And you know, and I mean, it's going to be around. It's always going to be around, like we said. And I'm kind of thankful because, like I say, if I can go to New York City and not see pandemonium, and I even talked to some of the New Yorkers, and they said, "Oh yeah, we got a lot of cases here in the city, but there's also 8 million of us,
right?
So what? I mean, no, we're not having any kind of overrun of hospitals or anything like that, and I even heard from them they're not going back, which that's about as liberal as you can get,
Yeah.
you know. And I'll tell you what they don't like. Let me tell you what's broke a lot of New Yorkers of this. They don't like losing their jobs.
Yeah,
They don't like not being able to buy food because they all got to stay indoors and wear a mask.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll wake you up from it. Yeah. We'll be back last segment of this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll also look. I love this headline. Fauci concerned people won't comply if masking recommendations return. You know why? Because they won't.
You're correct.
Yeah, they won't. So don't even bring that up. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ellen had a big mural of him. He's from there, apparently. I didn't know that.
Maybe Bob Dylan told us he was from there. I just couldn't understand what he said. I mean, it's possible. Did he say Minneapolis? What? No, I think he went to school in Annapolis.
The Vikings being there and Prince being from there, of course, the color purple.
A lot of purple.
Is very important to Minneapolis.
Purple.
If you're going to hang a giant banner, or you're going to hang a sash on something, or you're going to put lights on something, it's going to be purple.
Yeah.
You count on that in Minneapolis. Okay,
Right. Okay.
We learned that.
Yeah.
The Prince the template of Prince and his influence on the town is very noticeable when you're there. I noticed a lot of people that had the very beautiful olive skin, and the guys would have like a real thin mustache, very thin, and then massive hair doing something strange. It had that Prince look. It's not like they were trying to look like Prince, but it had the Prince template to it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it sounds like what you described. They are trying to look like Prince.
Well, it's not exactly the Prince look,
Or
but
that
it's
symbol.
it's the template. It's kind of
Right,
like
right.
well, we love Prince, and we're going to kind of go that way, but not all in. You know what I'm saying?
Understood. Right.
We're not going to copy him exactly. I will say this: the people of Minneapolis, I was blown away how nice they were. Very nice everywhere. Now you got your birds like you got everywhere.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But it was like being in a southern city. They were so nice. You could tell they really took pride in that.
Yeah.
The roads in Minneapolis may be one of the few places that's worse than ours. But if you think about it, the weather they have to endure, I mean, they go in the freezer in October and they come out in April. And flying in most of the lakes, and there are a lot of lakes, were all frozen still. And you go, wow. So it's 60 degrees and they're froze. So they were really froze good for a while.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
So that
been real cold up there this year.
Yeah, and they have a major interstate project going on downtown, much like we do. Now we pulled another deal here. The interstate just disappeared here. They're working on it, and they said that whole area is closed during the weekends most of the time, but they left it open because the Final Four being there. But hey, the U.S. Bank Stadium is massive. Wow, that's a big house right there.
Yeah, when I saw some of the pictures you were sending, it looked like there was a gigantic ballroom and somebody had laid a mat down in the middle of it.
Exactly.
With 2 goals at each end.
I was worried about being so far away from the court, but you really could see. I mean, you're not on top of the court like you are at a lot of facilities, but they in the setup they have there, they have 72,000 seats for basketball. Now that is a loud crowd no matter how you slice it.
Yep.
I mean, we could not hear the whistle when the referee would blow a whistle. Of course, we didn't hear the one at the end. As we were jumping
As you were
around.
celebrating.
Yeah, so
oh no,
you weren't the only one.
Yeah, that guy dumped beer on his head.
Yeah, there's people celebrating and hooping and hollering, and they have no idea what's going on.
Rick,
at the
this
other
one
end of
guy
the
in the
court.
half footage, he's excited, dumps a beer on his head, then he realizes the call, and he gets mad and gets arrested.
Yeah,
all
that's
in
true
one
story.
segment.
True
so
story.
you had all
They
kind of
got
things.
footage
True
of it.
Yeah, true story.
no, they didn't.
And Rick, and it's because of the show and what we do. We've been very fortunate to get to see a Super Bowl, national championship, in college football. But it's that same kind of atmosphere. I mean, there's no second seat in basketball. Of course, you had fan bases from 4 schools there, so the town is just full of basketball people. And they handle it well. I mean, had enough taxis, Uber, Lyft everywhere. I mean, you get around pretty much how you wanted to. So it was a very pleasant trip, although it was very quick. So I didn't get to go out and see Paisley Park for sure.
This is before he realizes they've lost.
Well, he's going to be unhappy there in a minute.
Look, they got him.
Then reality sets in.
Rick, so many people in that room. So many people.
We'll be right back. Bottom of the hour. You got more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nine minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are so thankful that you're with us again today. It's been fun. Don't miss if you, if you're out there going, oh man, I missed the updates from the weekend. Well, you can go get those on the podcast archives today, or the YouTube archive. They both work for you. Also, there's a best of hour you can see on Blaze TV. And on our YouTube channel, and a best of hour on the podcast archives as well, audio only. There was a one thing we weren't thinking of, and that's money. All right, so this Burning Man thing, I think if we want to break down the Burning Man thing, it's really no more complicated. Not that it's not creepy, but it's no more complicated than we've got a bunch of people that they're bringing back paganism. I mean, this looks like pagan religions, worshiping the sun, complete decadence. There's always a real strong sexual deviancy to it all. That's been around since every pagan religion there's ever been. You got to have that. Yep. And it's all about anything goes. It's all flesh and decadence and worship of whatever you want to worship, and paganism run wild. But it does seem that the Burning Man gathering, that even though God has not wiped it off the face of the planet, he seems to hassle them a little bit every year.
Yeah, they've had sandstorms and all that kind of stuff. This year it was floods. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, my goodness. They said, 73,000 people stranded and pouring monsoon-type rains?
Yeah, they couldn't get out to begin with. Some of them broke out and tried to get out anyway, got stuck. They're still getting out today, I guess. So it's
they lifted the ban, so now they're letting people try to travel out. I guess they were.
So you just had to stay out there and weather the rain,
pretty much.
A lot of mud.
Yeah.
Looks like.
A lot of mud.
Oh, there goes an RV.
Yeah.
I mean, not like an RV plowing through mud, is it?
The Burning Man thing. We call it on the Rick and Bubba show. There's certain events and stories that we called head tilters. We just kind of tilt our head and go, well, how about that? Well, how about that?
Yeah.
How about your little? How about a bunch
shindig.
of pagans gather out in the desert and
tell me
go
this:
wild?
How do they lease that land, or who owns it? I mean, it's out in the desert. I know it's probably not real valuable.
The government owns it. It's U.S. government land.
So what do they do? Buy a permit for it?
They get a permit, and the whole thing is leave nothing behind. So they supposedly are supposed to leave an empty desert behind them. But
Have you seen all the stuff they build? How do they leave it behind?
Right, they're supposed to bring it. They're supposed to take it all back out.
Now I know you stopped going out there once you got married,
right?
But I mean,
I'm done. My Burning Man days are over.
It's we just saw footage like Chris Rock was there or something, and he had to be loaded up. Now we can't play what he said.
You've got tons of celebrities going. You got venture capitalists. It's really people pretending to be bohemian from the most part, from what I can see. It's expensive to get there. You have to pay for everything when you're there, but it's supposed to be no money. But this whole thing is built on money, and it has to be. But
of course,
it's such a farce. But I don't understand why people go. It seems miserably dusty or miserably muddy
or hot or wet, or it's extreme weather every year.
It's almost like sometimes you don't know what you're looking. Is this a Naked and Afraid marathon?
Yeah,
I love that. But then you realize, oh no, this is Naked and Unafraid. This is just like Greg said. Who wants to be go nasty?
Miserable.
Who wants that? I mean, I don't like to be uncomfortably. I don't like my hygiene to be in question for any period of time. I can't imagine that. And
but some
plus
of
the whole worshiping of pagan gods and all that's kind of a down.
It is.
But Speedy, I'm like with you with all these weird looking mechanical things they ride around on. I mean, how in the world do they get that in and out?
That's all part of it too.
That doesn't fit in an RV.
No,
I mean, where do you get that?
People are taking trailers out there. Look at my art exposition, whatever. Yes.
Most of them I've seen are not showing off art.
That looks good.
Something else.
Yes.
I mean, but it seems like to me, because you could get away with the same type of stuff. I know it's not as pleasant now. So maybe that would be the turnoff. Couldn't you take this same celebration like to San Francisco? And you go much nicer weather, much nicer.
Anywhere
gathering.
but a desert.
Yeah, I don't see that. But anyway, so apparently a monsoon hit them this year, and it led to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Don't they light Opal on fire?
They do.
That's the big finale.
They'll get around it. Greg.
It's not called lighting Opal, but you're right.
Right. Sure.
Look at that.
All right, so also
You like a good fire.
Look at that. I like a good fire. Now. I'll show up just for that part.
Yeah,
the last day.
You know, the thing that's always been curious to me is how they get their, they organize in a circle if you see it from above. I mean, but it looks like it's actually laid out in some kind of organized way. But wow, it's weird looking.
Illuminati's involved, Greg.
Sure. Oh, yeah, all over it.
how do they? I mean, do they have food trucks? I mean, what's?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure. I bet now it's like Adler was saying that, like it was this all artsy. It's commercialized now. People making money.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, of course they are.
Selling VIP packages for $20,000, and it's just. I'm here. I took the picture. I went, and let me tell you about it. And
my favorite is people who make lots of money off convincing people that they're coming to protest lots of money.
Isn't that good?
Yes.
Adler, I applaud you for finding video we can play.
Hey,
It's really hard to do.
Hey, you want to come out there and you want to be anti-capitalism? I'll tell you, for $20,000, we'll make it happen.
I mean, it is a mess, though. It's a traffic jam of RVs in
Look
mud.
at that.
In
Adler,
mud.
you wouldn't even like the RV there.
No,
God,
keep me away from that.
What is the
Good
draw
night.
to this?
My goodness.
Imagine going to car wash after that.
Look, you got plenty of food.
Yeah, I guess the same people that have to market this, maybe this is who they hired to keep putting Corso on the ESPN.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
We're already tracking.
I was tracking with you on that.
It seems like the same kind of.
It's exactly where my mind
It
went.
seemed like the same marketing mountain to climb, didn't it?
It did.
Look at that. I think I'd rather try to market that.
I don't
And
Yeah,
there
it's
it sits.
oh my goodness, what a neat world! Who wants to do that? Looks like
We
Mad Max.
know, you know how we love traffic jams.
It's almost like they choose to
7-hour traffic jams trying to get out.
Yeah, it's almost like we're fearing that our whole economy and society will turn into this, and they're choosing to do it.
Yeah, I know. I know. Now, Rick, keep in mind they don't buy or sell anything.
Sure they
Everything during this event is bartered.
Sure,
it's either trade or a gift.
Well, I've seen the
That
outfits.
could get dangerous.
I've seen the outfits. I know what they're bartering.
Yeah, I think we know. I think we know.
I know how you got that sandwich, ma'am.
Hope it was worth it. I hope
The haves and the have-nots.
Money.
But it's there is money though. People.
No, it's not- it's not
really.
true.
It's so fake. Yes, absolutely.
Oh my goodness!
I tell you what.
All right.
How bad you want this sandwich?
That's
Hey.
That's
Hey, William.
no, not that much.
We're
So
showing footage now of like
I
people
mean-
being stuck and just you come out in the middle of nowhere.
I'll just stay an extra day and let everybody get out of there.
yeah, I mean, if you want to go and
What if you need somebody to help pull you out, though? Everybody's gone. Hey, wait a minute.
do they not find it funny that they get up and worship the sun and the monsoon comes?
Yeah, that is
It's
funny.
like the sun god didn't hear them.
It's like God's real or something.
Yeah.
But old Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie man.
All right, top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, enjoy what's left.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.